Hey everyone, welcome back to the Fiction Wizard. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If Hermione Was Draco's First Love? Before the war, if you love these stories, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps us bring more content to you. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Slap That Changed Everything. Draco Malfoy stood frozen, his pale cheek stinging where Hermione Granger's hand had connected with his face just moments before. The shock of being struck rippled through him like an electric current. No one had ever dared to hit him, a Malfoy, for Merlin's sake. His friends Crabbe and Goyle gaped uselessly beside him as Hermione stormed off with Potter and Weasley, her wild brown hair bouncing with each furious step. Did that filthy little mudblood just, Crabbe started, but Draco cut him off. Shut it, he snapped, his voice sharper than intended. His fingers touched his cheek, still warm from the impact. Something unexpected churned in his stomach, not just the humiliation he should be feeling, but something else he couldn't quite name. Later that evening, Draco sat alone in a quiet corner of the Slytherin common room, supposedly working on his transfiguration essay. But his quill remained motionless, hovering above the parchment as his mind replayed the afternoon's confrontation on loop. "You foul, loathsome, evil little cockroach." Her voice had trembled with righteous fury. Her eyes had blazed with a fire he'd never noticed before. For the briefest moment, he'd actually felt afraid of Hermione Granger. Pansy Parkinson slid into the seat across from him, breaking his reverie. Still dwelling on the mudblood's attack, she asked with a smirk. "You should go to Professor Snape. Get her expelled." "It's nothing," Draco muttered. "Not worth the trouble." Pansy raised an eyebrow. "Since when do you let Gryffindors get away with anything, especially her?" Draco didn't answer. He couldn't explain the confusing whirl of emotions that had been plaguing him since the incident. Anger, yes, plenty of that, but also a begrudging respect. Granger had stood her ground, defending that oaf Hagrid's stupid beast. She'd shown more backbone than most purebloods he knew. "Just drop it," he finally said, gathering his books. "I'll handle Granger my own way." The next morning at breakfast, Draco's eyes kept drifting toward the Gryffindor table. Granger sat between Potter and Weasley as usual, her head bent over a massive tome while she absent-mindedly buttered her toast. She didn't look his way once, and that irritated him more than he cared to admit. Professor McGonagall approached their table, her emerald robe swishing as she stopped directly behind Draco. "Mr. Malfoy, a word after you've finished your breakfast, please," she said crisply. Draco swallowed hard. "What's this about, Professor?" "You'll find out shortly." With that, she swept away to the staff table. Blaise Zabini leaned across the table. "What did you do now, Draco?" "Nothing," Draco responded, though dread pooled in his stomach. Had someone reported yesterday's incident by the lake? But he'd been the victim, not the aggressor. 20 minutes later, Draco stood in McGonagall's office, staring at the stone floor. To his shock, Hermione Granger was already there, perched stiffly on the edge of a chair. "Excellent, Mr. Malfoy," McGonagall said, closing the door behind him. "Now we can begin." Hermione finally looked at him, her expression a mix of surprise and dismay. "I've been made aware of an altercation between the two of you yesterday," McGonagall continued, taking her seat behind her desk. "Normally, I would simply assign detention and be done with it. However, Professor Dumbledore has suggested a different approach." Draco fought to keep his face neutral. "Professor, she attacked me." "I was merely, after you mocked the scheduled execution of an innocent creature and insulted Hagrid," Hermione interrupted, her voice tight. "That's enough, Miss Granger," McGonagall said sharply. "I'm not interested in hearing who started what. The fact remains that two of Hogwarts' brightest third years are behaving like squabbling first years. This ongoing antagonism between you is affecting not only yourselves but your classmates." Draco crossed his arms defensively. "What does Dumbledore suggest, then?" "You'll be working together on a special project for the next 2 weeks. The restricted section of the library contains several uncatalogued volumes that Madame Pants has been meaning to sort. You will assist her for 2 hours each evening, beginning tonight. 2 weeks. Draco protested. That's completely fair, considering the alternatives McGonagall finished for him. Unless you prefer I contact your father about this incident. Draco's mouth snapped shut. The last thing he needed was his father learning he'd been slapped by Hermione Granger and done nothing about it. As I thought, McGonagall said with the faintest trace of satisfaction. 7 o'clock this evening. Don't be late. Draco arrived at the library 5 minutes early, determined to appear composed and unaffected. Madame Pants led him to a table in the restricted section where several stacks of ancient-looking books waited. Hermione arrived moments later, slightly out of breath. Sorry, I was helping Neville with his potions homework and lost track of time, she explained to Madame Pants, carefully avoiding Draco's gaze. These volumes need to be catalogued according to subject, then alphabetized by author, Madame Pants instructed, handing them each a piece of parchment with categories listed. Some may contain harmful spells or curses, so wear these protective gloves at all times. She placed 2 pairs of thin, silvery gloves on the table. I'll be at my desk if you encounter anything particularly dangerous. With that, she left them alone in the dim, dusty corner of the restricted section. Silence stretched between them as they each pulled on the gloves. Let's just get this over with, Draco finally said, grabbing a book from the nearest pile. You take that stack, I'll take this one. Fine by me, Hermione replied coolly, reaching for her own book. They worked in tense silence for nearly half an hour. Draco found himself stealing glances at Hermione when she wasn't looking. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she examined each book, occasionally making quiet, sounds when she found something interesting. The way her fingers gently traced the spines of the older volumes betrayed a genuine reverence for books that he found oddly compelling. A particularly dusty tome made her sneeze, a small, almost delicate sound that caught him off guard. Bless you, he said automatically. She looked up, clearly surprised. Thanks. Another uncomfortable silence descended. About yesterday, Hermione finally said, not meeting his eyes. I shouldn't have hit you. That was wrong of me, regardless of what you said. Draco stared at her. An apology was the last thing he'd expected. Well. He stammered, at a loss for words. I'm not apologizing for standing up to you, she added quickly. Just for the physical part. Right, Draco said, regaining his composure. Well, I suppose your Muggle upbringing explains the lack of self-control. Hermione's eyes flashed dangerously. And I suppose your pureblood upbringing explains the incredible arrogance. It's not arrogance if it's justified, Draco shot back, but without his usual venom. Something about being alone with her, away from their friends and the usual audience, made their typical exchange feel hollow. She shook her head and returned to her book. Let's just work, Malfoy. The minutes ticked by. Draco found himself increasingly distracted by Hermione's presence. The way she tucked her hair behind her ear, the small smile that appeared when she discovered something interesting in a text, the methodical precision with which she organized the books. He'd never observed her this closely before, and it unsettled him how human she seemed. Just a girl with wild hair and clever eyes, not the caricature of a know-it-all mudblood he'd constructed in his mind. Hermione reached for a small black book with silver clasps at the same moment Draco did. Their gloved fingers brushed, and both pulled back as if burned. You take it, she said quickly. No, go ahead, he replied, oddly flustered. She picked up the book carefully, turning it over in her hands. This doesn't have a title. As she opened it, a strange shimmer rippled across the pages. That's odd. Suddenly, the book began to vibrate. Draco's instincts kicked in before his brain could catch up. He lunged forward, knocking the book from her hands just as it emitted a flash of blue light. What the? Hermione gasped as the book hit the floor, its pages flipping rapidly on their own. A cold wind swirled around them, papers flying off the table. The book rose into the air, spinning fast enough to blur. "Get down!" Draco grabbed Hermione's arm, pulling her under the heavy oak table as the book exploded into thousands of glittering particles that hung suspended in the air for a moment before rushing toward them like a swarm of angry insects. Hermione whipped out her wand. Protego! The shield charm formed a transparent bubble around them just as the particles hit, bouncing off with tiny musical pings. "Nice reflexes, Granger," Draco admitted, his heart pounding as he crouched beside her. "We need to contain them before they escape the library," she said urgently. Draco nodded, drawing his own wand. "On 3, drop your shield and I'll cast Immobulus. Ready? 1, 2, 3. The shield disappeared, and Draco's freezing charm hit the swarm, stopping the particles mid-air. Hermione immediately followed with a spell he didn't recognize, creating a shimmering boundary around the frozen cloud. "Magical containment charm," she explained, noting his curious look. "I read about it in, let me guess, Hogwarts, a history." Draco said with a smirk. "Actually, advanced defensive theory," she corrected him, a small smile playing at her lips despite the situation. Madame Pants came rushing around the corner, wand drawn. "What in Merlin's name is happening here?" Hermione quickly explained about the book while Draco kept his wand trained on the contained particles, maintaining the freezing charm. "Alexivore," Madame Pants whispered, her face pale. "Magical parasites that consume book knowledge and attack readers. They've been dormant for centuries. I had no idea one was hidden in our collection. What do we do with it now?" Draco asked, arm beginning to tire from holding his wand up. "Keep it contained. I'll fetch Professor Flitwick immediately." Madame Pants hurried away. Alone again, Draco and Hermione stood side by side, wands raised, an unexpected team. "You pushed me out of the way," Hermione said quietly, glancing at him. "Why?" Draco kept his eyes on the swarm. "Reflex. Don't read too much into it, Granger." Still, she persisted, "Thank you." He nodded stiffly, uncomfortable with her gratitude. They maintained their positions in silence until Professor Flitwick arrived 10 minutes later and safely contained the creature in a special enchanted jar. "Excellent work, both of you," the tiny professor squeaked. 20 points each to Slytherin and Gryffindor for quick thinking and proper defensive technique. Madame Pants, looking shaken, dismissed them for the evening. "I'll need to examine all these books more thoroughly before letting students handle them again. You're excused for tonight." They gathered their bags and left the library together, an awkward silence hanging between them. In the corridor, they hesitated, suddenly aware they were heading in opposite directions, Draco to the dungeons, Hermione to Gryffindor Tower. "Well," Draco said, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. "That was interesting," Hermione finished. She studied him for a moment, her expression thoughtful. "You know, you're quicker with defensive spells than I would have guessed. My father insisted on private tutoring," he said without thinking, then immediately regretted revealing something personal. Hermione nodded. "Makes sense." After a moment's hesitation, she added, "See you tomorrow, then." "Unfortunately," Draco replied, but without the usual edge to his voice. As he walked toward the Slytherin common room, Draco found himself replaying their shared moment of danger. The way they'd instinctively worked together, her quick thinking complementing his reflexes. He'd never actually worked alongside Granger before, only competed against her in classes. It was, not entirely unpleasant. This realization disturbed him more than the Lexivore had. The next evening's detention proved uneventful by comparison. Madame Pants had thoroughly examined the remaining books and declared them safe, though she'd set aside a few suspicious volumes for Professor Flitwick to check. Draco and Hermione worked at opposite ends of the table, occasionally exchanging necessary comments about the categorization system but otherwise maintaining careful distance. Yet Draco found himself unusually aware of her presence, the soft scratching of her quill as she made notes, the gentle sound of her breathing, the faint vanilla scent that he now noticed seemed to follow her. It was maddening. On the third night, a thunderstorm raged outside the castle. Rain lashed against the library windows, and occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the restricted section with eerie blue-white light. They'd settled into a rhythm of sorts, categorizing books efficiently with minimal interaction. "Hand me that reference guide," Hermione said, pointing to a slender volume near Draco's elbow. As he passed it to her, lightning struck particularly close to the castle, followed immediately by a deafening crack of thunder. The library plunged into darkness as the magical lamps flickered out. "Lumos," they said in unison, the tips of their wands igniting. "Storms sometimes interfere with the castle's magical lighting," Hermione explained, as though he'd asked for a lecture. "The Founders built in contingencies, but it takes a few minutes for the backup enchantments to activate." "Fascinating," Draco drawled. "I definitely couldn't have figured that out myself." Even in the dim wand light, he could see her cheeks flush. "Sorry." "Habit. Being insufferably know-it-all is a habit." "Being thorough is," she countered. "And what's your habit?" "Being needlessly antagonistic." Draco smirked. "Family tradition, actually." To his surprise, Hermione laughed, a genuine, unguarded sound that he'd never heard directed at him before. "At least you're self-aware." The lamps slowly flickered back to life, but something had shifted in the atmosphere between them. A crack in the ice, perhaps. "So," Draco said, deciding to test this newfound truce, "how is the Great Hippogriff rescue operation going? Gotten any further with saving the beast that nearly took my arm off?" Hermione's expression hardened. "You and I both know Buckbeak barely scratched you. You played it up to get Hagrid in trouble. He shouldn't have brought dangerous creatures to a class of 13-year-olds, Draco argued. "My father's right about that much. Buckbeak only attacked because you didn't follow Hagrid's instructions," Hermione pointed out. "You insulted him after being specifically told not to." Draco leaned back in his chair, studying her. "You know what I find interesting, Granger? You're fighting so hard to save a creature that attacked a student, yet you seem perfectly comfortable assaulting one yourself." Hermione flinched slightly, but held his gaze. "I've already apologized for hitting you. But I won't apologize for standing up against injustice. Buckbeak doesn't deserve to die because of your pride. And I deserve to be hit because of it," he challenged. "No," she admitted. "But you deserve to be confronted. There's a difference." Her words struck Draco in an unexpected way. No one in his life had ever really confronted him, not his friends, who mostly followed his lead, not his teachers, who, except for McGonagall, treated him with kid gloves because of his family name, and certainly not his father, who expected unquestioning obedience, not honest challenge. "Maybe," he conceded, surprising them both. "But my father's already involved the ministry. It's out of my hands now." "It's never too late to speak up for what's right," Hermione said quietly. "Easy for you to say," Draco muttered. "You don't have my father to answer to." Curiosity flickered across her face. "What's he really like?" "Your father?" The question caught him off guard. No one had ever asked about his father as a person, only about his influence or connections. "He's exacting," Draco finally said. "Nothing less than perfection is acceptable for a Malfoy." "That sounds exhausting," Hermione observed. Draco shrugged, uncomfortable with her insight. "It's just how things are." They lapsed into silence again, but it felt different now, contemplative rather than hostile. When their detention ended, they gathered their things with less haste than previous nights. "See you tomorrow, Malfoy," Hermione said as they parted in the corridor. "Try to contain your excitement, Granger," he replied, but his tone lacked its usual bite. He watched her walk away, confused by the odd hollow feeling in his chest. The detention pattern continued for the next several days. They worked, they talked occasionally, they established a tentative civility. Draco found himself looking forward to their sessions, though he'd have rather faced a Hungarian horntail than admit it. On the sixth night, Hermione arrived looking troubled, her eyes rimmed with red. "What's wrong with you?" Draco asked, more bluntly than he'd intended. She shook her head. "Nothing. Let's just work." But her hands shook slightly as she reached for a book, and she blinked rapidly several times. "Seriously, Granger, you look terrible," Draco persisted. "If you're coming down with something contagious, I'd rather know before we spend 2 hours at the same table." "It's not contagious," she snapped. After a moment, she sighed. "I just had an argument with Ron. About his rat." "Weasley's got a rat?" Draco couldn't hide his amusement. "How fitting." Hermione glared at him. "Crookshanks, my cat, has been chasing Scabbers. Ron's convinced Crookshanks ate him, but there's no evidence. He's being completely unreasonable." "So your cat's hunting a rat? Isn't that what cats do?" "Yes, but..." She looked miserable. "Ron and Harry are both angry with me now. Ron says I don't care about anyone's pets but my own." Draco watched her blink back tears and felt an unexpected twinge of something. Not quite sympathy, but discomfort with her obvious distress. "Potter and Weasley will get over it," he said awkwardly. "They always do, don't they? The golden trio can't stay broken for long." Hermione looked up, surprised by his attempt at reassurance, clumsy as it was. "I suppose. It's just, lonely." The raw honesty in her voice caught Draco off guard. He'd never considered that the insufferable know-it-all might get lonely, might crave acceptance just like anyone else. "Well," he said, searching for words, "at least you've got my scintillating company every night this week." A small smile tugged at her lips. "True. Who would have thought I'd find Draco Malfoy's company less objectionable than my best friend's?" "I'm flattered," he drawled. "Should I send Potter and Weasley a thank-you note?" She actually laughed at that, the tension in her shoulders visibly easing. "Please don't. I'd never hear the end of it." They returned to their work, but Draco found himself making occasional comments just to see her smile again. It was a strange power, being able to lift Hermione Granger's spirits rather than crush them, and he wasn't entirely comfortable with how satisfying it felt. Later that evening, as they worked through a particularly dusty stack of ancient Transfiguration texts, Hermione suddenly said, "Can I ask you something?" Draco glanced up warily. "Depends on the question. Why do you care so much about blood status?" Her voice was genuinely curious, not accusatory. "I mean, practically speaking, what difference does it make? I can perform the same spells as you. I earn the same marks, better ones, actually," she added with a hint of pride. Draco stiffened. "It's not about ability, Granger. It's about heritage, tradition. Magic has been in my family for generations. We've maintained its purity, its legacy. But new magical blood strengthens the community," she argued. Historically, pure-blood families that refuse to marry outside their circles eventually face declining magical ability. Look at the Crabbe and Goyle families, no offense, but they're not exactly producing intellectual powerhouses. "Watch it, Granger," Draco warned, though he couldn't entirely disagree about Crabbe and Goyle's intellectual capabilities. "I'm just saying, from a purely logical standpoint, the pure-blood supremacy argument doesn't hold up to scrutiny," she continued. "It's like refusing to add fresh water to a pond and wondering why it's becoming stagnant." "It's not that simple," Draco insisted, but he found himself struggling to articulate the beliefs he'd been raised with in a way that didn't sound hollow against her logical arguments. "Isn't it, though?" Hermione pressed. "I've read the history books, Malfoy. Pure-blood ideology only gained prominence in the last few centuries. The earliest magical communities were much more integrated with Muggle society. And look how that turned out," Draco countered. "Witch burnings, persecution, having to hide our entire world. Those happened because of fear and ignorance, not because of magical integration, she said. Fear can make anyone dangerous, magical or muggle. Draco fell silent, disturbed by how reasonable she sounded. He'd never had his views directly challenged this way before, had never been asked to defend them with actual reasoning rather than simply repeating what he'd always been told. My father says, he began. I'm not asking what your father thinks, Hermione interrupted gently. I'm asking what you think. The question hung in the air between them. What did he think, really? Had he ever stopped to consider his beliefs independently from what had been ingrained in him since birth? I think, he said slowly, that this conversation is getting us nowhere. We have work to finish. Hermione looked disappointed but didn't push further. Fair enough. They completed the rest of their detention in relative silence, but Draco's mind was far from quiet. Her questions echoed uncomfortably in his thoughts, raising doubts he wasn't prepared to face. The next day, Draco found himself watching Hermione during potions class. She worked with methodical precision, her brow furrowed in concentration as she prepared ingredients for her shrinking solution. When Snape wasn't looking, she quietly gave Neville Longbottom instructions to prevent his potion from becoming a catastrophe. She didn't have to help him, in fact, letting Longbottom fail would have benefited Gryffindor's rivals, but she did it anyway. Why are you staring at Granger? Pansy whispered, nudging him. I'm not, Draco denied quickly. I was just thinking how pathetic Longbottom is, needing her to rescue him constantly. Pansy snickered. She's such a show-off. Oh, look at me, I know everything, she mimicked in a high-pitched voice. The mockery didn't amuse Draco as it once would have. Having spent nearly a week working alongside Hermione, he'd glimpsed the insecurity beneath her confident academic exterior. Her need to prove herself wasn't so different from his own, just expressed differently. After class, he found himself lingering, packing his bag slowly until most students had left. Hermione was still there, carefully cleaning her workstation more thoroughly than necessary. Trouble in paradise? Draco asked, nodding toward the door where Potter and Weasley had exited without waiting for her. Hermione's shoulders slumped slightly. Still not speaking to me properly. Ron's convinced himself I'm not taking his concerns seriously. About the rat? Yes, about the stupid rat, she said with uncharacteristic bitterness. As if I can control what Crookshanks does every minute of the day. Pets are like their owners, Draco observed with a smirk. Your cat's probably just as stubborn as you are. To his surprise, she smiled. Probably. Crookshanks definitely knows his own mind. They walked out of the dungeon classroom together, earning curious looks from the few remaining students. In the corridor, they should have parted ways, Hermione toward arithmancy, Draco toward divination, but neither moved immediately. See you tonight? Hermione asked, adjusting the heavy bag on her shoulder. Draco nodded. Unless you're planning to skive off. As if, she scoffed. I've never skipped a detention in my life. Of course not. That would tarnish your perfect record, he teased. She rolled her eyes but smiled. Bye, Malfoy. As she walked away, Draco felt an unfamiliar warmth in his chest. It took him a moment to recognize it as something dangerously close to fondness. That evening, they worked with surprising synchronicity, anticipating each other's needs and handing books and reference materials back and forth with minimal communication. They'd developed a rhythm, Draco realized with some alarm. They worked well together. Only a few more nights after this, Hermione commented as they neared the end of their shift. Counting down the days, Granger? Draco asked lightly. Actually. She hesitated. It hasn't been as horrible as I expected. High praise indeed, he said dryly, but secretly pleased. You know what I mean, she said, closing a particularly thick volume on magical creatures. We've managed not to hex each other for over a week. That's practically a miracle. The year is young. Plenty of time for hexing later, Draco replied with a smirk. Hermione laughed. I suppose we should make up for lost time. Can't have people thinking we're actually getting along. Perish the thought, Draco agreed, but there was no malice in his words. As they finished for the evening, Madame Pants approached their table with a troubled expression. Change of plans for tomorrow, she announced. Professor Hagrid has requested assistance with some research for his upcoming appeal. The headmaster has approved redirecting your detention to help him instead. Draco's stomach dropped. You're joking. I assure you, Mr. Malfoy, I am not in the habit of joking about library matters or detention assignments, Madame Pants replied stiffly. Hermione's eyes had lit up. We'll be helping with Buckbeak's appeal. Professor Hagrid needs assistance organizing his materials and preparing his presentation to the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, Madame Pants confirmed. You'll report to his cabin tomorrow evening instead of the library. After she left, Draco turned to Hermione with a scowl. This is ridiculous. I can't help defend the creature that attacked me. It would be the decent thing to do, considering you know the truth about what happened, Hermione said pointedly. My father isn't serving this detention, you are, she interrupted. Just keep an open mind, all right? Buckbeak doesn't deserve to die for one moment of provoked aggression. Draco gathered his things, conflicted and irritated. I'll see you tomorrow, Granger. Don't expect miracles. Draco spent a restless night debating whether to write to his father about this new development. Lucius Malfoy could certainly get him excused from helping Hagrid, but at what cost? His father's intervention would inevitably be heavy-handed, drawing more attention to the situation and making Draco look weak, unable to handle his own problems. And there was the matter of explaining why he hadn't mentioned the detentions with Granger earlier. By morning, he'd decided to endure the detention without complaint. One evening helping the oaf prepare a doomed appeal wouldn't change anything. The Hippogriff's fate was sealed, his father had seen to that. Throughout the day, Draco found himself uncharacteristically distracted. In charms, he barely noticed when his engorgement charm went awry, causing his quill to swell to the size of a broomstick. During lunch, Pansy had to repeat herself 3 times before he responded to her question about the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend. What's got into you lately? Blaise asked as they walked to Transfiguration. You've been acting strange for days. Nothing, Draco said quickly. Just tired from all these extra hours in the library. With Granger, Blaise observed with a knowing smirk. Painful, is it? Excruciating, Draco confirmed, forcing a grimace. The constant lecturing, the self-righteousness. It's torture, really. But even to his own ears, the complaints sounded hollow. That evening, Draco trudged down the sloping lawns toward Hagrid's cabin, his boots sinking slightly into the damp ground. Spring was beginning to transform the Hogwarts grounds, with tiny buds appearing on the trees and the air carrying the fresh scent of new growth. Normally, he'd appreciate the changing season, but tonight his stomach churned with apprehension. Hermione was already there when he arrived, sitting at Hagrid's enormous wooden table with parchments spread before her. Hagrid himself looked up from stoking the fire, his beetle-black eyes widening at the sight of Draco in his doorway. Malfoy, he grunted, not bothering to hide his displeasure. Professor McGonagall said yet be comin'. Can't say I'm thrilled about it. The feeling is mutual, Draco replied coldly. Hermione shot him a warning look. Draco's here to help with the appeal, Hagrid. We both are. Draco noted her use of his first name with surprise but didn't comment on it. Right, Hagrid said skeptically. Well, come in then. Don't just stand there. Draco stepped inside, trying to mask his discomfort. He'd never been in Hagrid's cabin before, and its rustic simplicity was unlike anywhere he'd ever spent time. A massive bed stood in one corner, patchwork quilt rumpled across it. Hams and pheasants hung from the ceiling beams, and an enormous boarhound dozed by the fire. That's Fong, Hermione said, noticing Draco eyeing the dog warily. He's harmless. If you say so, Draco muttered, gingerly taking a seat at the table, careful to keep his robes from touching anything unnecessarily. Hagrid placed 3 bucket-sized mugs of tea on the table, then sat down heavily, making the whole cabin seem to shift. "Right," he said gruffly. "The appeal's in 2 weeks. Got a letter from the ministry this morning. His massive hands trembled slightly as he unfolded a piece of parchment. "Says I can present new evidence about Buckbeak's behavior and character. That's what we need to focus on." Hermione nodded eagerly. "We need to organize all the precedents we've found, cases where other magical creatures were pardoned after similar incidents. And we need character witness statements," Hagrid added. "From students who've worked with Buckbeak without any trouble." Draco shifted uncomfortably. "Isn't this pointless? The committee's decision is practically predetermined." Hagrid's face fell, but Hermione glared at Draco. "Nothing's predetermined if we present a strong enough case. Buckbeak is a well-behaved hippogriff who responded to a clear provocation." "My father," Draco began. "Your father isn't on the committee," Hermione interrupted. "He has influence, yes, but the members still have to justify their decision legally." Draco fell silent, torn between his ingrained loyalty to his father's position and the uncomfortable truth of Hermione's words. "Here," she said, pushing a stack of parchments toward him. "These are the relevant legal precedents I've found so far. Can you organize them by date and outcome?" Reluctantly, Draco began sorting through the documents. Despite himself, he found the legal aspects interesting. The wizarding legal system was something his father had always said he should understand, given the Malfoy family's political connections. "This one's particularly relevant," he said after a while, holding up a yellowed piece of parchment. "A hippogriff in 1842 attacked a wizard who explicitly insulted it after being warned of the consequences. The committee ruled in the hippogriff's favor because the wizard had been properly instructed about hippogriff etiquette." Hermione looked up in surprise, clearly not expecting him to find helpful information. "That's perfect. There's also this case from 1917, he continued, warming to the task despite himself. "A griffin, not exactly the same, but close enough taxonomically to be relevant, injured 3 people but was pardoned when it was determined they had trespassed on its territory after clear warnings were posted." Hagrid stared at him with undisguised shock. "Yeri actually help in?" Draco shrugged uncomfortably. "I'm serving my detention. Don't read too much into it." But as the evening progressed, he found himself increasingly engaged in building the case. His mind, trained by years of watching his father navigate political and legal challenges, naturally spotted the strongest arguments and the most persuasive presentation methods. When he suggested reorganizing their presentation to emphasize the ministry's own safety guidelines, which Hagrid had followed to the letter, Hermione looked at him with something like admiration. "That's brilliant, actually," she said. "It shifts the focus from Buckbeak himself to the procedures, which are objective and documented. The committee members care about covering their own backs," Draco explained. "If they can point to procedural compliance as justification for leniency, they're more likely to rule in your favor." Hagrid scratched his wild beard thoughtfully. "Yeah, seem to know a lot about how these committees think, Malfoy." "My father complains about ministry bureaucracy constantly," Draco said with a thin smile. "You pick things up." As the evening wore on, the initial tension gradually dissipated. Hagrid produced rock cakes, which Draco politely declined after watching Hermione struggle to bite into one, and their conversation shifted between the appeal and more general topics. Despite his best intentions to remain aloof, Draco found himself relaxing in the warm cabin. "It's gettin' late," Hagrid eventually said, looking out the window at the darkening sky. "Yeah, should head back to the castle before curfew." They gathered their materials, with Hermione carefully organizing the most promising precedents into a folder for Hagrid. "We've made real progress tonight," she said encouragingly. "This appeal has a genuine chance now." Hagrid nodded, his expression cautiously hopeful. "Thanks, both of ya. Even you, Malfoy. Didn't expect ya to actually help." Draco didn't quite know how to respond. Well. Good luck with it, he said awkwardly. Outside, the evening air was cool and refreshing after the warmth of the cabin. Draco and Hermione walked side by side up the sloping lawn toward the castle, their path illuminated by the light spilling from the windows and the waxing moon overhead. "You surprised me tonight," Hermione said after a few moments of silence. "How so?" "You actually tried to help. I thought you'd just go through the motions." Draco shrugged. "I didn't see the point in wasting time if we had to be there anyway." "Is that the only reason?" she pressed. He hesitated. The truth was more complicated than he was comfortable admitting, even to himself. Watching Hagrid's genuine distress over Buckbeak had stirred something unexpected in him, not quite guilt, but a nagging discomfort with his role in the situation. "Maybe the hippogriff doesn't deserve to die for scratching me," he finally said. "It doesn't mean I was wrong, but perhaps the punishment is disproportionate." Hermione stopped walking, turning to face him with a surprised expression. The moonlight illuminated her features, softening them and catching golden highlights in her brown hair. For a moment, Draco was struck by how different she looked when she wasn't glaring at him in frustration or raising her hand frantically in class. "That's..." she began, then smiled. "That's surprisingly reasonable of you, Malfoy." "Don't sound so shocked," he replied, but without his usual defensiveness. "I'm not completely heartless, contrary to popular belief." "I never thought you were heartless," Hermione said quietly. "Just, misdirected." "Meaning?" "Meaning I think there's more to you than the person you pretend to be around your friends," she said. "The Draco Malfoy who helped organize a legal defense tonight isn't the same one who calls me mudblood in the corridors." Draco felt exposed by her insight, uncomfortable with being seen so clearly. "Don't psychoanalyze me, Granger. You don't know me." "Maybe not entirely," she conceded. "But I think I'm starting to." They reached the castle entrance hall, where they would go their separate ways, Hermione up the marble staircase toward Gryffindor Tower, Draco down to the dungeons. "Well," Hermione said, adjusting her bag on her shoulder. "Good night, then." "Night, Granger," Draco replied. He hesitated, then added, "If you need any other ideas for the appeal, I might have a few more thoughts." Her face brightened with genuine surprise and pleasure. "Really? That would be helpful, actually." "Don't get used to it," he warned, but without conviction. She smiled knowingly. "Wouldn't dream of it." "See you tomorrow, Malfoy." As she climbed the stairs, Draco remained in the entrance hall for a moment, watching her go and trying to make sense of the conflicting emotions churning inside him. Something was changing between them, something that both thrilled and terrified him. He didn't have a name for it yet, but he couldn't deny its existence. With a confused sigh, he turned and headed down to the Slytherin dungeons, already wondering what tomorrow's detention might bring. Their final detention arrived faster than Draco had expected. For the last 3 nights, they'd alternated between helping Hagrid with Buckbeak's appeal and finishing the cataloging work in the library. To Draco's surprise, he'd found himself genuinely engaged in building the Hippogriff's defense, applying the political and legal insights he'd absorbed from years of dinner conversations with his father's ministry connections. Tonight, they were back in the library for their last session. The atmosphere between them had transformed completely from their first detention. They worked comfortably side by side, occasionally sharing observations about particularly interesting books or asking each other's opinions on categorization questions. "I think we'll actually finish tonight," Hermione said, surveying the greatly diminished pile of uncatalogued books. 2 weeks ago, I wasn't sure we'd manage it. Especially with the Lexavor incident," Draco added with a smirk. "And the time we found that book of moving maps that tried to navigate us into the walls," Hermione laughed. "Or the poetry volume that wouldn't stop reciting limericks when you touched it." They smiled at the shared memories, then both seemed to realize simultaneously that this easy companionship was coming to an end. The thought sobered Draco. "So," he said, trying to sound casual, "back to normal tomorrow, I suppose." Hermione's smile faded slightly. I suppose so. You'll be back with Potter and Weasley, and I'll be back to calling me mudblood in the corridors, she asked quietly. The word hung between them, ugly and jarring after these weeks of growing understanding. Draco flinched slightly, hearing it from her lips. I don't know if I can go back to exactly how things were, he admitted, surprising himself with his honesty. Hermione looked at him thoughtfully. What's changed? Everything, he wanted to say. The way he saw her. The way he saw himself. The uncomfortable questions he'd begun asking about beliefs he'd never before examined. Instead, he shrugged. 2 weeks of forced proximity without hexing each other changes the dynamic, I guess. So what happens now? She pressed. We're not friends, obviously, but are we still enemies? Maybe we're just classmates, Draco suggested, the word feeling inadequate for the complex relationship that had developed between them. Classmates, Hermione repeated, testing the word. Who occasionally help each other with hippogriff appeals and magical creature containment. Exactly, Draco said with a small smile. Nothing more complicated than that. But they both knew it was a simplification. Something had fundamentally shifted, and neither of them quite knew how to navigate this new territory. They finished their work in thoughtful silence. As Madame Pants inspected their completed cataloging, Draco found himself fighting an unexpected sense of loss. These detention sessions had become a strange highlight in his daily routine, a space outside the usual dynamics of Hogwarts where he could drop the constant performance of being Draco Malfoy, heir to the pure-blood legacy, and just be himself. Well done, both of you, Madame Pants said, actually looking pleased for once. The restricted section hasn't been this organized in decades. You may go, your detention is officially complete. They gathered their things slowly, neither seeming eager to leave. I guess I'll see you in class, Hermione said as they exited the library. Yeah, Draco replied, oddly at a loss for words. Good luck with Buckbeak's appeal. Let me know if you need any other suggestions. Hermione's face brightened. I will. And, thank you, Draco. For actually helping. It was the first time she'd used his first name to his face, and it affected him more than he wanted to admit. Don't mention it, he said, then added with a hint of his old smirk, seriously, don't mention it to anyone. I have a reputation to maintain. She laughed, the sound warming something inside him. Your secret compassion is safe with me. They reached the point where they would part ways, but neither moved immediately. Well, Draco said finally, good night, Hermione. Her eyes widened slightly at his use of her first name, but she smiled. Good night, Draco. As he walked away, Draco felt strangely light, as though some invisible burden had been lifted. He'd called her Hermione, and it had felt right in a way he couldn't explain. The realization both thrilled and terrified him. The next morning in potions, Draco found himself watching Hermione across the dungeon classroom. She was working with Neville again, patiently guiding him through the potion-making process without drawing Snape's attention. Her hair was pulled back in a messy bun, with curly strands escaping to frame her face as she bent over her cauldron. Earth to Draco, Pansy's voice cut through his thoughts. You're stirring too much. It's turning orange. Draco cursed under his breath, quickly adding more salamander blood to correct his potion. Got distracted, he muttered. I noticed, Pansy said with a hint of suspicion. You've been weird ever since those detentions with Granger ended. Did she hex you or something? Don't be ridiculous, Draco scoffed. As if she could. But he couldn't help glancing at Hermione again. As if sensing his gaze, she looked up, their eyes meeting briefly across the classroom. She gave him a small, almost imperceptible nod before returning to her work. That tiny acknowledgement shouldn't have meant anything. Yet Draco felt a flutter in his stomach that had nothing to do with disgust or disdain, the emotions he was supposed to feel toward Hermione Granger. This was something new, something dangerous. After class, he deliberately took his time packing his bag, watching as Potter and Weasley left with Hermione. They seemed to have reconciled their differences. The three were talking animatedly about something, with Hermione smiling brightly at something Weasley said. An unexpected pang of jealousy hit Draco. During their detention evenings, he'd had Hermione's full attention, her intelligence, her challenges, her occasional smiles all directed at him. Now she was back with her friends, and he was just, what? A temporary détente in her otherwise consistent dislike of him. Coming to lunch? Blaise asked, waiting by the door. Yeah, Draco said, forcing his attention away from Hermione's retreating form. I'm starving. In the great hall, Draco found himself unable to concentrate on the conversation around him. Crabbe and Goyle were debating the merits of different Honeyduke sweets, while Pansy gossiped about some Ravenclaw girl's apparent crush on Theodore Nott. Normally, Draco would contribute his opinions freely, enjoying his position at the center of Slytherin's social dynamics. Today, it all seemed trivial. His gaze kept drifting to the Gryffindor table, where Hermione sat with her friends. She was reading a book propped against a water jug, occasionally looking up to contribute to whatever Potter was saying. Her expression was animated, her hands gesturing enthusiastically as she made a point. Seriously, what is with you lately? Pansy demanded, following his line of sight. Why do you keep staring at the Gryffindor table? I'm not staring, Draco said defensively. I was just thinking about how pathetic Potter looks, strutting around like he owns the place. The lie came easily, but it felt hollow. He wasn't watching Potter at all. Well, speaking of pathetic, Pansy continued, lowering her voice, have you heard about Granger's ridiculous campaign for that hippogriff? My father says the creature's as good as executed already. Draco tensed. It's not decided yet. There's still the appeal. Pansy looked surprised. Since when do you care? That beast attacked you, remember? I don't care, Draco said quickly. Just stating facts. The appeal hasn't happened yet. Well, it won't matter, Pansy said dismissively. Your father's ensured that. He told my parents the committee wouldn't dare rule against him. Draco pushed his food around his plate, suddenly not hungry. The confident assertion that his father had essentially rigged the outcome should have pleased him. It was, after all, what he'd wanted when he'd first written home about the incident. Now, it left a sour taste in his mouth. After lunch, Draco found himself with a free period. Instead of joining his friends in the common room, he wandered out onto the grounds, needing space to think. The early spring air was crisp but not unpleasant, with the sun occasionally breaking through the clouds to warm his face. Without consciously choosing a direction, he found himself walking toward the paddock where Hagrid kept Buckbeak and the other hippogriffs. From a safe distance, he observed the creature that had become such a complicated symbol in his life. Buckbeak was tethered to a post, his massive eagle head preening his feathers while his horse-like body shifted restlessly. He looked majestic and proud, not at all like the savage monster Draco had described in his letter to his father. He misses being able to fly freely, a voice said behind him. Draco turned to find Hermione standing a few feet away, her school bag slung over her shoulder and a thick book clutched to her chest. I wasn't, Draco began, then stopped. How did you know I'd be here? I didn't, she admitted. I come here sometimes during free periods to check on him. Hagrid's teaching right now. Draco turned back to look at Buckbeak. Does he remember me, do you think? Hippogriffs have excellent memories, Hermione said, stepping up beside him. But they're also good judges of character and intent. If you approached him properly now. I'm not getting near that thing again, Draco said quickly. Hermione smiled slightly. Probably wise. But I don't think you're as afraid of him as you were. I wasn't afraid, Draco protested automatically. No. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Then why did you react so dramatically when he barely scratched you? Draco shifted uncomfortably. The truth was embarrassing, he'd overreacted partly from surprise, partly from genuine pain, but mostly from wounded pride. The hippogriff's rejection had been public, humiliating. "I may have exaggerated slightly," he admitted reluctantly. "But he did attack me. After you insulted him, as you'd been specifically warned not to do," Hermione pointed out, but without her usual accusatory tone. It was simply a statement of fact. They stood in silence for a moment, watching Buckbeak. The hippogriff seemed to sense their presence, turning his fierce orange eyes toward them. "I've been thinking," Draco said suddenly. "About the appeal." Hermione turned to him with interest. "What about it?" "There might be a way to strengthen your case further. The committee cares about precedent, but they also care about public perception. If you could get statements from other students who had positive experiences with Buckbeak during that same lesson, it would be harder for them to justify execution." Hermione's eyes widened. "That's brilliant, actually. We have several students who successfully approached him. Harry even rode him." "Of course Potter did," Draco said, rolling his eyes, but without real malice. "Always showing off." "He wasn't showing off," Hermione defended. "Hagrid just selected him to demonstrate." "And why do you think Hagrid selected his favorite student?" Draco challenged with a knowing look. "It's always about favoritism with you Gryffindors." Instead of getting angry, Hermione laughed. "You're one to talk about favoritism. Snape practically hands you points for breathing." "Slytherin excellence deserves recognition," Draco replied with a mock-haughty expression. They both laughed, and Draco was struck by how easy it felt, how natural. This banter had the shape of their old antagonism but none of the venom. "I should probably go," Hermione said, glancing at her watch. "I promised to help Ron with his charms essay before dinner." "Weasley can't write his own essays?" Draco asked, the familiar derision slipping back into his voice. Hermione gave him a pointed look. "He can. He just values my input." "I'm sure that's all he values," Draco muttered before he could stop himself. A strange expression crossed Hermione's face. "What's that supposed to mean?" Draco shrugged, suddenly uncomfortable. "Nothing. Just that Weasley clearly relies on you for more than your brains." "Ron's my friend," Hermione said firmly. "Just like Harry is." "Right," Draco said, not believing it for a second. He'd seen the way Weasley looked at her sometimes, especially when she was focused on her books and didn't notice. An awkward silence fell between them. "Well, I really should go," Hermione said again. "Sure," Draco nodded. "Good luck with Weasley's essay. Try not to do all the work for him." "I never do," she protested. "I just guide him in the right direction." As she turned to leave, Draco called after her, "Hermione." She stopped, looking back at him with surprise at his use of her first name again. "Yes. If you want, I could look over your appeal arguments before you submit them," he offered. "Give you a pureblood perspective on the presentation." A genuine smile lit up her face. "I'd like that, actually." "Thank you, Draco." She hurried off toward the castle, her hair bouncing behind her. Draco remained by the paddock, watching her go with a confusing mixture of emotions swirling in his chest. Whatever was happening between them, whatever this strange new dynamic was, he wasn't ready to name it. But he couldn't deny that something fundamental had shifted, and he wasn't sure he wanted to go back. With one last glance at Buckbeak, who was watching him with those intelligent orange eyes, Draco turned and headed back to the castle, already thinking about when he might see Hermione again. The following Saturday brought a Hogsmeade visit. Draco went through the usual motions, visiting Honeydukes with Crabbe and Goyle, stopping by Zonko's for the latest joke products, and eventually settling at the Three Broomsticks for butterbeer. But his heart wasn't in it. His eyes kept scanning the crowded pub, looking for a familiar head of bushy brown hair. "Who are you looking for?" Pansy asked suspiciously, sliding closer to him on the bench. "No one," Draco said, taking a swig of butterbeer. "Just seeing who else is here." Potter and his sidekicks aren't here, Blaise observed. Probably couldn't afford it. The others laughed, but Draco only managed a half-hearted smirk. The jokes at the expense of Potter and his friends didn't amuse him as much as they once had. Not since he'd spent those evenings with Hermione, seeing her as a person rather than just an extension of Potter's circle. I heard Weasley and Granger had a huge row in the common room last night, Pansy continued, always eager to share gossip. Some Gryffindor fifth year was telling her friend about it at breakfast. Apparently, Granger's cat attacked Weasley's rat again. Draco's attention sharpened. What happened? Pansy looked surprised at his interest but continued, Weasley was shouting about how her cat was a murderous beast and Granger was defending it. Potter tried to mediate, but they're both furious with each other. Fascinating, Blaise drawled sarcastically. The love life of Gryffindors. Can we discuss something that actually matters? But Draco's mind was elsewhere. Hermione had been upset about this exact issue during their detentions. He'd thought the conflict had resolved, but apparently, it had flared up again. After finishing his butterbeer, Draco made an excuse about needing to pick up some supplies from Scrivenshafts and left his friends at the Three Broomsticks. Instead of heading to the quill shop, however, he wandered down the main street of Hogsmeade, keeping an eye out for Hermione. He found her sitting alone on a bench near the Shrieking Shack, a book open on her lap but her eyes staring unseeingly at the supposedly haunted building. Even from a distance, he could tell she'd been crying. Approaching her felt both natural and terrifying. What was he doing, seeking out a crying Gryffindor? What would his friends think if they saw him? But his feet carried him forward anyway. Bad day, Granger, he asked, stopping beside her bench. Hermione looked up, hastily wiping her eyes. What do you want, Malfoy? Come to gloat. The reversion to his surname stung more than he expected. Actually, I came to see if you were all right, he said honestly. I heard about your row with Weasley. News travels fast, she muttered, closing her book. Even to Slytherins, apparently. Pansy has a talent for collecting gossip, Draco explained, gesturing to the empty space beside her. May I? Hermione hesitated, then nodded. He sat down, maintaining a respectable distance between them. So, the rat drama continues, he prompted. Hermione sighed deeply. Ron found blood on his sheets and orange cat hairs. He's convinced Crookshanks finally got Scabbers, but there's no body. Her voice caught. He said some really horrible things. That I don't care about anyone else's pets, that I think rules are more important than friends. And Potter? Whose side is he on? He's trying not to take sides, Hermione said miserably. But he's staying with Ron in the boys' dormitory, so naturally, they're together all the time. I'm effectively alone. You're not alone right now, Draco pointed out quietly. She looked at him with surprise, as though just realizing the strangeness of their situation, Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy, sitting together by choice, having a civil conversation. No, she agreed softly. I'm not. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching a few students in the distance pointing at the Shrieking Shack. For what it's worth, Draco finally said, Weasley's being a prat. Cats chase rats. It's literally what they're designed to do. He can't blame your cat for following its natural instincts. Hermione gave him a watery smile. That's exactly what I said. But Ron thinks I should have kept Crookshanks locked up. That's ridiculous, Draco scoffed. You can't cage an animal permanently because another pet is its natural prey. That's like blaming an owl for hunting mice. Thank you, Hermione said with feeling. It's nice to have someone understand. The gratitude in her voice made Draco feel both pleased and uncomfortable. He wasn't used to being someone's source of comfort, especially not Hermione Granger's. Have you had lunch? He asked suddenly. She shook her head. I wasn't hungry. Come on, Draco said, standing and offering his hand without thinking. Let's go to the Three Broomsticks. My friends have probably left by now, and you shouldn't sit out here in the cold. Hermione looked at his outstretched hand, hesitation written across her face. Won't people talk if they see us together? Let them, Draco said with more bravado than he felt. We're just two classmates having a butterbeer. Nothing scandalous about that. After another moment's hesitation, Hermione took his hand, allowing him to help her up. The brief contact sent an unexpected warmth through Draco's fingers. He released her hand quickly, shoving his own into his pocket. They walked side by side toward the village, maintaining a careful distance between them but still unmistakably together. Draco felt eyes on them as they passed other Hogwarts students, heard the whispers starting almost immediately. He held his head high, projecting his usual confidence, though his heart was racing. The Three Broomsticks was still crowded, but Draco spotted a small table in a back corner. He led the way, hyper-aware of Hermione following behind him and the curious glances they were attracting. I'll get the drinks, he said once she was seated. Butterbeer? She nodded, looking both grateful and bewildered by his courtesy. When Draco returned with two foaming tankards, Hermione had removed her coat and was fidgeting with a napkin. She looked up as he placed the butterbeer in front of her. Thank you, she said. You didn't have to do this. Draco shrugged, taking the seat opposite her. Consider it a continuation of our detention truce. Is that what this is? Hermione asked, a hint of amusement in her eyes. A truce? What would you call it? She considered this, taking a sip of her butterbeer. I'm not sure. Friendship seems too strong a word. Definitely, Draco agreed quickly, though something inside him twinged at her easy dismissal of the possibility. But not enemies doesn't quite cover it either, she continued thoughtfully. How about complicated? Draco suggested with a smirk. Hermione laughed, the sound warming him more than the butterbeer. Complicated works. They fell into surprisingly easy conversation, moving from Buckbeak's appeal, proceeding well, with the new student testimonials, to classes. Hermione was taking an impossible number, Draco suspected she had some secret, to the upcoming Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Potter's got a new broom, I hear, Draco said. A firebolt? Hermione nodded, her expression clouding. That's actually part of why Ron's so angry with me. I told Professor McGonagall about it when Harry received it anonymously. I was worried it might be from Sirius Black. The mass murderer. Draco raised an eyebrow. Why would he send Potter a broomstick? He's trying to kill Harry, isn't he? The broom could have been jinxed or cursed. Fair point, Draco conceded. So what happened? The professors confiscated it to check for curses, Hermione explained. Harry and Ron were furious with me. They got it back eventually, after they determined it was safe, but they still think I betrayed Harry. By potentially saving his life? Draco asked incredulously. That's gratitude for you. They're boys, Hermione said with a sigh. Quidditch trumps safety every time. Not all boys, Draco said without thinking. I'd have done the same thing you did. Hermione looked at him with genuine surprise. You would? Well, maybe not for Potter, he amended with a small smile. But the principle is sound. Anonymous gifts from potential murderers shouldn't be used without checking them first. That's just common sense. Exactly. Hermione exclaimed, clearly delighted to find someone who understood her reasoning. That's all I was trying to do, be sensible. Sensible isn't always popular, Draco observed, thinking of his own careful calculations about when to stand up to his father and when to fall in line. Their conversation continued, moving to safer topics like favorite subjects. Hermione's was arithmancy, Draco's was potions, and places they'd visited. Hermione had been to France with her parents, Draco had traveled extensively throughout Europe with his family. Time passed quickly, and before they realized it, they'd spent over an hour talking. Draco noticed with satisfaction that Hermione seemed much happier than when he'd found her by the shrieking shack, her eyes bright with the animation of good conversation rather than tears. "We should probably head back to the castle soon," Hermione said, checking her watch. "I have some studying to do before dinner." "Of course you do," Draco teased. "Heaven forbid you take a full day off. Says the boy who spent 3 hours in the library yesterday working on his transfiguration essay," Hermione countered with a knowing look. Draco blinked. "How did you know that?" A faint blush colored her cheeks. "I was there too." "You didn't see me, I was in the arithmancy section." The idea that she had noticed him, had been aware of his presence without him realizing, gave Draco an odd flutter in his stomach. They finished their butterbeers and headed out into the afternoon sunshine. The main street of Hogsmeade was still bustling with students enjoying their day of freedom from the castle. "Do you want to walk back together?" Draco asked, then immediately felt foolish for the question. Hermione bit her lip, looking uncertain. "I don't know if that's a good idea. Ron and Harry might see us." The mention of Potter and Weasley brought reality crashing back. Whatever this tentative connection between them was, it existed in a bubble, a temporary space outside their normal lives. Outside that bubble waited their respective friends, their house rivalries, and the expectations placed on both of them. "Right," Draco said, his voice cooling slightly. "Wouldn't want to damage your reputation by being seen with a Slytherin." "That's not fair," Hermione protested. "You know it's more complicated than that." "Is it?" Draco challenged. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're happy to talk to me when your friends aren't around, but the moment they might see us, you're ashamed to be associated with me." "That's not true," Hermione insisted, her eyes flashing. "I'm trying to be practical. Would you want Crabbe and Goyle and Pansy to see you walking with me? Would you proudly introduce me as your friend?" The question hit uncomfortably close to home. Would he? Could he? The honest answer was no, and they both knew it. "That's different," he said weakly. "Is it?" Hermione echoed his earlier question. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks exactly the same." They stood facing each other on the crowded street, the easy companionship of moments earlier evaporating into the familiar tension of their complicated reality. "Fine," Draco said stiffly. "You go ahead. I'll follow in a bit." Hermione looked like she wanted to say more, but finally just nodded. "Thank you for the butterbeer," she said quietly. "And for checking on me. It was nice." With that, she turned and started walking toward the path back to Hogwarts. Draco watched her go, conflicted emotions warring inside him. Part of him wanted to run after her, to insist that they didn't need to hide whatever this was. Another part knew she was right, neither of them was ready for the consequences of a public friendship. He waited until she was well ahead before beginning the walk back himself, deep in thought. The afternoon had confirmed what he'd been trying to deny since their detentions ended: he cared what happened to Hermione Granger. He enjoyed her company. He respected her mind and her principles. And something about her drew him in a way no one else ever had. The realization was terrifying. The next few weeks passed in a strange dance of secret interactions and public indifference. In classes, Draco maintained his usual Slytherin persona, though he no longer went out of his way to antagonize the Gryffindor trio. Hermione, for her part, remained focused on her studies, still somewhat isolated from Potter and Weasley as their disagreement continued. They found moments to connect, brief conversations in the library when no one was watching, exchanged glances in the Great Hall, once even an accidental meeting by the lake where they spent half an hour skipping stones and discussing Buckbeak's upcoming appeal. Draco had reviewed her appeal documents as promised, offering insights on ministry procedure and pureblood politics that Hermione hadn't considered. Their collaboration remained their secret, something neither discussed with their respective friends. The situation with Black remained tense throughout the castle. Security was tight, with Dementors patrolling the grounds and professors escorting students between outdoor classes. The atmosphere of danger should have kept Draco's mind occupied, but he found his thoughts continually drifting to Hermione. One evening in late April, Draco was studying alone in a secluded corner of the library when a shadow fell across his parchment. Looking up, he found Hermione standing there, clutching a piece of paper and looking shaken. "What's wrong?" he asked immediately, noting her pale face and red-rimmed eyes. "Buckbeak lost the appeal," she said quietly, sinking into the chair opposite him. "The execution is scheduled for June 6th. "What?" Draco sat up straighter, genuinely surprised. "But your case was solid." "The precedents, the testimony, none of it mattered," Hermione interrupted bitterly. "The committee had already made up their minds. Hagrid just received the official notice." She pushed the paper toward him, a formal ministry letter confirming the decision and detailing the execution arrangements. Draco scanned it, his stomach sinking. The committee's reasoning was flimsy at best, completely ignoring the strongest arguments from Hagrid's defense. It was exactly the kind of politically motivated decision his father excelled at orchestrating. "I'm sorry," he said, looking up at her. "Truly. Are you?" Hermione challenged, a hint of her old suspicion surfacing. "Isn't this exactly what you wanted when you complained to your father?" The accusation stung, but Draco couldn't deny its validity. This had been his goal initially, to see the hippogriff punished, to exercise the Malfoy influence, to get revenge for his injured pride. "It was," he admitted. "But it's not what I want now." Hermione studied him, searching for sincerity in his expression. Whatever she saw seemed to satisfy her, because her shoulders slumped as the fight went out of her. "Hagrid's devastated," she said softly. "He loves Buckbeak. Is there any further appeal process?" Draco asked, though he already knew the answer. Hermione shook her head. This was it. Unless. She hesitated, looking at him uncertainly. "Unless what?" "Unless someone with influence could intervene," she said carefully. "Someone whose father has the minister's ear." Draco felt his blood run cold. "You want me to ask my father to reverse the decision he almost certainly helped arrange in the first place?" "Could you?" Hermione asked, hope flickering in her eyes. The request left Draco speechless. Did she not understand what she was asking? Lucius Malfoy was not a man who changed his mind or admitted error. Challenging him on something like this would be worse than pointless, it would be dangerous. "I can't," Draco finally said, his voice low. "My father, you don't understand what he's like." Disappointment crossed Hermione's face. "I thought you might say that." "It's not that I don't want to help," Draco tried to explain. "But my father wouldn't listen. He'd want to know why I'd changed my position, why I cared about a hippogriff that attacked me. And if he found out it was because of you." He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication hung in the air between them. If Lucius Malfoy discovered his son was friends with a Muggle-born witch, was asking favors on her behalf, the consequences would be severe. "I understand," Hermione said, though her voice suggested she didn't, not really. It was a long shot anyway. She stood to leave, but Draco caught her wrist. "Wait. There might be another way." Hermione paused, looking down at where his fingers circled her wrist, then back to his face. "What kind of way?" Draco released her, suddenly aware of the contact. "I don't know yet. But give me time to think. There might be something we can do that doesn't involve my father directly." Hope returned to her expression. "Really?" "No promises," Draco cautioned. "But I'll try." The smile she gave him made his heart skip. "Thank you, Draco." As she walked away, Draco stared down at the execution notice, his mind racing. He had no idea how to help Buckbeak without involving his father, but he couldn't bear the disappointment in Hermione's eyes. Somehow, her opinion of him had become important, perhaps too important. For the first time in his life, Draco found himself deliberately plotting against his father's interests, all for the sake of a hippogriff he'd once despised and a girl he was supposed to hate. Life had become very complicated indeed. Despite his promise to Hermione, Draco couldn't think of a viable way to save Buckbeak. He researched magical creature regulations in the library, considered the possibility of helping Hagrid release the hippogriff accidentally before the execution, and even thought about anonymously contacting the Daily Prophet to generate public sympathy. But each option seemed more impractical than the last, with risks far outweighing potential benefits. Meanwhile, end-of-year exams approached, bringing with them the usual stress and late-night study sessions. Slytherin's hopes for the Quidditch Cup were dashed when Gryffindor defeated Ravenclaw, setting up a final match that would determine the championship. Draco threw himself into Quidditch practice, grateful for the distraction from his conflicted thoughts. One afternoon in early May, Draco was returning from the Quidditch pitch, muddy and tired after a particularly grueling practice session, when he spotted Hermione sitting alone under a tree near the lake. Her head was bent over a massive textbook, her quill moving rapidly across a piece of parchment. Without overthinking it, he changed direction and walked toward her. She looked up as his shadow fell across her book, surprise flickering across her face. "Quidditch practice?" she asked, taking in his muddy robes and wind-blown hair. Draco nodded, dropping his broomstick and sitting down beside her. "Flint's determined to crush Gryffindor in the final." "Good luck with that," Hermione said with a small smile. "Harry's been practicing non-stop too." "On his fancy new firebolt," Draco said, unable to keep a hint of envy from his voice. "Hard to compete with that." "It's not all about the broom," Hermione pointed out. "The rider matters more." "Are you saying Potter's a better flyer than me, Granger?" Draco asked with mock offense. "I would never," she replied, eyes twinkling. "But statistically speaking." Draco lightly nudged her shoulder. "Whose side are you on, anyway?" The question was meant to be playful, but it hung in the air between them, suddenly weighted with meaning. Whose side was she on? Whose side was he on? The lines that had once seemed so clear, Slytherin versus Gryffindor, pure blood versus Muggleborn, had blurred in ways neither of them had anticipated. "I'm on the side of good Quidditch," Hermione finally said diplomatically. "May the best team win." Draco nodded, accepting her non-answer. He glanced at the book in her lap. "What are you studying?" "Arithmancy," she replied. Professor Vector assigned an extra credit project analyzing magical number patterns in potion ingredient interactions. "Sounds fascinating," Draco said, only half sarcastically. Arithmancy was one of the few subjects that genuinely interested him beyond what was required for grades. "It is, actually," Hermione said, brightening as she always did when discussing academics. "I've found some incredible correlations between prime number quantities and brewing efficiency." She launched into an explanation that would have baffled most third years but which Draco followed with genuine interest. Her enthusiasm was infectious, her intelligence clearly evident in the connections she was making between seemingly disparate magical principles. "You should talk to Professor Snape about this," Draco suggested when she paused for breath. "He's been working on brewing efficiency in advanced potions for years. He might even let you assist with some of his research if you present this well." Hermione looked skeptical. "Professor Snape doesn't exactly favor Gryffindor students, especially ones who are friends with Harry. He respects intelligence regardless of house," Draco argued. "He just doesn't suffer fools gladly, and most of your housemates qualify as fools in his book." "Including me?" Hermione challenged. "You know you don't," Draco said honestly. "He called your shrinking solution, textbook perfect last month." "That's practically effusive praise from Snape." Hermione laughed. "I suppose it is. Maybe I will speak with him after exams." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the giant squid's tentacles break the surface of the lake in the distance. It was a perfect spring day, with fluffy white clouds drifting across the blue sky and a gentle breeze carrying the scent of new flowers. "Any luck with the hippogriff situation?" Hermione asked hesitantly. Draco sighed. "Not yet. I've been thinking about it, but there's no easy solution." "I appreciate that you're trying," she said. I know it puts you in a difficult position. More difficult than you know, Draco murmured. What do you mean? Draco hesitated, then decided to be honest. My father sent me a letter last week. He's coming to Hogwarts for the execution. He wants to witness it personally, to see justice served, as he put it. Hermione's expression darkened. That's horrible. That's my father, Draco said grimly. He never does anything halfway, especially when it comes to exercising power or settling scores. And you're expected to join him? Hermione asked. Draco nodded. He specifically mentioned that I should be present to see the consequences of disrespect to our family. What will you do? There was no judgment in her question, just genuine curiosity. I don't know, Draco admitted. I've never directly disobeyed my father before. The idea of doing so now. He trailed off, unable to articulate the complex mixture of fear and rebellion churning inside him. Hermione reached out impulsively and squeezed his hand. Whatever you decide, I understand how hard this is for you. The unexpected touch sent warmth spreading up Draco's arm. Her hand was small but warm in his, a point of connection that felt both comforting and exhilarating. For a brief, mad moment, he considered turning his hand to properly hold hers. But before he could act on the impulse, voices approached from the direction of the castle. Draco and Hermione sprang apart just as Potter and Weasley came into view, walking toward them. Hermione, there you are. Weasley called. We've been looking everywhere, he broke off, noticing Draco. What's he doing here? Draco stood quickly, grabbing his broomstick. Just leaving, Weasley. Don't get your hand-me-down robes in a twist. Potter's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Were you bothering Hermione? Harry, Ron, it's fine, Hermione said, gathering her books. Malfoy was just passing by. Draco caught the flicker of hurt in her eyes at her own dismissal of their conversation, but he understood the necessity. This wasn't the moment for revelations. Better watch your step around her, Malfoy, Weasley warned. Hermione's got a mean right hook, remember? The reference to her slap earlier that year might once have infuriated Draco. Now, it almost made him smile. That single moment of defiance had set in motion everything that led to this point, to secret conversations by the lake and butterbeer in Hogsmeade and an inexplicable desire to save a hippogriff he'd once wanted executed. How could I forget? Draco drawled. He gave Hermione one last look, trying to convey without words that their conversation wasn't really over, before turning to walk away. See you around, Granger. As he headed back to the castle, he heard Potter asking Hermione what Draco had wanted, and her vague reply about him just being his usual annoying self. The lie was necessary, but it reinforced the fragility of whatever was developing between them. Their connection existed in stolen moments and secret meetings, always at risk of discovery or denial. And yet, Draco couldn't bring himself to end it. Somehow, against all odds and expectations, Hermione Granger had become important to him. The realization was as frightening as it was exhilarating. The final Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor approached rapidly. Tensions between the houses reached fever pitch, with minor hexes and insults flying in the corridors between classes. Draco maintained his public persona, participating in the requisite trash-talking and strategic intimidation, but his heart wasn't fully in it. The night before the match, he found himself in the library again, ostensibly reviewing potions notes but actually hoping to catch a glimpse of Hermione. They hadn't spoken properly in days, their interaction limited to brief nods or glances across classrooms. His patience was rewarded when she appeared around a bookshelf, arms full of heavy tomes. She spotted him immediately, hesitated, then walked toward his table. Studying the night before a Quidditch final, she asked quietly, setting down her books. That's very un-Slytherin of you. I contain multitudes, Granger, Draco replied with a smirk. Mind if I join you? Or would that constitute fraternizing with the enemy before the big game? Hermione rolled her eyes but pulled out the chair beside her. I think we can maintain a study truce. They worked side by side for a while, occasionally comparing notes or asking each other questions. The easy academic rapport they developed during their detentions returned quickly, as though it had never been interrupted. Nervous about tomorrow? Hermione eventually asked, closing her Ancient Runes textbook. Slytherins don't get nervous, Draco replied automatically. Then, dropping his voice, he admitted, maybe a little. Potter's firebolt is going to be hard to beat. Harry's nervous too, Hermione said. This match means everything to Oliver Wood, it's his last chance to win the cup as captain. Flint's in the same position, Draco said. Though he's more likely to murder us all if we lose than cry about it. Hermione laughed softly. Quidditch captains are a special breed. Speaking of special. Draco began, then hesitated. I've been thinking about the hippogriff situation. The execution's scheduled for sunset on the 6th, right? Hermione nodded, her expression growing serious. Right after our last exam. I have an idea, Draco said, lowering his voice further. It's not much, but it might help. Hermione leaned closer, her eyes bright with interest. What is it? I can't stop the execution directly, Draco explained, but I might be able to delay it. My father expects me to be there, but if I'm not, if he has to look for me first, it could buy some time. Time for what? Hermione asked. I don't know exactly, Draco admitted. But time is always valuable, isn't it? Maybe Hagrid could, accidentally leave the paddock unlocked while searching for me. I could lead my father on a wild goose chase around the castle grounds. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was the best he'd been able to devise without directly opposing his father or breaking any significant school rules. Hermione considered it thoughtfully. It's risky for you. Your father would be furious. I can handle my father, Draco said with more confidence than he felt. And besides, I owe you. For helping me see the truth about the situation. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Draco realized he wasn't just talking about Buckbeak anymore. Hermione had helped him see truths about many things, about prejudice, about friendship, about courage. About himself. Thank you, she said softly, her hand briefly touching his on the table. Whatever happens, thank you for trying. The simple touch and the earnest gratitude in her eyes made Draco's chest tighten with unfamiliar emotion. He wanted to say more, to express the confusing tangle of feelings that had been growing inside him, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, he just nodded. Good luck tomorrow, Granger. Not with the match, Potter doesn't need any more luck there, but with everything else. She smiled. Good luck to you too, Malfoy. May the best seeker win. As they packed up their books and prepared to head back to their respective dormitories, Draco found himself wishing their time together didn't have to end. These brief, clandestine meetings had become precious to him, bright spots in the increasingly complicated landscape of his life. Hermione, he said suddenly as they reached the library door. After tomorrow's match, win or lose, can we meet? By the lake, maybe? She looked surprised but nodded. I'd like that. Late afternoon. Perfect, Draco agreed, feeling an unexpected surge of anticipation. They parted in the corridor, heading in opposite directions but with the promise of tomorrow's meeting hanging between them like an invisible thread connecting their separate paths. The Quidditch final lived up to its billing as the most dramatic match of the year. Slytherin took an early lead, playing aggressively and utilizing every strategic advantage. Draco marked Potter closely, determined to outfly him despite the superior speed of the firebolt. The crowd's roar was deafening, with both houses cheering frantically for their teams. Through it all, Draco found himself occasionally glancing at the Gryffindor stands, looking for a particular bushy-haired spectator. Each time he spotted her, her eyes seemed to be following him rather than Potter, which gave him a peculiar thrill. In the end, however, Potter's superior broom and undeniable talent won out. He caught the snitch in a spectacular diving catch that even Draco had to admire, securing the Quidditch Cup for Gryffindor. The red and gold section of the stands erupted in jubilation while the Slytherins groaned in collective disappointment. As Potter was hoisted onto his teammates' shoulders, Draco flew down to the ground, disappointed but not devastated. Quidditch had always been important to him, a way to prove himself, to earn his father's approval, to establish his place in the Slytherin hierarchy. But somehow, in recent weeks, it had lost some of its all-consuming significance. Flint was raging, Crabbe and Goyle were sullenly kicking at the ground, and the rest of the team looked miserable. Draco went through the motions of shared frustration, but his mind was already elsewhere, on a promised meeting by the lake. After enduring the requisite post-mortem in the locker room and the gloomy atmosphere of the Slytherin common room, Draco slipped away, citing a need for fresh air. No one questioned him, they all assumed he wanted to brood about the loss in private. The spring afternoon was warm and golden, with sunlight dappling the grounds through the leaves of the trees surrounding the lake. Draco made his way to their usual spot, wondering if Hermione would actually come or if she'd be too caught up in Gryffindor's victory celebrations. To his relief, she was already there, sitting under the beech tree with her back against its trunk. She looked up as he approached, a smile spreading across her face. "Congratulations," Draco said dryly as he sat beside her. "Your house's excessive celebration could probably be heard in Hogsmeade." "They're excited," Hermione said with a shrug. Oliver Wood was actually crying. Flint was nearly crying too, but for very different reasons, Draco replied. "I think he might murder us all in our sleep." Hermione laughed. "You played well, you know. That feint in the second quarter almost worked." "Almost doesn't win Quidditch Cups," Draco pointed out, but he was secretly pleased that she'd noticed his tactical play. "Potter's just, well, he's good." "Don't tell him I said that." "Your secret's safe with me," Hermione promised, her eyes twinkling. "I'm collecting quite a few of your secrets these days." The casual comment struck Draco more deeply than she probably intended. It was true, she knew sides of him that no one else at Hogwarts did. She had seen past his carefully constructed facade to the person underneath. The realization was both terrifying and strangely liberating. "About Buckbeak," Draco said, shifting to a more serious topic. "The plan's still on for the 6th. After our last exam, I'll make sure my father can't find me easily. That should buy some time, but I don't know how much." Hermione nodded, her expression turning solemn. "I still wish there was a way to save him properly, through legal channels." "Sometimes legal channels aren't enough," Draco said quietly. "Sometimes you have to find alternative approaches." "That sounds surprisingly un-Slytherin," Hermione observed. "Breaking rules rather than using influence." Draco smiled wryly. "You'd be surprised how Slytherin it actually is. We're supposed to be cunning and resourceful, not just politically connected." They fell into comfortable silence, watching the giant squid lazily wave its tentacles above the surface of the lake. The grounds were relatively empty, with most students either celebrating Gryffindor's victory or studying for the upcoming exams. "Can I ask you something?" Hermione said suddenly. "Something personal?" Draco tensed slightly but nodded. "Go ahead. What made you change your mind?" "About Buckbeak, about everything." It was the question Draco had been dreading, the one that required him to articulate changes he was still coming to terms with himself. "I'm not sure I have changed, entirely," he said slowly. "I still believe in many of the things I was raised with. The importance of magical heritage, the value of tradition, the natural order of things." Hermione looked disappointed, but Draco continued before she could speak. "But I've started to question how absolute those beliefs are. Whether there might be exceptions. Contradictions." He glanced at her briefly. "People who challenged the rules I thought were immutable. People like me?" Hermione asked softly. "You're not supposed to exist, Granger," Draco said, meeting her eyes directly. "A Muggleborn witch who outperforms purebloods in every subject. Someone with no magical ancestry who understands magical theory better than those raised with it from birth. You're an anomaly that my father's worldview can't explain. Hermione flushed slightly. I'm not the only Muggle-born who excels at magic. No, but you're the one I know, Draco said simply. The one I've watched and competed against and, gotten to know. He couldn't bring himself to say more, to admit how central she had become to his shifting perspective. How her intelligence, her principles, her kindness had created cracks in the foundation of his beliefs. How her presence in his life had become something he looked forward to rather than resented. I'm still figuring it all out, he admitted. It's not easy to question things you've been taught since birth. No, it isn't, Hermione agreed. But it's brave of you to try. Don't call me brave, Granger, Draco protested with a grimace. That's Gryffindor territory. She laughed. Fine. It's ambitious of you to expand your worldview in pursuit of greater understanding and personal growth. Better? Much, Draco said with a smirk. Keep it Slytherin. Their laughter faded into another comfortable silence. Draco found himself hyper-aware of Hermione's proximity, of the scant inches separating them as they sat side by side against the tree trunk. Her hand rested on the grass between them, and he had the inexplicable urge to cover it with his own. Before he could act on the impulse, a shout came from the direction of the castle. They both looked up to see Ron Weasley waving and jogging toward them. Hermione waved back, then turned to Draco with an apologetic expression. I should go, she said quickly. Ron will wonder, why you're sitting with me, Draco finished for her. I know. It's fine. It wasn't fine, not really, but what choice did they have? Their friendship, or whatever this was between them, remained a secret that neither was prepared to explain to others. Hermione stood, brushing grass from her robes. I'll see you in class, she said. And, on the 6th. Draco nodded. Until then, Granger. He watched her walk away, meeting Weasley halfway across the lawn. From a distance, he could see the redhead gesturing questioningly toward where Draco sat. Hermione's response appeared casual, dismissive, and Weasley seemed to accept it, throwing one last suspicious glance in Draco's direction before they walked together toward the castle. Alone under the tree, Draco considered the strange turn his life had taken. If someone had told him at the beginning of the year that he would be secretly meeting Hermione Granger by the lake, plotting to undermine his father's plans and questioning his most fundamental beliefs, he would have laughed in their face or hexed them for the insult. Yet here he was, doing exactly that. And strangest of all, it felt right in a way few things in his life ever had. Exam week arrived with its usual flurry of last-minute studying and stress. Draco threw himself into preparations, partly to distract himself from thoughts of the upcoming execution and his planned interference, partly because he genuinely wanted to perform well. Competing with Hermione academically had become a private game between them, acknowledged through brief glances or small smiles when they received their marks. The days passed in a blur of tests, with little opportunity for private conversation. They saw each other in classes and during meals, exchanging meaningful looks across crowded rooms but rarely able to speak directly. The anticipation of their plan on the 6th hung between them like an unspoken promise. On the morning of June 6th, Draco woke with a knot of anxiety in his stomach. It was their final exam day, divination for him, Muggle studies for Hermione, though she somehow seemed to be taking arithmancy at the exact same time, a mystery he hadn't solved. After the exams came the execution, and his first direct defiance of his father. Breakfast in the Great Hall was subdued, with most students bleary-eyed from late-night studying. Across the hall, Draco could see Hermione picking at her toast, looking as anxious as he felt. When their eyes met briefly, he gave her a small nod of reassurance. The divination exam was as absurd as the subject itself. Professor Trelawney asked each student to gaze into a crystal ball and report what they saw. Draco, having no patience for the woolly discipline, simply made up a convincing prediction about a coming storm that would transform the landscape, vague enough to be interpreted various ways, specific enough to sound authentic. Trelawney seemed satisfied, though not as ecstatic as she apparently was with Potter's examination, which Draco overheard involved some nonsense about a hippogriff flying away safely. The irony wasn't lost on him. If their plan worked, perhaps Potter's random guess would prove prophetic after all. After the exam, Draco returned to the Slytherin dormitory to find a note from his father waiting on his bed. The elegant handwriting informed him that Lucius had arrived at Hogwarts and expected Draco to meet him by Hagrid's cabin at precisely 5 o'clock for the resolution of the hippogriff matter. Draco checked his watch. It was just past 3, 2 hours until the scheduled execution. He needed to disappear convincingly enough to delay his father but not so thoroughly that he risked serious consequences. He changed quickly out of his school robes into more casual attire, then headed out of the dormitory with his broomstick, telling anyone who asked that he was going flying to clear his head after exams. It was a believable excuse. Many students had similar plans for post-exam relaxation. Instead of heading to the Quidditch pitch, however, Draco made his way toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a location he'd chosen carefully for its secluded nature and proximity to Hagrid's cabin. From here, he could monitor the situation while remaining hidden. To his surprise, he found Hermione waiting for him at their pre-arranged meeting spot, her face tense with worry. "You're here early," he observed, setting down his broomstick against a tree. "I finished my last exam ahead of schedule," she explained. "Harry and Ron are still in divination. We need to talk quickly, there's a complication." Draco frowned. "What kind of complication?" "The Minister for Magic is coming to witness the execution," Hermione said, her voice tight with anxiety. "And he's bringing an executioner, Walden McNair." "McNair?" Draco's stomach dropped. "He's one of my father's oldest friends. This is worse than I thought." "I know," Hermione agreed. "With the minister here, there's even less chance of a last-minute reprieve. And more eyes watching for anything suspicious," Draco added. "This complicates the plan." They stood in tense silence, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. In the distance, they could see Hagrid moving around outside his cabin, preparing for the grim event to come. "Maybe we should abandon the plan," Hermione suggested reluctantly. "I don't want you getting in trouble with your father, especially not with the minister present." Draco shook his head. "No. We've come this far. Besides, I've been thinking." "What?" "My father expects me to enjoy this," Draco said quietly. "To take satisfaction in seeing the creature punished, in witnessing our family's influence in action. That's why he wants me there. And a few months ago, I would have." Hermione studied his face. "But not now." "No, not now," Draco confirmed. "I can't stand by and watch this happen without at least trying to stop it. Not after everything, not after our conversations. Not after you showed me there might be another way to see the world," he thought but didn't say. Hermione's expression softened. "That means a lot, Draco." Before he could respond, voices approached from the direction of the castle. They both tensed, peering through the trees to see who was coming. "It's just Potter and Weasley," Draco reported, recognizing the figures making their way down the sloping lawn toward Hagrid's cabin. "Probably coming to comfort the oaf before the execution." "Don't call him that," Hermione said automatically, but without real anger. "I should join them. If I'm not there, they'll wonder where I am." Draco nodded. "Go. I'll put the plan in motion at 4:45. My father will expect me to be punctual, so when I don't show up, he'll start looking." "Be careful," Hermione urged. "If anything goes wrong, I'll handle it," Draco assured her. "This isn't my first time outmaneuvering authority figures." Hermione looked like she wanted to say more, but footsteps crunching through the underbrush signaled Potter and Weasley getting closer. "Go," Draco whispered, ducking deeper into the shadow of the trees. "I'll see you after." With one last worried glance, Hermione hurried out of the forest edge to intercept her friends before they could spot Draco. He watched as she called out to them, heard her fabricate a story about looking for a specific plant for extra credit in herbology. Potter and Weasley accepted the explanation without question, and the three continued toward Hagrid's cabin together. Alone in his hiding spot, Draco settled in to wait for the appointed time, nerves jangling with anticipation and anxiety. The plan wasn't much, simply to be conspicuously absent when his father expected him, forcing a delay while he was located, but it was the first time he deliberately defied Lucius Malfoy's direct instructions. The thought was both terrifying and strangely exhilarating. As the minutes ticked by, Draco watched the activity around Hagrid's cabin. Potter, Weasley, and Hermione went inside, presumably to offer comfort to Hagrid. About 20 minutes later, they emerged, looking somber. Unexpectedly, they didn't return directly to the castle but instead seemed to be hiding behind Hagrid's pumpkin patch, out of sight of the cabin's front door. Draco frowned, wondering what they were planning. Had Hermione told them about his delay tactic? Were they implementing their own plan to save Buckbeak? Before he could consider further, another group appeared, walking down from the castle, his father's distinctive tall figure, accompanied by Cornelius Fudge in his pinstriped cloak, a stooped old man who must be from the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, and the broad-shouldered form of McNair, carrying a large axe that gleamed ominously in the late afternoon sunlight. Draco checked his watch, 4:45. Time to put the plan in motion. He mounted his broomstick and kicked off from the ground, flying low among the trees away from Hagrid's cabin, making sure to remain just visible enough that someone might spot him if they were looking. He circled the edge of the forest, occasionally emerging into clear view before diving back into the cover of the trees. The goal was to be seen briefly but not immediately catchable, to lead his father on a frustrating chase that would delay the execution proceedings. After about 15 minutes of this strategic flying, Draco paused in a clearing to assess the situation. In the distance, he could see confusion around Hagrid's cabin. McNair had gone inside, presumably to verify the hippogriff's identity before the execution, but now appeared to be gesturing angrily. His father stood with Fudge, both looking around the paddock area with obvious confusion. The plan seemed to be working, something was delaying the execution. But Draco couldn't tell if it was his absence or something else. Suddenly, a figure broke away from the group and began walking purposefully toward the forest, his father, scanning the grounds with a thunderous expression. Draco had achieved his goal of drawing Lucius away from the execution, but now faced the direct consequences of his defiance. Taking a deep breath, Draco flew higher into the air, making himself visible above the treetops. As expected, his father spotted him immediately and changed direction, striding toward where Draco hovered. Draco descended slowly, touching down in a small clearing just as Lucius reached the forest edge. His father's face was a mask of cold fury. "Draco," Lucius said, his voice dangerously soft. "Would you care to explain why you are flying around the forest instead of attending the matter I specifically instructed you to witness?" Draco dismounted his broomstick, mind racing for a plausible explanation. "I apologize, Father. I lost track of time after my final exam. I was just heading to Hagrid's cabin when I thought I saw something unusual in the forest and went to investigate." "How convenient," Lucius drawled, clearly not believing the excuse. "And what exactly did you see that was so compelling it made you forget a direct instruction?" "I thought I saw a thestral," Draco improvised, knowing his father would be aware that these creatures were part of the Hogwarts herd but rarely seen. "I've been researching them for an extra credit project in care of magical creatures." Lucius raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Since when do you pursue extra credit in that oaf's class?" "Since I need to ensure my grades remain exemplary across all subjects," Draco replied smoothly. "You've always stressed the importance of academic excellence." It was a calculated response, appealing to his father's oft-stated expectations. Lucius seemed to consider this, his anger not entirely dissipated but somewhat tempered. "We will discuss your sudden interest in self-directed study later," Lucius said coldly. "For now, we have an execution to attend. One that has already been delayed due to your absence and, more significantly, the unexplained disappearance of the hippogriff itself. Draco couldn't hide his surprise. The hippogriff is gone. Yes, Lucius hissed, his anger returning full force. Vanished from a securely locked paddock mere minutes before the scheduled execution. The minister is extremely displeased, and McNair is positively livid. How strange, Draco said, fighting to keep his expression neutral while internally rejoicing. Somehow, against all odds, Buckbeak had escaped. And while his own diversionary tactic might have contributed, it seemed something else entirely had been at work. Strange indeed, Lucius agreed, his eyes narrowing as he studied his son's face. Almost as strange as your sudden deviation from punctuality and obedience. I wonder, Draco, if these two unusual occurrences might be connected in some way. Draco met his father's gaze steadily. How could they be, father? I've been flying in the forest, as you saw yourself. I couldn't possibly have released a hippogriff from a locked paddock while in the air. The logic was impeccable, and Lucius couldn't refute it. Still, suspicion lingered in his father's cold eyes. Come, Lucius said finally. We're needed back at the cabin. The minister is organizing a search of the grounds. The beast can't have gone far. As they walked back toward Hagrid's cabin, Draco's mind raced with questions. How had Buckbeak escaped? Was Hermione involved? Had his diversionary tactic actually helped, or had something else entirely happened? One thing was clear, whatever the explanation, Buckbeak was, for the moment at least, safe from execution. And despite the cold fury radiating from his father beside him, Draco couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. The next hour passed in a blur of activity. Ministry officials searched the grounds, finding no trace of Buckbeak. Hagrid, who had been inside his cabin at the moment of the disappearance, appeared as mystified as everyone else, though his barely suppressed joy was evident to anyone looking closely. Fudge was flustered, McNair was furious, and Lucius was coldly suspicious of everyone. Draco was questioned briefly about his whereabouts, but with multiple students having seen him flying near the forest edge, his alibi was solid. Still, his father kept him under close observation, clearly sensing that Draco knew more than he was admitting. As twilight fell and the search proved fruitless, the ministry officials reluctantly concluded that the hippogriff had somehow escaped into the forbidden forest. McNair advocated for an extended hunt, but Fudge, perhaps weary of the day's embarrassment, declined to authorize it. The matter would be investigated further, but for now, the execution was indefinitely postponed. Throughout it all, Draco caught no glimpse of Hermione or her friends. They seemed to have disappeared as thoroughly as Buckbeak himself. It was nearly 9 o'clock when Lucius finally departed, having extracted from Draco a promise to write immediately if he observed or heard anything unusual related to the hippogriff's disappearance. The farewell was tense, with Lucius making it clear that their conversation about Draco's unexpected behavior was merely postponed, not forgotten. Exhausted but elated, Draco made his way back to the castle. The corridors were busy with students celebrating the end of exams, many already discussing summer plans. No one seemed aware of the drama that had unfolded by Hagrid's cabin. The news of Buckbeak's miraculous escape had not yet spread through the school. As Draco rounded a corner near the library, a hand reached out from an alcove and pulled him into the shadows. He found himself face to face with a beaming Hermione. "You did it," she whispered excitedly. "Buckbeak escaped." "I didn't do it," Draco replied, keeping his voice low. "I was just the distraction." "What happened? How did you manage it?" Hermione's smile faltered slightly. "I can't exactly tell you everything. It's not my secret to share. But Buckbeak is safe, far away from here by now." Draco studied her face, noting the shadows under her eyes and the hints of strain despite her obvious joy. "You look exhausted. What have you been doing?" "It's been a very long day," she said evasively. "The important thing is that it worked. Your plan to delay your father gave us the time we needed. So you, Potter, and Weasley somehow freed a hippogriff from a locked paddock," under the noses of the Minister for Magic and an executioner, without being seen? Draco summarized skeptically. That's quite a feat, even for Gryffindors with a penchant for rule-breaking. Hermione laughed softly. When you put it that way, it does sound rather impressive. My father suspects something, Draco warned. He doesn't believe my excuse about chasing Thestrals for extra credit. Concern crossed Hermione's face. Will you be in trouble? Nothing I can't handle, Draco assured her, though in truth, he was worried about his father's eventual response. Lucius Malfoy was not a man who forgave defiance easily. It was worth it. Hermione's expression softened. Thank you, Draco. I know what this cost you. It's not over, he reminded her. They'll keep looking for Buckbeak. And my father won't let this go easily. But for now, Buckbeak is safe, Hermione said firmly. That's what matters. They stood close together in the alcove, the sounds of passing students occasionally filtering through but otherwise isolated in their shared secret. Draco became acutely aware of how little space separated them, of the warmth of Hermione's presence so near to him. There's something else, Hermione said suddenly, her voice dropping even lower. Something happened tonight with Sirius Black. Draco tensed. Black? Was he captured? Yes, but... Hermione bit her lip. It's complicated. He was innocent, Draco. He didn't betray Harry's parents or kill those muggles. It was someone else, Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew? But he's dead, Draco said, confused. Black killed him years ago. That's what everyone thought, Hermione explained. But he was alive, hiding all these years as, well, as a rat. Something clicked in Draco's mind. Weasley's rat? The one your cat was chasing? Hermione nodded. Scabbers was Pettigrew. He was an unregistered animagus. That's... Draco struggled to process this information. That's incredible. Does the Ministry know? Hermione's expression clouded. We tried to tell them. Professor Lupin and Professor Snape were there, and we explained everything, but... Let me guess, Draco said grimly. They didn't believe you. Fudge wouldn't even listen, Hermione confirmed. He was set on having Black receive the Dementor's kiss immediately. So Black is back in Azkaban? A strange expression crossed Hermione's face. Not exactly. Draco's eyes widened as understanding dawned. Don't tell me you helped him escape too. First a hippogriff, now a convicted murderer, albeit apparently an innocent one. You've had a busy night, Granger. Hermione couldn't help but laugh at his incredulous tone. Like I said, it's been a very long day. You're full of surprises, Draco said, shaking his head in amazement. I would never have guessed that beneath all those books and rules was such a talented criminal mastermind. I prefer Justice Advocate, Hermione replied primly, but her eyes sparkled with amusement. They shared a smile, comfortable in their shared understanding despite the extraordinary circumstances. In that moment, standing close together in the shadowy alcove, something shifted between them, a deepening of the connection that had been growing for months. Draco found his gaze drawn to Hermione's face, to the way the faint light caught in her eyes and softened her features. Without conscious thought, he reached up to tuck a wayward strand of hair behind her ear. The simple gesture seemed to suspend time, creating a bubble of quiet intimacy around them. Hermione's breath caught, her eyes widening slightly at the unexpected touch. Neither moved, caught in a moment of possibility that stretched between them like a fragile thread. Hermione, a voice called from the corridor, breaking the spell. Are you around here? McGonagall's looking for us. It was Weasley, somewhere nearby and approaching. Hermione stepped back quickly, her cheeks flushed. I have to go, she whispered. Ron and Harry will be wondering where I am. Draco nodded, fighting disappointment. Go. We can talk more later. She hesitated, then impulsively stood on tiptoe and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. "Thank you again, for everything." Before Draco could react, she slipped out of the alcove, calling out to Weasley that she was coming. Draco remained hidden, his hand rising unconsciously to touch the spot where her lips had brushed his skin. The simple gesture had left him more stunned than any spell could have. As Hermione's footsteps faded down the corridor with Weasley's, Draco leaned back against the cool stone wall, trying to process everything that had happened. Buckbeak was safe. Black was innocent and apparently free. And Hermione Granger had kissed him on the cheek, a fleeting moment of affection that had somehow altered his world entirely. The year was ending in ways he could never have imagined when it began. And as Draco finally pushed himself away from the wall and headed toward the Slytherin dungeons, he realized with absolute certainty that nothing would ever be quite the same again. The final days of term passed in a whirlwind of activity. News of Professor Lupin's resignation, following Snape's accidental revelation of his lycanthropy to the Slytherin table at breakfast, spread quickly through the school. Black's escape made the front page of the Daily Prophet, with speculation running wild about how he had managed to evade capture once again. Fudge was reportedly furious, Draco's father was suspiciously silent, and the school buzzed with rumors and theories. Through it all, Draco found himself watching Hermione from a distance, their interactions limited to brief exchanges in the corridors or meaningful glances across classrooms. The moment in the alcove hung between them, acknowledged but unaddressed in the busy final days of term. On the last evening before departure, Draco was packing his trunk when a school owl tapped at the dormitory window. He let it in, surprised to find a small note addressed to him in handwriting he immediately recognized. Astronomy Tower. 10 p.m. H. His heart quickened as he read the simple message. A meeting, away from prying eyes, on their last night at Hogwarts. He tucked the note carefully into his pocket, checking that his dorm mates were occupied with their own packing before slipping out of the room. The castle was relatively quiet as Draco made his way through the corridors. Most students were in their common rooms, celebrating the end of term or finalizing their packing. He encountered no one as he climbed the winding steps to the Astronomy Tower, the highest point in Hogwarts and a place rarely visited except during classes. Hermione was already there when he arrived, standing by the stone parapet with her back to the door, gazing out at the starlit grounds below. She turned at the sound of his footsteps, a smile lighting her face. "You came," she said, as though she'd had doubts. "Of course I did," Draco replied, joining her by the parapet. "Though I'm surprised you're risking being out after hours on the last night of term. Wouldn't want to lose Gryffindor any last-minute points." "Some things are worth the risk," she said simply. The night air was warm, carrying the scent of the summer to come. Below them, the Hogwarts grounds stretched out, peaceful and bathed in moonlight. In the distance, the Forbidden Forest stood dark and mysterious, hiding whatever secrets it contained, perhaps including a certain escaped hippogriff. "Any word on Buckbeak?" Draco asked. Hermione shook her head. "Nothing official. But no sightings either, which is good news. The Ministry seems to be losing interest already, there was barely a mention in today's Prophet." "And Black?" "The same," she said. "They're focusing the search away from Hogwarts now. I think he'll be all right." They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, shoulders nearly touching as they looked out over the grounds. "So," Draco finally said, turning to face her. "Why the secret meeting on our last night? Couldn't bear to leave without saying a proper goodbye?" He kept his tone light, teasing, though inside he was genuinely curious about her motivation. Hermione smiled, but there was a seriousness in her eyes. "Something like that. This year has been unexpected. I wanted to talk to you once more before summer separates us." "Unexpected is one way to put it," Draco agreed. "If someone had told me at the start of term that I'd be helping you save a hippogriff from execution and meeting you in secret at the Astronomy Tower, I'd have thought they'd been hit with a Confundus charm." "And yet here we are," Hermione said softly. "Here we are," Draco echoed, suddenly acutely aware of how close they were standing, of the way the moonlight softened her features and caught gold highlights in her brown hair. "I've been thinking," Hermione continued, her voice slightly hesitant. "About next year, about what happens now." Draco nodded, understanding her unspoken question. Their strange friendship, or whatever this was between them, had developed in moments stolen from their regular lives, in detention hours and secret meetings. What would happen when they returned in September, back to their respective houses and friends and the established order of things? "I don't have an answer," he admitted. "Everything's changing, Hermione. Not just between us, but everything. My father came home from the ministry yesterday in the worst mood I've seen in years. Something's happening that he won't discuss, but I can feel it. Things are shifting. Harry's scar has been hurting," Hermione said quietly. "He doesn't say much about it, but I know he's worried. The last time that happened was when you know who was nearby." The unspoken implication hung heavy in the air between them. The darkest wizard of their time, supposedly vanquished but perhaps not gone entirely. The future suddenly seemed less certain, more ominous. "If he returns," Draco said slowly, voicing what they both were thinking, "we'll be on opposite sides." Hermione's eyes met his, troubled but determined. "It doesn't have to be that way. Doesn't it?" Draco challenged gently. "My father was a Death Eater, Hermione. My family has always aligned with pureblood supremacy. And you're Muggle-born," she finished for him. "A mud-blood." He flinched at the word. "Don't call yourself that." "Why not? You've called me that often enough." "Not anymore," Draco said firmly. "Not since." "Since what?" Hermione pressed. "Since I got to know you," Draco admitted. "Since I realized that you're not just some abstract concept, Muggle-born, Gryffindor, Potter's friend, but an actual person. Brilliant and stubborn and occasionally insufferable, but real." Hermione laughed softly at his description. "Insufferable, am I?" "Completely," Draco confirmed with a smirk. "But in a way I've come to appreciate." The word was inadequate for what he truly felt, but it was as much as he dared express. Whatever was developing between them was still too new, too fragile to name more explicitly. "I've come to appreciate certain things about you too," Hermione said, her eyes twinkling. "When you're not being an arrogant prat." "I'm never arrogant," Draco protested. "Merely appropriately confident in my exceptional qualities." They both laughed, the tension of the moment breaking temporarily. But as their laughter faded, the reality of their situation reasserted itself. "Summer will give us both time to think," Hermione suggested. "To figure out what we want next year to look like." "You make it sound so simple," Draco said. "As though we can just decide to be friends openly and everyone will accept it." "Maybe they won't," Hermione acknowledged. "But does that mean we shouldn't try?" Her courage, so quintessentially Gryffindor, both inspired and terrified him. Draco had never been one to stand against the tide of expectation, to challenge the established order. He had always found his power within the system, not by defying it. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I don't know if I can be what you want me to be, Hermione. I'm not Potter or Weasley. I can't just throw away everything I've been raised to believe because it's the right thing to do." "I'm not asking you to be Harry or Ron," Hermione said firmly. "I'm asking you to be yourself, the real Draco Malfoy, not the one who hides behind his father's name and his house's expectations. What if the real me isn't so different from what you see on the surface?" Draco challenged. "Then that's something I'll have to accept," Hermione replied. "But I don't think that's true. I've seen glimpses of who you really are this year, Draco. I've seen your intelligence, your wit, your capacity for change. You're more than the persona you show the world." Her faith in him was both flattering and frightening. What if he couldn't live up to it? What if, when faced with real choices and consequences, he reverted to the path of least resistance, following his father's lead, embracing the pure-blood ideology that had shaped his entire life. "I can't promise anything," Draco finally said. "But I can promise to think about it. About us, about everything." Hermione nodded, accepting this limited commitment. "That's all I'm asking for now." A comfortable silence fell between them as they turned back to the view, standing close enough that their arms brushed lightly. The castle ground stretched peaceful below them, the black lake reflecting stars and moonlight in its dark surface. "Whatever happens," Draco said after a while, "this year changed me. You changed me. I want you to know that." Hermione turned to look at him, her expression soft in the moonlight. "You changed me too." The admission hung in the air between them, weighted with possibility. Draco found himself drawn toward her, closing the small distance that separated them. His heart hammered in his chest as he slowly, hesitantly, reached out to take her hand. Her fingers intertwined with his, warm and certain. It was such a simple touch, yet it felt momentous, a physical manifestation of the connection that had been growing between them for months. "Hermione," Draco said softly, her name a question and a declaration all at once. She looked up at him, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "Yes." Words failed him. Instead, Draco leaned down, pausing just before their lips met, giving her a chance to pull away. She didn't. Instead, she closed the final distance between them, pressing her lips gently to his. The kiss was brief, tender, and utterly transformative. When they separated, Draco felt as though something fundamental had shifted in his world, as though a door had opened to a future he hadn't previously imagined. That was. He began, then stopped, finding himself uncharacteristically speechless. "Unexpected?" Hermione suggested, a small smile playing at her lips. "Inevitable," Draco corrected, surprising himself with the certainty of the word. Perhaps on some level, he had been moving toward this moment since that day by the lake when Hermione had slapped him, challenging him to see her as more than just a category, a label, an enemy. Hermione's smile widened. "I like that better." They stood together, hands still joined, neither willing to break the spell of the moment. But reality waited beyond the tower, and tomorrow would bring the journey home, the separation of summer, and the uncertainty of what would follow. "We should go," Hermione finally said. "It's getting late, and we need to be up early for the train." Draco nodded reluctantly. "Will you sit with me tomorrow?" he asked, then immediately felt foolish. "Forget I said that. Of course you won't. You'll be with Potter and Weasley, and I'll be with Crabbe and Goyle." "Some things can't change overnight," Hermione said gently. "But that doesn't mean they can't change at all." She reached up, touching his face lightly. "Write to me this summer. If you want to." "I will," Draco promised. "Though I'll have to be careful. My father checks my correspondence occasionally." "Use a school owl, not your eagle owl," Hermione suggested. "And maybe we should use code names, just to be safe." Draco laughed. "Now who's the Slytherin? Shall I call you Crookshanks?" Hermione swatted his arm playfully. "Don't you dare. I was thinking more along the lines of references to books or subjects that wouldn't raise suspicion if someone else read the letters." "Always the practical one," Draco said fondly. "Fine, I'll address my letters to the most insufferable know-it-all in Britain." "And I'll write to the incredibly bouncing ferret," Hermione retorted, referring to an incident earlier in the year when a misfired transfiguration spell had briefly turned Draco into a ferret during charms class. "You promised never to mention that again." "I crossed my fingers," Hermione said with a grin. They fell into easy banter as they left the tower, their hands separating but the connection between them remaining. At the point where they needed to part ways, Hermione toward Gryffindor Tower, Draco toward the dungeons, they hesitated. "So," Draco said. "So," Hermione echoed. "Until September, then." "Until September," she confirmed. "Though don't forget to write." "I won't," Draco promised. "Good night, Hermione." Good night, Draco. They parted, heading in opposite directions but carrying the memory of the tower, of their conversation, of the kiss that had changed everything. As Draco descended toward the Slytherin dungeons, he realized that for the first time in his life, he was genuinely looking forward to seeing what the future might hold, not because it was predetermined or predictable, but precisely because it wasn't. Hermione Granger had introduced uncertainty into his carefully ordered world, and somehow, against all expectation, he found that he welcomed it. Chapter 2, Shadows and Waltzes. Draco stretched his legs across the leather seat of the Hogwarts Express compartment, watching raindrops race each other down the window. Crabbe and Goyle were arguing about the Quidditch World Cup, which they'd all attended with their families, while Pansy Parkinson prattled on about some French which she'd met over summer holiday. "Weren't you listening, Draco?" Pansy nudged him, her voice sharp with annoyance. "I asked if you thought my new robes looked nice." "What?" "Oh, yeah. They're fine," he replied absently, his eyes drifting back to the window. Truthfully, he'd barely registered anything his friends had said all morning. His mind kept wandering to the letters hidden in a secret compartment of his trunk, letters written in a neat, precise hand, signed simply H. 6 of them, received throughout the summer, each one read and reread until he practically memorized them. Writing to Hermione had been both exhilarating and terrifying. He'd taken every precaution, using school owls as she suggested, keeping his language neutral enough that a casual reader wouldn't suspect the recipient, and sending them only when his father was away on business. In return, her letters had arrived addressed to D.M., 4th bedroom, Malfoy Manor, with no return address. They'd written about ordinary things mostly, books they were reading, opinions on the upcoming Triwizard Tournament, speculation about who would teach defense against the dark arts this year. But beneath the casual words ran an undercurrent of something deeper, references to their moments together at Hogwarts, veiled questions about whether things would be different when they returned. "Did you hear about what's happening at Hogwarts this year?" Blaise Zabini asked, sliding open their compartment door and dropping into the seat beside Draco. "Besides the tournament, I mean." Draco pulled himself from his thoughts. "What are you talking about?" "Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students," Blaise said, looking smugly pleased with his insider information. "My mother heard from her friend on the school board. They're staying all year for the tournament." "Durmstrang?" Draco perked up. "That could be interesting." "Thinking of transferring?" Pansy asked. "Your father considered sending you there originally, didn't he?" "He did," Draco confirmed. "Said they'd take a more sensible approach to the dark arts. Teaching them instead of just defense." "Maybe you can make some proper connections," Blaise suggested. "Better than the options at Hogwarts, anyway." The compartment door slid open again. Draco's heart jumped before he could control it, but it was only Theodore not the bushy-haired Gryffindor he'd been watching for. "Potter and his sidekicks are 3 compartments down," Theo announced, dropping into a seat. "Already causing trouble. Weasley's got his dress robes out, they look like something from the last century." Everyone laughed, but Draco's was forced. "Dress robes? Why would Weasley bring dress robes?" "School list this year," Pansy said. "Didn't you read it? We need them for some formal event." Draco nodded, remembering the list and his mother's insistence on getting him the finest dress robes available. Another piece of the tournament puzzle, he supposed. "I'm going for a walk," he announced suddenly, standing up. "Need to stretch my legs." "Want company?" Pansy asked hopefully. "No," Draco said, perhaps too quickly. "Just need some air. Won't be long." He slid the compartment door shut behind him, ignoring Pansy's hurt expression. The narrow corridor was relatively empty, most students settled in their compartments as the train sped northward through the increasingly heavy rain. Draco walked slowly, peering casually into compartments as he passed. He told himself he wasn't looking for anyone in particular, but when he spotted a flash of bushy brown hair through a window, he stopped. Hermione sat with Potter and Weasley, of course. She was laughing at something Weasley had said, her head thrown back slightly, eyes bright with amusement. She looked different somehow, her hair seemed less wild, falling in softer waves around her face. Or perhaps he was just seeing her differently now. As if sensing his presence, she glanced toward the corridor. Their eyes met through the glass, and for a moment, everything else seemed to fade away. Her smile softened, becoming something private and real, just for him. Then Potter turned to see what she was looking at, his expression immediately hardening at the sight of Draco. The moment shattered. Draco arranged his features into his familiar sneer, nodded mockingly at Potter, and continued down the corridor. His heart was racing as though he'd run a lap around the Quidditch pitch. One look, one smile, and everything he'd felt at the astronomy tower came flooding back. This year was going to be complicated. The great hall buzzed with excitement as Dumbledore announced the Triwizard Tournament. Draco listened with half an ear, already aware of most details from his father's ministry connections. His attention kept drifting to the Gryffindor table, where Hermione sat between Potter and Weasley as always. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving in October, Dumbledore was saying. I know you will extend every courtesy to our foreign guests while they are with us. Durmstrang should have stayed with us in the Slytherin dormitories, Pansy said as they filed out of the hall after the feast. Don't you think, Draco? We have the most in common with them. Probably, Draco agreed absently. My father knows the Durmstrang headmaster, Draco added, repeating information he'd heard over dinner at home. Says Karkaroff is a man who understands the importance of blood status. Not like Dumbledore. The familiar words felt hollow now, rehearsed rather than believed. But he said them anyway, maintaining the persona his friends expected. As they approached the entrance to the dungeons, Draco spotted Hermione heading up the marble staircase with her fellow Gryffindors. She glanced back over her shoulder, just for a moment. He gave the slightest nod, unnoticed by his companions. It was their first real acknowledgement of each other. Small, subtle, but significant. A promise that what had begun last year hadn't been forgotten. September passed in a blur of classes, homework, and anticipation of the tournament. Draco and Hermione maintained their cautious distance in public, but Draco found himself creating opportunities for brief, private interactions. He'd arrive at the library at times when she often studied alone. They'd exchange a few words over book stacks, quiet conversations about assignments or professors, nothing that would seem suspicious to onlookers. Occasionally their hands would brush as they reached for the same reference book, sending that now familiar jolt through Draco's system. Looking forward to the other schools arriving? Hermione asked during one such encounter, her voice low as she pretended to scan the shelf beside him. Could be interesting, Draco replied, pulling out a book he didn't actually need. Though I'm more curious about the tournament itself. Planning to enter? She raised an eyebrow. Can't. I'm not 17, Draco reminded her. Though if I could. You absolutely would, Hermione finished for him, a small smile playing at her lips. Wouldn't you? The glory, the challenge, the prize money. The mortal peril, she added dryly. That's half the excitement, Draco countered, then lowered his voice further. Besides, I'm getting used to risky endeavors. Her cheeks colored slightly, understanding his reference to their secret friendship, or whatever this was between them. Granger. Ron Weasley's voice carried across the library, earning him a fierce "Hitch" from Madame Pants. There you are. Harry and I have been looking everywhere. Hermione stepped back from the bookshelf. I have to go, she whispered. Draco nodded, maintaining his bored expression as Weasley approached. Watch yourself around this one, Granger, he said loudly enough for Weasley to hear. Books about magical creatures can be dangerous. Wouldn't want another hippogriff incident. Weasley scowled, but Hermione's lips twitched with suppressed amusement, recognizing Draco's reference to their secret Buckbeak rescue. I think I can manage, Malfoy, she replied coolly, then turned to join Weasley. Draco watched them leave, noting the way Weasley placed his hand on Hermione's shoulder as they walked away. The casual touch sparked an unexpected flare of jealousy that caught Draco off guard. He had no right to feel possessive of Hermione Granger. Whatever was happening between them existed in margins and shadows, not in the open where others could see. And yet, he did feel possessive. The realization was both thrilling and terrifying. October 30th arrived, bringing with it the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations. Draco stood with the other Slytherins in the chilly evening air, watching the enormous powder blue carriage descend from the sky, followed by the spectacular arrival of the Durmstrang ship rising from the depths of the lake. The Beauxbaton students swept into the castle with elegant disdain, clearly unimpressed by Hogwarts. The Durmstrang delegation followed, fur-cloaked and stern-faced. A ripple of excitement ran through the crowd as Victor Krum was recognized among them. "It's Krum!" Weasley's voice carried across the entrance hall, his excitement palpable. "I had no idea he was still at school." Draco rolled his eyes at the hero worship, though he couldn't deny his own interest in the famous seeker. He'd seen Krum's spectacular performance at the World Cup, everyone had. In the Great Hall, the Durmstrang students hesitated before choosing seats at the Slytherin table, much to Draco's satisfaction. He shifted to make room, finding himself sitting directly across from Krum. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Draco said, extending his hand. "Draco Malfoy." Krum shook it, his grip firm. "Victor Krum." "I saw you at the World Cup," Draco continued. "Impressive flying, despite the outcome." Krum grunted in acknowledgement, his heavy brows drawn together. The Irish deserved their victory. As the feast progressed, Draco kept the conversation flowing, subtly dropping references to his family's connections and status. Krum responded minimally but seemed to appreciate Draco's knowledge of Quidditch tactics and Eastern European wizarding politics. Halfway through the meal, Draco noticed Krum's attention wandering. Following his gaze, Draco realized he was looking at the Gryffindor table, specifically, at Hermione, who was deep in conversation with Ginny Weasley. "The girls at this school," Krum said in his thick accent, noticing Draco's observation. "They are different from Durmstrang." "How so?" Draco asked, suddenly tense. "At Durmstrang, we have no female students," Krum explained. "Here, there are many beautiful witches." His eyes remained fixed on Hermione, who was now laughing at something, unaware of the attention. Draco felt a cold knot form in his stomach. "That one's Hermione Granger," Blaise volunteered, following Krum's gaze. "Top of our year, but Muggle-born. Always with Potter, the famous one." Krum's expression didn't change at the mention of her blood status. "She is intelligent, this one." "Annoyingly so," Draco said before he could stop himself, his tone sharper than intended. Krum looked at him with new interest. "You do not like her?" Draco backpedaled quickly. "She's Potter's friend. We don't exactly get along, our houses being rivals and all." Krum nodded slowly, his eyes drifting back to Hermione. "At Durmstrang, we value intelligence. Blood status matters less than power and ability." It wasn't what Draco expected from a school known for its dark arts focus and pure blood leanings. He'd always been told Durmstrang held views similar to his family's, but Krum seemed indifferent to Hermione's heritage, interested only in her mind. And quite possibly more than her mind, Draco realized with growing discomfort as Krum continued to watch her throughout the feast. Later, as Dumbledore explained the tournament rules and unveiled the Goblet of Fire, Draco found his attention split between the ancient magical object and the Bulgarian seeker who couldn't seem to take his eyes off Hermione Granger. When they returned to the Slytherin common room that night, the conversation revolved around the tournament and their prestigious guests. "Krum seems to have taken an interest in our school," Pansy observed, settling beside Draco on a leather sofa. "Particularly its female population." "He's probably just never seen so many witches in one place," Draco replied dismissively. "Durmstrang's all male." "Still, he was definitely staring at someone during dinner," Pansy continued. At the Gryffindor table, of all places. Probably Potter, Theo suggested. Everyone wants a look at the famous boy who lived. It wasn't Potter, Blaise said with a knowing smirk. It was Granger. Draco kept his expression neutral with effort. Granger? What would Crumb want with her? She's not bad looking this year, Blaise observed. Haven't you noticed? Her hair's different, and she's filled out a bit. Trust you to notice that, Zabini, Pansy snapped, clearly annoyed. She's still a mudblood with ridiculous hair. The slur hit Draco like a physical blow, though he'd heard it, and said it, countless times before. He managed a noncommittal shrug. Crumb probably doesn't know what she is. Someone should inform him before he embarrasses himself. I volunteer, Pansy said with malicious glee. I'd love to see Granger's face when her admirer learns the truth and drops her. Leave it, Draco said, more sharply than he intended. At their surprised looks, he added, if Crumb makes a fool of himself over Granger, it'll be far more entertaining to watch it play out naturally. Pansy seemed disappointed but accepted his reasoning. The conversation moved on to speculation about the tournament tasks, but Draco remained distracted. The idea of Crumb pursuing Hermione bothered him more than he cared to admit, even to himself. It wasn't jealousy, he told himself. He had no claim on Hermione Granger. Their summer correspondence and occasional private conversations didn't constitute any kind of relationship. The kiss they'd shared at the astronomy tower had been a moment of madness, an aberration born of emotional circumstances. But even as he made these rationalizations, Draco knew he was lying to himself. Whatever was happening between him and Hermione mattered to him, far more than it should. Halloween brought the selection of the Triwizard champions. Like everyone else, Draco was shocked when Harry Potter's name emerged as an unexpected fourth champion. Unlike most, his surprise wasn't followed by admiration or envy, but by genuine concern. He can't have crossed Dumbledore's age line, Hermione was saying heatedly to a group of Gryffindors as students filed out of the Great Hall. It's not possible. Oh, come off it, Hermione, Seamus Finnegan replied. You're just upset he didn't tell you how he did it. He didn't do anything, she insisted. Someone else put his name in. Draco slowed his pace, falling behind his fellow Slytherins to listen. Why would anyone do that? Dean Thomas asked skeptically. I don't know, Hermione admitted, frustration evident in her voice. But Harry wouldn't have done this himself. Draco continued past them without comment, but filed away this exchange. Potter might be an attention-seeking idiot, but even Draco had to admit that circumventing Dumbledore's age line seemed beyond his capabilities. And the Triwizard Tournament was legitimately dangerous, people had died competing in it historically. If someone had entered Potter's name without his knowledge, it wasn't as a favor. It was because they wanted him in danger. The next morning at breakfast, Draco observed the Gryffindor table with interest. Potter sat alone, conspicuously avoided by his housemates, including Weasley, who was sitting several seats away. Only Hermione remained at Potter's side, speaking to him urgently as he pushed food around his plate without eating. The Slytherin reaction was predictably hostile. By afternoon, Draco's housemates had created badges that flashed between "Support Cedric Diggory" and "Potter Stinks." Pansy presented one to Draco with a flourish. Aren't they clever? Theo designed them, she said proudly. We're all wearing them. Show Potter what we think of his cheating. Draco took the badge, turning it over in his hand. A few months ago, he would have been the one designing them, leading the charge against Potter. Now, he felt oddly disconnected from the childish mockery. Clever, he agreed flatly, pinning it to his robes nonetheless. Some battles weren't worth fighting, and maintaining his Slytherin image was necessary if he wanted to avoid uncomfortable questions. Later that week, Draco was in the library when he spotted Hermione sitting alone at a corner table, surrounded by books. A quick glance confirmed no sign of Potter or Weasley. Taking a chance, he approached her table. Mind if I join you? All the other tables are full, he said, loud enough to be heard by nearby students. Hermione looked up, surprise crossing her face before she composed herself. I suppose, she replied coolly. Just keep to your side. Draco sat down, pulling out his potions textbook. They worked in silence for several minutes, maintaining the appearance of reluctant table sharing. When the library had emptied somewhat, Draco spoke quietly without looking up from his parchment. Potter didn't put his name in, did he? Hermione's quill paused mid-word. No, he didn't, she whispered back. Though no one believes him except me. Not even Weasley. Especially not Ron, she said, frustration evident. He thinks Harry found a way to enter and didn't tell him. Draco considered this. Someone's trying to hurt him. It wasn't a question, but Hermione answered anyway. That's what I think too. The tournament's dangerous, and Harry's already got enough threats without adding dragons and whatever else they're planning. Dragons? Draco repeated, startled. Is that the first task? Hermione's eyes widened. I shouldn't have said that. Please don't spread it around. Hagrid just found out and told Harry. I won't, Draco promised. But Potter's going to need help if he's facing a dragon. I know, Hermione sighed. I've been researching, but there's not much on dragon handling that's feasible for a fourth year to manage. Draco hesitated, then pushed his potions book aside and pulled a blank piece of parchment toward him. He wrote quickly, then slid it across the table. Hermione glanced down at the note. The conjunctivitis curse, she whispered. Dragons are vulnerable in the eyes. It's what Krum uses in the first task, Draco said quietly. My father mentioned it in his last letter. The Durmstrang champion is playing to his strengths, combat spells. You're helping Harry? Hermione asked, genuine surprise in her voice. Draco glanced around to ensure they weren't being observed. I'm helping you, he corrected. You're worried about him. And while I still think Potter's an insufferable glory hound, I don't want to see him roasted by a dragon. A small smile curved Hermione's lips. That's almost decent of you, Malfoy. Don't get used to it, Granger, he replied, but returned her smile briefly before schooling his features back to careful neutrality as a group of Ravenclaws walked past. There's something else, Hermione said after they'd passed. I need your help with a project. For Harry. What kind of project? Draco asked warily. Summoning charms, she replied. It's our best strategy for the task, but Harry needs practice. A lot of practice. And you need a place to work. Somewhere private, where we won't be interrupted by either his supporters or his detractors. Draco thought for a moment. There's an unused classroom on the 5th floor, East Corridor. Behind the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Nobody ever goes there. How do you know about it? I know a lot of things about this castle, Draco said with a slight smirk. Slytherins are resourceful. Hermione rolled her eyes but smiled. Thank you. This means a lot. Just don't tell Potter where the suggestion came from, Draco warned. I have a reputation to maintain. Your secret helpfulness is safe with me, Hermione promised, her eyes twinkling. As always. Their fingers brushed as she returned his quill, and Draco felt that now familiar jolt of connection. For a moment, they were back on the astronomy tower, sharing secrets and possibilities. Then a stack of books tumbled over at a nearby table, breaking the spell. I should go, Hermione said, gathering her things. Harry will be wondering where I am. Draco nodded, returning to his carefully neutral expression. Remember, Granger, dragons. Eyes. Conjunctivitis curse. Got it, she replied, then added in a whisper, see you around, Draco. She walked away, leaving Draco with mixed feelings. He'd just helped Potter, his supposed arch-rival, by extension. His father would be furious if he knew. Yet the grateful look in Hermione's eyes made it feel like the right decision, contradictions and all. The first task arrived, and despite knowing what was coming, Draco found himself genuinely tense as Potter faced the Hungarian horntail. When Potter successfully summoned his broomstick and out flew the dragon to retrieve the golden egg, Draco felt an unexpected surge of relief. He didn't cheer with the crowd, that would have been a step too far, but he allowed himself a small nod of acknowledgement when, amid the celebration, Hermione's eyes briefly met his across the stands. Later that evening, as the Slytherins grudgingly discussed Potter's performance, Draco maintained a careful balance in his comments. "Lucky, that's all," he said dismissively. "Any decent flyer could have managed it." "You couldn't have," Pansy said loyally. "That horntail was vicious." "We'll never know, will we?" Draco replied. "Since I'm not foolish enough to enter a deadly tournament underage." The conversation shifted to the upcoming Yule Ball, which had been announced that morning. Already, speculation was running wild about who would attend with whom. "Obviously we'll go together," Pansy said to Draco, with such certainty that he didn't immediately register it as a question. "What?" "The ball," she repeated, looking annoyed. "We'll go together, won't we? As a couple." Draco blinked, caught off guard. He and Pansy had always had a sort of understood arrangement, she followed him around, he allowed it. They'd never officially been a couple, but it was generally assumed they would end up together eventually. It was what their families expected, a proper pure-blood match. "I haven't decided about the ball yet," he said evasively. Pansy's expression hardened. "Who else would you possibly go with? Some Beauxbatons girl you've never spoken to?" "I said I haven't decided," Draco repeated more firmly. "I'll let you know." He stood and walked away before she could press further, ignoring the curious looks from his fellow Slytherins. He had no specific alternative in mind, it wasn't as if he could ask Hermione Granger to the Yule Ball. But the prospect of attending with Pansy felt wrong now, like moving backward when everything else in his life seemed to be pulling him forward, towards something new and undefined. The next few weeks brought a flurry of ball preparations, with girls giggling in corridors and boys awkwardly extending invitations. Draco watched it all with detached amusement, still avoiding giving Pansy a definitive answer while not pursuing any other options. In potions class, they were assigned a complex antidote project that required partner work over several sessions. Snape, in a rare departure from his usual house favoritism, created inter-house pairs based on skill level. "Malfoy and Granger," Snape announced, his expression sour as though the pairing pained him. "Given your adequate brewing abilities, I expect nothing less than perfection." Draco fought to keep his expression neutral, aware of Pansy's outraged gasp beside him. Across the dungeon, he saw Potter and Weasley shooting sympathetic looks at Hermione, who managed to look appropriately dismayed at the prospect of working with him. "Bad luck," Blaise murmured as Draco gathered his things to move to Hermione's table. "Someone has to ensure Gryffindor doesn't poison anyone," Draco replied loudly enough to be overheard, maintaining his persona. As he settled beside Hermione, she gave him a subtle nudge with her elbow. "Try not to enjoy this too much," she whispered. "You're looking suspiciously pleased." "I'm a good actor," he murmured back. "Years of practice." Their fingers brushed as they both reached for the silver knife, sending that now familiar spark through Draco's arm. For the next 2 hours, they worked together with surprising synchronicity, anticipating each other's needs and movements in a way that felt almost choreographed. "You two seem to be managing not to kill each other," Snape observed as he inspected their simmering potion. "Perhaps there's hope for inter-house cooperation after all." His tone suggested he found the concept distasteful despite his words. "Simply focusing on the assignment, Professor," Hermione replied primly. "Granger knows better than to interfere with my brewing process," Draco added with practiced arrogance. Snape raised an eyebrow but moved on, leaving them to exchange quick, amused glances when his back was turned. "We need to let this simmer for 48 hours before adding the final ingredients," Hermione said as class ended, consulting their notes. "That means meeting back here on Thursday evening." I know how to read a calendar, Granger, Draco replied for the benefit of nearby students. Then, lowering his voice as others packed up, he added, this partnership has its advantages. A legitimate reason to talk without raising suspicions, Hermione agreed quietly. Almost like someone planned it. Snape. Unlikely. He'd sooner eat a flobberworm than facilitate our friendship. Hermione's lips twitched. I wouldn't be so sure. Professor Snape notices more than people give him credit for. The thought was unsettling. Had Snape observed something between them? Did he suspect their strange connection? As they left the classroom, Potter and Weasley immediately flanked Hermione, creating a barrier between her and Draco. Survived working with the ferret? Weasley asked loudly. Barely, Hermione replied, rolling her eyes dramatically. His ego barely left room for the cauldron. Draco opened his mouth for a retort, but froze as Victor Krum appeared in the dungeon corridor, apparently waiting for someone. When he spotted Hermione, he straightened and stepped forward. Hermione, he said, pronouncing it awkwardly as Hermione. May I speak with you? Everyone in the corridor seemed to pause, surprised by the famous seeker addressing Hermione so directly. Potter and Weasley looked dumbfounded. Draco felt his stomach clench. Oh. Victor, Hermione said, clearly startled. Yes, of course. Krum glanced at the group surrounding her. Privately, perhaps. We'll wait for you, Hermione, Potter said, shooting a suspicious look at Krum. No need, Harry. I'll catch up with you at dinner, she replied, then followed Krum a little way down the corridor. Draco found himself rooted to the spot, watching as Krum spoke earnestly to Hermione, gesturing with his hands. He couldn't hear what was being said, but Hermione's body language shifted from surprise to interest, and finally to what appeared to be pleased acceptance. When she nodded, Krum's normally severe expression softened into something resembling a smile. Did Victor Krum just ask Hermione something important? Pansy asked, appearing at Draco's side. He looks positively smitten. How would I know or care? Draco replied, more harshly than he intended. Let's go. As he walked away, he heard Pansy say to Blaise, what's gotten into him lately? What indeed, Draco thought bitterly. What had gotten into him that he was standing in a dungeon corridor feeling sick with jealousy because Victor Krum was talking to Hermione Granger? That evening in the Slytherin common room, Pansy approached him again about the ball. Everyone's securing dates, Draco, she said pointedly. I can't wait forever for you to make up your mind. Looking at her determined expression, Draco realized he was being childish. He couldn't take Hermione to the ball. She was almost certainly going with Krum now, and even if she wasn't, a public date between them would cause an uproar that neither was prepared to handle. He had to maintain appearances, and Pansy was the logical choice. Fine, he said with a resigned sigh. We'll go together. Pansy's face lit up. Excellent. I've already ordered dress robes from Paris, emerald green to match your Slytherin tie. We'll be the most striking couple there. As she launched into details about coordination and plans, Draco tuned her out, his thoughts elsewhere. He'd made the practical choice, the expected choice. So why did it feel so hollow? Thursday evening found Draco and Hermione back in the potions classroom, putting the finishing touches on their antidote. They worked mostly in silence, both hyper-aware of Snape observing from his desk. Stir counterclockwise 7 times, then add the powdered moonstone, Hermione instructed, consulting their notes. Draco complied, watching the potion shift from murky brown to a clear silvery blue. Perfect, he murmured. Is Krum taking you to the ball? The question escaped before he could stop it, quiet enough that only she could hear. Hermione's hand froze over the moonstone. Yes, she admitted. He asked me after potions the other day. I saw, Draco said, keeping his eyes on the cauldron. Quite the catch, an international Quidditch star. He's more than that, Hermione replied, resuming her preparation of the next ingredient. He's actually quite intelligent. We've been talking in the library. He's interested in magical theory. I'm sure that's exactly what he's interested in, Draco muttered. Hermione shot him a sharp look. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, Draco backpedaled. Just surprised, that's all. Because no one could possibly be interested in me for my mind. There was a dangerous edge to her whisper now. Only Victor Krum couldn't possibly see past blood status like certain other people. That's not what I meant, Draco hissed, aware they were perilously close to an argument that would draw Snape's attention. I'm going with Pansy, by the way. Since you asked. I didn't ask, Hermione replied coolly. But how nice for you both. They fell into tense silence, focusing on completing the potion. When Snape finally approached to evaluate their work, he seemed to sense the changed atmosphere. Adequate, he pronounced after examining the antidote. Though I note the collaboration seems to have become somewhat strained. Personal differences affecting your work, perhaps? Not at all, Professor, Hermione said stiffly. We maintained perfect professionalism. Indeed, Snape drawled, clearly unconvinced. You may bottle the sample and clean up. As they packed away their supplies, the silence between them grew uncomfortable. Draco knew he'd overstepped, letting his jealousy show too plainly. He needed to fix this before they parted. Hermione, he said quietly as they finished cleaning. I didn't mean, it doesn't matter, she interrupted, not meeting his eyes. You're right, Victor is a catch. And Pansy is, appropriate for you. We both have appearances to maintain. The echo of his own thoughts stung more than Draco expected. Is that all this is? Appearances? Finally, she looked at him, something vulnerable flickering in her eyes. What else can it be, Draco? What are we doing here? He had no answer that made sense, no way to define this connection between them that existed in secret conversations and stolen glances. I don't know, he admitted. But it's not nothing. Her expression softened slightly. No. It's not nothing. After a moment's hesitation, she added, I would have gone with you, you know. If things were different. The simple admission hit Draco with unexpected force. If things were different, he echoed, imagining an alternate reality where a Slytherin pureblood could openly escort a Gryffindor Muggleborn to a ball. Maybe someday. Maybe, she agreed, though neither of them sounded convinced. I should go. Harry's waiting for help with his golden egg. Still no progress. None, Hermione sighed. It just wails when he opens it. We've tried everything we can think of. Draco hesitated, then said, try underwater. What? The egg. Tell Potter to listen to it underwater. It's Mermish, it only makes sense below the surface. Hermione's eyes widened. How do you know that? Overheard Diggory telling a friend, Draco admitted. Not my fault if Potter's too thick to have worked it out yet. A smile tugged at Hermione's lips. This is becoming a habit, you helping Harry through me. I'm not helping Potter, Draco clarified. I'm helping you help Potter. There's a difference. If you say so, Hermione replied, clearly not believing him. Thank you, either way. They left the classroom separately, maintaining their public distance. But something had shifted between them again, an acknowledgement of what could have been, of feelings that existed despite the impossibility of acting on them. As Draco walked back to the Slytherin dungeons, he found himself both looking forward to and dreading the Yule Ball. Seeing Hermione with Krum would be difficult, but at least he would see her, dressed up, enjoying herself, even if not with him. It would have to be enough. The night of the Yule Ball arrived with a flurry of excitement throughout the castle. The Great Hall had been transformed into a winter wonderland, with frost-covered decorations and enchanted snow falling from the ceiling that vanished before it could reach the dancers below. Draco waited in the Slytherin common room, uncomfortable in his formal dress robes despite their perfect fit. Pansy appeared at the top of the girls' staircase in elaborate emerald green dress robes that matched his tie, as promised. Her hair was arranged in an intricate updo, and she'd clearly spent hours on her appearance. "You look nice," Draco offered, the compliment automatic rather than heartfelt. Pansy beamed. "We'll be the most striking couple there," she declared, taking his arm possessively. They joined the crowd making their way to the Great Hall, Pansy chattering excitedly about the decorations and the famous weird sisters who would be performing later. Draco nodded at appropriate intervals, his mind elsewhere. The champions and their partners were assembling for the opening dance. Draco spotted Potter looking uncomfortable beside Parvati Patil, Diggory with Cho Chang, and Fleur Delacour on the arm of Ravenclaw Quidditch captain Roger Davies. And then he saw her. Hermione looked nothing like the girl he was used to seeing in school robes with books clutched to her chest. She wore dress robes of periwinkle blue that floated around her as she moved. Her usually bushy hair was sleek and shining, twisted up into an elegant knot. She stood beside Krum, who couldn't take his eyes off her, an emotion Draco understood completely. "Is that Granger?" Pansy hissed in disbelief. "What's she done to herself?" "No idea," Draco managed, struggling to keep his voice neutral. "She looks completely different," Pansy continued, clearly affronted. "And with Victor Krum. How did she manage that?" Draco didn't answer, watching as the champions and their partners took to the floor for the first dance. Krum led Hermione with surprising grace for someone so burly, and she followed with confidence, a genuine smile lighting her face as they moved together. "Come on," Pansy tugged his arm as other couples joined the dance. "Let's show them how it's done." Draco allowed her to pull him onto the dance floor, grateful for the years of formal dance lessons his mother had insisted upon. He moved through the steps automatically, his body following the familiar patterns while his eyes kept finding their way back to Hermione. "You could at least pretend to be interested in your own date," Pansy said after several minutes, her voice sharp with annoyance. Draco forced his attention back to her. "Sorry. Just surprised by some of the pairings tonight. Like Granger and Krum?" Pansy sniffed. "It won't last. He'll lose interest once he realizes what she is." The casual prejudice, once so normal to Draco, now grated on his nerves. He bit back a retort, knowing it would only raise questions he couldn't answer. As the evening progressed, Draco played his expected role, dancing with Pansy, socializing with his Slytherin companions, making the occasional disparaging comment about Potter or the Weasleys. But his attention remained divided, constantly aware of where Hermione was in the room. He noticed when she slipped away from Krum's side to speak with Potter, saw the heated exchange she had with Weasley that ended with her storming away, observed as she returned to Krum with a forced smile that didn't reach her eyes. During a particularly crowded dance, as couples pressed together on the floor, Draco found himself unexpectedly close to where Hermione and Krum were dancing. As the crowd shifted, he and Pansy were pushed directly beside them. "Careful where you step, Granger," Pansy said loudly. "Those shoes look expensive, wouldn't want to ruin them on mudblood feet." Krum's expression darkened immediately. "You will apologize to her," he demanded, his accent thickening with anger. "It's all right, Victor," Hermione said quickly, though her cheeks had flushed with humiliation. "I'm used to it from them." "It is not all right," Krum insisted. "This behavior is unacceptable." Draco felt torn between worlds, his public persona demanding he support Pansy, his private feelings urging him to defend Hermione. Before he could decide, the crowd shifted again, separating the couples. Honestly, the nerve of him, Pansy fumed as they moved away. "Defending her like that. Krum doesn't understand our history with Granger," Draco said carefully. "Different cultural perspective." Pansy seemed satisfied with this explanation, but Draco felt sick with himself for not speaking up. The look of hurt in Hermione's eyes haunted him for the remainder of the dance. Later, as the Weird Sisters played a particularly fast-paced song, Draco excused himself to get drinks. Instead of heading to the refreshment table, however, he slipped out of the Great Hall, needing a moment away from the noise and his own conflicted thoughts. The entrance hall was relatively empty, with just a few couples taking breaks from dancing. Draco wandered down a side corridor where enchanted ice sculptures created a glittering pathway toward the gardens. The sound of the music faded to a distant pulse as he walked. Turning a corner, he nearly collided with someone sitting alone on a bench beside a frozen rosebush. "Sorry, I didn't," Draco began, then stopped abruptly. "Hermione?" She looked up, startled, and he saw traces of tears on her cheeks. "Draco," she said, quickly wiping her face. "What are you doing out here?" "I needed some air," he said, then gestured to the empty space beside her. "May I?" She nodded, shifting slightly to make room for him. "Where's Pansy?" "Dancing with Theo, last I saw," Draco replied. "Where's Crumb?" "Getting drinks," Hermione said, then added with a small, sad smile, "about 20 minutes ago, actually. I think he might have gotten cornered by fans." They sat in silence for a moment, the muffled music from the great hall providing a distant soundtrack. "I'm sorry about what Pansy said," Draco finally offered. "About your shoes, and the other thing." Hermione shrugged, trying to appear unbothered. "Like I told Victor, I'm used to it." "You shouldn't have to be," Draco said quietly. "And I should have said something. That would have raised questions you can't answer," Hermione pointed out reasonably. "Besides, it wasn't what Pansy said that upset me." "What was it, then?" Hermione hesitated, then sighed. "Ron. He accused me of fraternizing with the enemy by coming with Victor. As if I'm betraying Harry somehow by having a date to a dance." Draco felt a complicated mix of emotions at this, sympathy for her hurt feelings, irritation at Weasley's behavior, and a reluctant understanding of the jealousy that likely motivated it. "Weasley's an idiot," he said simply. "But I think he's just jealous." "That's what makes it so infuriating," Hermione replied. "He had every opportunity to ask me himself, but he didn't even think of me as a girl until he realized someone else did." Draco hesitated, then said what he'd been thinking all evening. "You look beautiful tonight, Hermione. Not that you don't always, but you're stunning." Her eyes widened slightly, then a genuine smile spread across her face. "Thank you. You look quite handsome yourself. Green suits you." "Slytherin colors," Draco said with a small smirk. "Predictable, I know. But appropriate," she conceded. A new song began in the distance, the melody slower and more romantic than before. Draco stood suddenly, offering his hand. "Dance with me," he said, surprising himself with his boldness. Hermione looked around uncertainly. "Here. What if someone sees?" "No one's around," Draco assured her, gesturing to the empty corridor. "Just one dance, Hermione. The one we couldn't have inside." After a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand in his and allowed him to pull her to her feet. Draco led her to a small alcove where they were even more secluded, then placed his hand respectfully on her waist as she rested hers on his shoulder. They began to move together, following the distant music. Draco had danced with various partners at numerous society functions over the years, but nothing had felt like this simple, perfect synchronicity. Hermione followed his lead naturally, as though they'd danced together 100 times before. "This is nice," she murmured as he guided her through a turn. "It's more than nice," Draco replied softly. "It's how things should be." The implication hung between them, that they should be able to dance together openly, without hiding in deserted corridors. That whatever was growing between them deserved light instead of shadows. As the song continued, they drew closer together, the formal distance between them gradually disappearing until she was nearly in his arms. Draco could smell the subtle floral scent of her hair, could feel the warmth of her hand through his dress robes. "Draco," Hermione whispered, looking up at him with an expression that made his heart race. "What are we doing?" "Dancing," he replied, though they both knew that wasn't what she meant. "You know what I mean," she said. Us. These moments we keep stealing. What is it leading to? It was the question he'd been avoiding for months, the one that haunted him late at night when he couldn't sleep. I don't know, he admitted. I just know I can't stop thinking about you. About us. The music swelled, and Draco took a chance, spinning her in a more elaborate move than before. Hermione followed perfectly, returning to his arms with a small, delighted laugh that made his chest tighten with emotion. As the song neared its end, they slowed their movements, eventually coming to a stop while still holding each other close. For a moment, they simply stood there, neither willing to break the spell of their private dance. I should get back, Hermione finally said. Victor will be wondering where I am. Right, Draco nodded, reluctantly releasing her. And Pansy's probably searching the hall for me. But neither moved, their eyes locked in shared understanding of what this stolen dance had meant, an acknowledgement of feelings that existed despite the world that would oppose them. Impulsively, Draco reached out and touched her cheek gently. Hermione, there you are, a voice called from the end of the corridor. They jumped apart as Victor Krum approached, carrying 2 glasses of punch. I have been looking everywhere. Victor. Hermione exclaimed, her voice higher than normal. I'm sorry, I just needed some air. Krum's eyes narrowed as he looked between them. Is everything all right? Is he bothering you? Not at all, Hermione said quickly. Malfoy was just passing through. We were discussing a potions assignment. On the night of the ball? Krum asked skeptically. Granger never stops thinking about schoolwork, Draco drawled, slipping back into his public persona with practiced ease. Even in formal wear, she's still a know-it-all. Hermione shot him a quick, grateful look, understanding he was helping maintain their cover. As I was saying, Malfoy, the asphodel needs to be powdered, not simply chopped. But we can continue this riveting discussion in class. Krum still looked suspicious but seemed to accept the explanation. He handed Hermione one of the glasses. Shall we return to the ball? The Weird Sisters are playing your favorite song. Of course, she agreed, taking his arm. As they turned to leave, she glanced back at Draco, a world of unspoken words in her eyes. Draco watched them go, the memory of their dance still vivid in his mind. He remained in the corridor for several more minutes, composing himself before returning to the Great Hall and the role he was expected to play. For the remainder of the evening, he went through the motions, dancing with Pansy, laughing at the right moments, making appropriately cutting remarks about other students' appearances or dancing abilities. But his mind kept returning to those few precious minutes in the corridor, to the feeling of Hermione in his arms, to the possibilities that existed in that private world they'd created. And beneath it all ran a current of frustration, at the circumstances that kept them apart, at the roles they were forced to play, and at his own uncertainty about how to bridge the gap between what was expected of him and what he was beginning to want more than anything. January brought a return to classes and a noticeable chill in relations between Draco and Hermione. After the Yule Ball, they seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement to maintain more careful distance, both perhaps realizing how dangerous their growing feelings had become. Their interactions became strictly formal, classroom discussions, passing in corridors without acknowledgement, careful avoidance of the library at the same times. Draco told himself it was for the best. The more time he spent with Hermione, the more confused he became about everything he'd been raised to believe. Meanwhile, the second Triwizard task approached, and Potter appeared increasingly anxious. Draco observed from a distance as Hermione split her time between helping Potter prepare and continuing her apparently blossoming relationship with Krum. The Bulgarian seeker could often be seen following her to the library, watching her with obvious admiration as she studied. Each sighting twisted something inside Draco's chest, but he channeled the feeling into his usual mockery of Potter, who made an easy target with his evident stress over the upcoming task. Worried about the lake, Potter? Draco called across the potions classroom one day. Better learn to swim fast, I hear the giant squid gets hungry in February. Potter ignored him, but Draco noticed Hermione's slight frown. They hadn't spoken privately since the night of the ball, and he found himself missing their conversations with an intensity that surprised him. The evening before the second task, Draco was returning from the Quidditch pitch where he'd been flying alone, something he did when he needed to clear his head, when he spotted a familiar figure hurrying across the entrance hall. "Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall called, intercepting Hermione before she could reach the stairs. "A word, please. In my office." Something in McGonagall's tone made Draco pause. The professor looked unusually serious, even for her. Hermione seemed to notice it too, her posture tensing as she followed McGonagall down the corridor. Draco hesitated only briefly before following at a discreet distance. Years of sneaking around Hogwarts had taught him how to move quietly, keeping just close enough to observe without being noticed. McGonagall led Hermione to her office, where Professor Dumbledore was already waiting, along with a young blonde girl Draco recognized as Fleur Delacour's sister. Cho Chang stood nearby, looking confused, and a ministry official Draco didn't recognize was examining a piece of parchment. Curiosity piqued, Draco positioned himself near a suit of armor where he could overhear without being seen. "Miss Granger," Dumbledore was saying, "thank you for joining us. I'm afraid we need your assistance with tomorrow's task." "My assistance?" Hermione sounded puzzled. "I thought the champions were supposed to work out the clues themselves." "This isn't about helping the champions," McGonagall explained. "It's about being part of the task itself." Draco's attention sharpened. What did that mean? "Each champion will need to retrieve what they would miss most from the bottom of the lake," Dumbledore continued. "For Mr. Krum, that appears to be you, Miss Granger." Draco felt his stomach drop. Hermione was what Krum would miss most. After just a few months of acquaintance. "I don't understand," Hermione was saying. "You want me to be underwater while Victor tries to find me?" "You'll be perfectly safe," the ministry official assured her. "We'll place you in an enchanted sleep, and you'll be preserved in a bubble-like charm until you reach the surface. You won't even get wet. Miss Chong will be waiting for Mr. Diggory," McGonagall added. "Miss Delacour for her sister, and Mr. Weasley for Mr. Potter." "Ron?" Hermione asked, sounding surprised. "Not Ginny. The magic identifies the person each champion would truly miss the most," Dumbledore explained. "Sometimes the results are illuminating." There was more discussion of safety measures and procedures, but Draco had heard enough. He slipped away, mind racing with implications. Hermione was what Krum would miss most in the world. And while Draco knew their connection was still new, still developing, the news hit him harder than expected. What would the magic have identified as what he would miss most, he wondered. Would it have been Hermione? The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. The next morning, Draco joined his fellow students heading down to the lake for the second task. The February day was cold but clear, with a biting wind that cut through even the warmest cloaks. He found himself scanning the crowd, irrationally looking for Hermione despite knowing exactly where she was, somewhere beneath the dark waters, waiting to be rescued by Krum. The task proceeded as planned, with all 4 champions diving into the lake. The crowd waited in anticipation, though there was little to see beyond the occasional ripple or bubble breaking the surface. Draco found himself unusually tense, concerned despite all assurances about the safety measures in place. When Fleur Delacour emerged early, clearly distressed and without her sister, his concern deepened. The Beauxbatons champion was arguing frantically with the judges, pointing back at the lake and gesturing emphatically. Dumbledore seemed to be reassuring her, but she remained visibly agitated. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, Cedric Diggory broke the surface with Cho Chang. The Hufflepuffs erupted in cheers as the pair swam to shore. Minutes later, Krum emerged, his shark's head transforming back into his human form as he pulled Hermione to safety. Draco watched as Krum wrapped a towel around Hermione's shoulders, his hands lingering protectively. She smiled up at him, saying something that made him laugh, a rare sight from the usually stern Durmstrang student. The crowd awed approvingly at the obvious connection between them. Potter was the last to emerge, bringing not only Weasley but also Fleur's sister to the surface. His beyond-the-rules rescue earned him extra points, placing him tied for first with Diggory. As the crowd dispersed after the scores were announced, Draco found himself lingering, watching as Hermione stood between Potter and Krum, smiling and talking animatedly despite still being wrapped in a towel, her hair dripping lake water. "Coming, Draco?" Pansy called from where she stood with the other Slytherins. "We're heading back to celebrate Potter's inevitable failure in the final task." "In a minute," Draco replied, not taking his eyes off the scene by the judges' table. As he watched, Krum pulled Hermione slightly aside, speaking to her earnestly. Then, to Draco's surprise, he leaned down and kissed her briefly. It wasn't a passionate embrace, just a quick, affectionate gesture, but it sent a wave of jealousy through Draco so intense that he had to look away. When he looked back, Hermione's face was flushed, and she was smiling up at Krum with what appeared to be genuine affection. Potter and Weasley stood nearby, the latter looking distinctly uncomfortable with this development. Draco had seen enough. He turned and walked back toward the castle alone, his mind churning with uncomfortable emotions. He'd kept his distance, told himself it was for the best, that whatever had sparked between him and Hermione couldn't go anywhere meaningful. So why did seeing her with Krum hurt this much? That evening, unable to concentrate on homework in the crowded Slytherin common room, Draco went for a walk around the castle. Without consciously deciding to, he found himself heading toward the library, a place he'd been deliberately avoiding during Hermione's usual study hours. He paused outside the door, debating whether to enter. It was likely she would be there, possibly with Krum hovering nearby as he often did. The thought made Draco turn to leave, but the library door opened before he could walk away. Hermione stepped out, alone and carrying a stack of books so high she could barely see over them. She nearly collided with Draco before noticing him. "Oh," she exclaimed, the top book sliding precariously. "Malfoy. Sorry, I didn't see you." Draco instinctively reached out to steady the wobbling stack. "Ambitious reading, even for you, Granger." "Research for the third task," she explained, still using his surname since they were in a public corridor. "Harry needs to be prepared for anything." Always looking out for Potter, Draco observed, maintaining his aloof tone despite the rush of pleasure at this unexpected encounter. "Though I'd think you'd be busy with your Bulgarian boyfriend these days." Hermione's expression cooled. "Victor isn't my boyfriend. And my friends still need my help." "Looked pretty boyfriend-like at the lake today," Draco couldn't help saying. "The rescue, the towel, the kiss. You were watching?" Hermione asked, her voice softening slightly. "Everyone was watching," Draco replied defensively. "It was a public event." They stood awkwardly for a moment, the stack of books between them like a physical manifestation of all that separated them. "Here, let me help you with these," Draco finally said, taking half the stack. "Where are you headed?" "Gryffindor Tower," Hermione replied, looking surprised by the offer. "But you don't have to." "I know I don't have to," Draco interrupted. "I want to. It'll give us a chance to talk." She studied him for a moment, then nodded. "All right. Thank you." They walked side by side, maintaining a careful distance that would appear appropriate if anyone saw them. When they reached a deserted corridor, Draco spoke quietly. "We haven't talked since the ball." "No," Hermione agreed. "I thought, maybe it was better that way." "Was it?" Draco asked, unable to keep a hint of challenge from his voice. Hermione sighed. "I don't know, Draco. Everything feels so complicated. Including Krum." She shot him a look. "Victor is uncomplicated. He likes me. He's not ashamed to be seen with me. He doesn't care about my blood status." The implied comparison stung, but Draco couldn't deny its accuracy. "And is that enough?" he asked instead. "It should be," Hermione replied softly. "But..." She didn't finish the thought, but she didn't need to. Draco understood the unspoken, but it isn't, that hung in the air between them. I missed talking to you, he admitted. Our conversations, our debates. Even our arguments. A small smile curved Hermione's lips. I missed that too. Victor's wonderful, but he's not exactly challenging intellectually. Whereas I'm nothing but a challenge, Draco said dryly. In every possible way, she agreed, but her tone was fond rather than accusatory. They reached the corridor leading to Gryffindor Tower and stopped, knowing Draco couldn't go any further without raising questions. I should take those from here, Hermione said, gesturing to the books Draco was carrying. He handed them over carefully, their fingers brushing in the exchange. Even that brief contact sent the familiar spark through him. Hermione, Draco said hesitantly. I know things are complicated. I know I can't offer what Crumb can right now. But I just want you to know that, what happened at the ball, our dance, it meant something to me. Hermione's expression softened. It meant something to me too, Draco. That's what makes this so difficult. Before he could respond, voices approached from around the corner, other Gryffindors heading to their common room. I should go, Hermione said quickly. Thank you for helping with the books. Anytime, Granger, Draco replied, slipping back into his public persona as the voices grew closer. As she walked away, Hermione glanced back once, a complicated mix of emotions in her eyes. Draco watched her go, feeling simultaneously better and worse than before their encounter, better for having spoken to her again, worse for the confirmation that whatever was between them remained as impossible as ever. March brought increasingly erratic weather and the first signs of spring to the Hogwarts grounds. It also brought an unexpected development in the form of a scathing Rita Skeeter article in Which Weekly, featuring Hermione as the supposed heartbreaker toying with both Potter and Crumb. Potter's secret heartache, Pansy read gleefully at breakfast, holding up the magazine. Listen to this, Miss Granger, a plain but ambitious girl, seems to have developed a taste for famous wizards. Draco tuned out her recitation, watching Hermione's reaction across the hall. She appeared more annoyed than upset, showing the article to Potter with an eye roll that suggested she found it ridiculous rather than hurtful. What do you think, Draco? Blaise asked, nudging him. Granger juggling Potter and Crumb. Sounds like Skeeter's usual rubbish, Draco replied dismissively. Though Granger does seem to have unexpected appeal to some wizards. Must be using a love potion, Pansy sniffed. There's no other explanation. Or maybe some wizards see beyond the surface, Draco suggested before he could stop himself. His friends looked at him strangely. What's that supposed to mean? Theo asked. Just that Crumb's not an idiot, Draco recovered quickly. He's got reasons for his interest, even if we don't understand them. Strategy, maybe, getting close to Potter's friend. This explanation seemed to satisfy them, and the conversation moved on. But the incident left Draco increasingly uncomfortable with the casual cruelty of his social circle. Comments and jokes he would once have laughed at now grated on him, making him hyper-aware of how Hermione would feel if she overheard them. The following week brought another nasty surprise. During a potions lesson, Pansy made sure Hermione saw the magazine article, leading to Snape reading it aloud to the entire class. Draco watched, stomach churning, as Hermione's cheeks burned with humiliation while the Slytherin snickered. I should have expected this, Hermione said bitterly when they crossed paths in the library that evening. Rita Skeeter has been after me ever since I called her out for misquoting me in that first article about Harry. How is she getting these stories? Draco asked. Some of the quotes seem too specific to be made up entirely. I don't know, Hermione admitted. But I'm going to find out. She couldn't have overheard some of these conversations. It's almost like she was there invisibly. Draco raised an eyebrow. You think she has an invisibility cloak? Or something else, Hermione mused, her expression shifting to one Draco recognized, the look she got when solving a particularly challenging puzzle. There are other ways of making oneself unnoticeable. Like what? I have a few theories, she said, a determined glint in her eye. I just need to do some research. Need any help? Draco offered. Hermione looked surprised but pleased. Actually, yes. Could you check if the library has anything on magical methods of eavesdropping? Specifically ones that would allow someone to access places they shouldn't be able to reach. Consider it done, Draco agreed, secretly pleased to have a project to work on with her, even if indirectly. Over the next several days, they developed a system, leaving books with relevant passages marked on specific library tables for the other to find, exchanging brief notes hidden between pages. The clandestine collaboration reminded Draco of their work on Buckbeak's appeal the previous year, though with considerably less moral clarity. Found anything useful? Hermione asked when they briefly crossed paths in a deserted corridor. Nothing definitive, Draco replied. But there's a section on animagi that might be relevant, especially unregistered ones. The Ministry registry is notoriously incomplete. Hermione's eyes widened. Of course. An animagus form would be perfect for eavesdropping. Something small and inconspicuous that could go anywhere. Like an insect, Draco suggested. A fly on the wall, literally. Draco, you're brilliant. Hermione exclaimed, briefly squeezing his arm in excitement before catching herself. Sorry. But yes, that's exactly it. I need to check the registry, see if she's listed. She won't be if she's unregistered, Draco pointed out. That's rather the point. True, but it's a start, Hermione replied. Thank you for your help. Anytime, Draco said sincerely. Though I admit, helping you take down Rita Skeeter wasn't on my list of expected activities this year. Hermione smiled. Life's full of surprises lately. Indeed it is, Draco agreed, thinking of how much had changed since their detention sessions the previous year. Some better than others. Their eyes met in shared understanding before they continued in opposite directions, maintaining their public separation. As March progressed into April, Draco noticed Hermione spending increasingly less time with Krum. The Bulgarian still followed her to the library occasionally, but there seemed to be a new distance between them. Draco told himself he wasn't pleased by this development, but he couldn't deny the lightening of the weight that had settled in his chest since seeing them kiss after the second task. One evening, as Draco was returning from Quidditch practice, he spotted Hermione and Krum in what appeared to be a serious conversation by the lake. Their body language suggested tension rather than romance, Krum gesturing emphatically while Hermione shook her head, her arms crossed defensively. Draco hesitated, torn between curiosity and respecting their privacy. Before he could decide, they seemed to reach some kind of resolution. Krum nodded stiffly, then leaned down to kiss Hermione's cheek in what looked distinctly like a goodbye gesture. He walked away toward the Durmstrang ship while Hermione remained by the lake, looking out over the water. Almost without conscious decision, Draco found himself walking toward her. Everything all right? He asked quietly as he approached. Hermione turned, not seeming particularly surprised to see him. Not really, she admitted. Victor and I just agreed it would be better if we were just friends. I'm sorry, Draco said, and was startled to realize he meant it. Despite his jealousy, he didn't want to see her hurt. Don't be, Hermione replied with a small smile. It was mutual. He's returning to Bulgaria after the tournament, and I. She hesitated. I couldn't give him what he wanted. Which was? Certainty, she said simply. A commitment to visit him over the summer, to write regularly, to see where things might go. My heart wasn't in it enough to make those promises. Draco absorbed this, aware of the implication but not quite daring to acknowledge it directly. So you're officially single again? I suppose I am, Hermione agreed. Though with everything happening, the tournament, exams, helping Harry, romance isn't exactly my priority right now. Of course, Draco nodded, trying not to show his disappointment at this sensible statement. Potter needs all the help he can get for the third task. It's not just that, Hermione said, her expression growing serious. "Haven't you noticed? Things are changing, Draco. Harry's scar has been hurting more frequently. There are whispers about Death Eater activity. Mr. Crouch's bizarre behavior and disappearance. Something's happening." Draco had noticed, though he tried to ignore the implications. His father had been unusually secretive in recent letters, making cryptic references to coming changes and opportunities for those who know which side to support. "My father hinted at something similar," Draco admitted. "Nothing specific, but enough to be concerning." "You don't think?" Hermione began, then lowered her voice. "You don't think he's coming back, do you? Voldemort?" Draco flinched at the name. "I don't know. But whatever's happening, it feels ominous." They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of unspoken fears hanging between them. The peaceful lake scene contrasted starkly with the darkness of their thoughts. "If something does happen," Hermione finally said, "where will you stand, Draco?" It was the question he'd been dreading, the one he asked himself late at night when he couldn't sleep. If the Dark Lord returned, if Wizarding Society split along the lines it had during the First War, which side would he choose? "I don't know," he answered honestly. "My family has always had a clear position on these matters. My father would expect me to follow that tradition." "But what do you want?" Hermione pressed. "Not what's expected of you, what do you believe is right?" "It's not that simple for me," Draco said, frustration edging his voice. "You Gryffindors see everything in black and white, good and evil, right and wrong. My world has always had shades of gray." "Some things are black and white," Hermione argued. "Killing innocent people because of their blood status is wrong. There's no gray area there." "I know that," Draco snapped, then immediately regretted his tone. More quietly, he added, "I know that. But knowing something intellectually and being willing to stand against your entire family, your heritage, everything you've been raised to believe, those are different things." Hermione's expression softened. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't push. I know it's complicated for you." "More complicated every day," Draco admitted, looking at her with meaning. She understood immediately. "Because of me?" "Because of you," he confirmed. "Because you've made me question everything I thought I knew. Because you've shown me that blood status doesn't determine worth or ability or the capacity to care about someone." The words hung between them, more direct than anything he'd said before about his feelings. "Draco," Hermione began, but he interrupted. "I'm not asking for anything," he said quickly. "I know the timing is terrible, and there are 1,000 reasons why this, whatever this is between us, is impossible. But I wanted you to know that you've changed me. For the better, I think." Hermione's eyes shone with emotion. "You've changed me too. You've shown me that people aren't always what they seem, that they can grow and evolve beyond the labels others put on them." A cold breeze swept across the lake, causing Hermione to shiver. Without thinking, Draco removed his Quidditch cloak and draped it around her shoulders. "Won't you be cold?" she asked, but pulled the cloak tighter around herself nonetheless. "I'll be fine," Draco assured her. "Besides, it looks better on you. Green suits you, despite your house loyalties." Hermione smiled, running her fingers over the Slytherin emblem embroidered on the cloak. "I don't think anyone's ever seen me in Slytherin colors before." "Our secret," Draco said, enjoying the sight of her wrapped in his cloak more than he cared to admit. "We have a lot of those, don't we?" Hermione observed. "Secrets. Necessary ones," Draco pointed out. "Can you imagine the reaction if people knew we were friends?" The word felt inadequate, but neither was ready to define their relationship more precisely. "Chaos," Hermione agreed with a small laugh. "Ron would have a heart attack. Pansy would probably try to hex me. My father would." Draco began, then stopped, not wanting to contemplate Lucius Malfoy's reaction to his son's friendship, or more, with a Muggle-born witch. "I know, Hermione said softly, understanding his unfinished thought. That's why we're careful. They stood together by the lake as twilight deepened around them, both aware that they should return to the castle soon but reluctant to end this rare moment of privacy and honesty. Whatever happens, Draco finally said, with the tournament, with everything else. Be careful, Hermione. Please. She looked at him, seeming to understand the depth of concern behind his words. I will. You too, Draco. As they walked back toward the castle, maintaining a careful distance as they approached the more populated areas, Draco felt a growing sense of foreboding. Something was coming, something that would test them both in ways they couldn't yet imagine. For now, though, he held on to the memory of Hermione in his Slytherin cloak, her eyes bright as she looked at him without judgment or expectation, just acceptance of who he was and who he might become. It would have to be enough. The weeks leading up to the third task passed in a blur of activity. The champions trained intensively, with Potter often seen practicing complex spells with Hermione and Weasley in empty classrooms. Meanwhile, exam preparations consumed most students' remaining time and energy. Draco and Hermione continued their careful dance of public indifference and private connection, finding moments to exchange brief conversations in the library or deserted corridors. They never again discussed their feelings as directly as they had by the lake, but an understanding had developed between them, an acknowledgement of a connection that existed despite all logical reasons it shouldn't. Their collaborative research into Rita Skeeter continued as well, with Hermione growing increasingly convinced of her animagus theory. I just need to catch her in the act, she told Draco during one of their library encounters. Then she'll have no choice but to leave me, and Harry, alone. The day of the third task dawned bright and clear. Excitement permeated the castle as students finished their last exams and prepared for the evening's event. Draco found himself unusually tense, a sense of foreboding hanging over him that he couldn't quite explain. At dinner in the Great Hall, he noticed Hermione sitting beside Potter, speaking to him urgently while casting occasional glances at the staff table. Potter looked nervous but determined, nodding at whatever advice she was giving him. Potter looks like he's heading to his execution rather than the final task, Blaise observed, following Draco's gaze. Maybe he's finally realized he's out of his depth. Maybe, Draco agreed absently, more focused on Hermione's evident concern than Potter's nervousness. After dinner, the school proceeded to the Quidditch pitch, which had been transformed into a massive maze for the final task. The hedges towered above the spectators, mysterious and forbidding in the twilight. As the champions prepared to enter the maze, Draco found himself scanning the crowd until he spotted Hermione in the front row of the stands, her hands clasped tightly together. She was speaking to Weasley, who looked almost as nervous as she did. The task began with a cannon blast, and the champions entered the maze at intervals based on their current scores. Potter and Diggory went first, followed by Crumb, and finally Delacour. Then the waiting began. Unlike the second task, where there had been nothing to see, the third task offered occasional glimpses of action when red sparks shot into the air or when champions came close enough to the hedge boundaries to be visible. Mostly, though, it was an exercise in tense anticipation. This is boring, Pansy complained after an hour had passed with little visible action. We can't even see what's happening. That's the point, Draco replied. It's about the champions facing their challenges alone. Still boring, she insisted. I hope something exciting happens soon. Draco wished he could tell her to be careful what she wished for. The sense of impending danger had only grown stronger as the evening progressed, though he couldn't have explained why. A commotion near the entrance to the maze caught his attention. Fleur Delacour had been brought out, looking dazed and confused. She was speaking rapidly in French to Madame Maxime, gesturing back toward the maze with evident distress. 1 down, 3 to go, Theo commented. Wonder what got her. More time passed. Red sparks appeared again, and soon Victor Crumb was retrieved from the maze, looking even more disoriented than Delacour had. Something about his blank expression sent a chill down Draco's spine. He looks like he's been confounded, Draco observed quietly. Or imperious, Blaise suggested, then laughed as if it were a joke rather than a serious possibility. The wait continued, stretching everyone's nerves thin. In the stands across from the Slytherins, Draco could see Hermione and Weasley leaning forward anxiously, their earlier conversation apparently forgotten in their shared concern for Potter. Suddenly, without warning, two figures appeared at the entrance to the maze, Potter and Diggory, clutching the Triwizard Cup between them. But something was wrong. Potter was shouting, his voice carrying across the suddenly silent crowd, "He's back! Voldemort's back!" And Diggory. Diggory wasn't moving. Chaos erupted. People surged forward from the stands. Screams and shouts filled the air. Draco stood frozen, his father's hints and warnings suddenly crystallizing into horrifying clarity. The Dark Lord had returned. Through the confusion, he saw Dumbledore bending over Potter, who clutched Diggory's motionless form. The Diggory's anguished cries confirmed what was already apparent: Cedric was dead. Draco? Pansy's voice seemed to come from far away. What's happening? What does Potter mean? But Draco couldn't answer. His eyes were searching the crowd frantically until he found what he was looking for, Hermione, pushing through the chaos toward Potter, her face white with fear. Their eyes met across the crowded field for just a moment. In that brief connection, Draco tried to convey everything he couldn't say aloud: concern, warning, a desperate wish to protect her from what was coming. She gave him the slightest nod before continuing toward her friend. The next hours passed in fragments of memory. Students were herded back to their dormitories while staff dealt with the crisis. Rumors flew: Diggory murdered, Potter claiming the Dark Lord's return, something about a portkey and a graveyard. In the Slytherin common room, reactions ranged from disbelief to fear to, most disturbingly, quiet excitement from a few students whose families had known Death Eater connections. Draco sat apart from the discussions, his mind racing. If the Dark Lord had truly returned, everything would change. The wizarding world would divide along lines drawn decades ago, lines that placed him and Hermione on opposite sides of an unbridgeable chasm. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Professor Snape, his normally sallow face even paler than usual. "Attention, all Slytherin students," Snape announced, his voice cutting through the chaotic conversations. "You are to remain in your dormitories until morning. Prefects will ensure no one leaves for any reason. Am I understood?" After receiving confirmation, Snape beckoned Draco to follow him into the corridor. "Your father is here," Snape said without preamble once they were alone. "He wishes to speak with you immediately." Draco's stomach dropped. "My father? Why?" "That is not for me to say," Snape replied, his black eyes unreadable. "He is waiting in my office. I would not keep him waiting." As they walked through the silent dungeons, Draco fought to control his rising panic. Why would his father come to Hogwarts tonight of all nights? The timing couldn't be coincidence. Lucius Malfoy stood beside Snape's desk, his long blonde hair gleaming in the torchlight, his expression grave. "Draco," he said as his son entered. "We need to talk." Snape closed the door, leaving them alone. Draco stood straight, instinctively adopting the formal posture his father expected. "Is it true?" Draco asked, deciding directness was best. "Has the Dark Lord returned?" Lucius studied him for a moment, then nodded once. "He has. Tonight. And that changes everything." "Diggory, a regrettable casualty," Lucius cut him off. "But in times of great change, sacrifices are sometimes necessary." Draco felt sick. Cedric Diggory had been a decent person, a fair Quidditch captain, a student whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. "I don't understand what this means for us," Draco said carefully. "For our family. It means opportunity, Draco," Lucius replied, his voice low and intense. "The Dark Lord remembers those who were loyal, and those who denied him. The Malfoy family must be positioned appropriately in the coming conflict." "What do you want me to do?" Draco asked, though he feared he already knew. Watch. Listen. Report to me anything Potter or Dumbledore says or does. Information will be crucial in the early stages. Lucius placed a hand on Draco's shoulder. You are no longer a child, Draco. It is time for you to begin taking your place in service to our cause. Our cause. The words echoed in Draco's mind, bringing with them images of Hermione, her intelligence, her courage, her kindness. She was part of the cause his father wanted him to fight against. I understand, Father, Draco said, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. Good. Lucius squeezed his shoulder once, then released it. The Ministry is currently denying the Dark Lord's return. This works to our advantage, giving us time to prepare. You will return home on the Hogwarts Express as usual. We will discuss matters more thoroughly then. After his father left, Draco remained in Snape's office, struggling to process everything. The world had shifted beneath his feet in a matter of hours, and the path ahead looked darker and more treacherous than he could have imagined. Sir. Draco said when Snape returned. May I ask you something? Snape regarded him silently for a moment, then nodded. If you were, caught between expectations and what you believe is right, Draco began hesitantly, how would you choose? Something flickered in Snape's usually impassive eyes, recognition, perhaps, or something deeper. That, Mr. Malfoy, he said quietly, is the question that defines us all in times like these. It wasn't really an answer, but somehow, it helped. The final days of term passed in a haze of grief and tension. Dumbledore gave a memorial speech for Cedric Diggory in which he explicitly stated that Voldemort had returned and was responsible for the Hufflepuff's death. The announcement divided the school, most students appeared shocked and frightened, while a small minority, primarily from Slytherin, remained skeptical or defiantly unconcerned. Draco observed it all with growing anxiety. Potter had been released from the hospital wing but kept to himself, surrounded by a protective circle of friends including Hermione. Draco hadn't been able to speak with her since the night of the third task, though they'd exchanged brief glances in the great hall or corridors, each confirming the other was all right, but nothing more. On the final evening before departure, Draco found himself wandering the castle, unable to face the conflicting reactions in the Slytherin common room any longer. Without consciously deciding to, he made his way to the astronomy tower, the place where he and Hermione had shared their first kiss the previous year. To his surprise, she was already there, standing by the parapet and looking out over the moonlit grounds. Great minds think alike, Draco said softly as he approached. Hermione turned, a sad smile touching her lips. I needed somewhere quiet to think. This seemed appropriate. How's Potter? Draco asked, joining her at the parapet but maintaining a careful distance. Physically fine, Hermione replied. Emotionally, he's struggling. He saw Cedric murdered, saw Voldemort reborn, dueled him and barely escaped. Draco flinched at the casual use of the Dark Lord's name. And he's certain it was him. Without a doubt, Hermione confirmed. Harry provided memories for the pensive. Dumbledore believes him completely. My father was there, Draco said quietly. In the graveyard. Potter probably saw him. Hermione looked at him, her expression troubled but not surprised. Yes. Harry mentioned seeing several Death Eaters. Your father was among them. The confirmation hung heavily between them. He came to see me afterward, Draco continued. Here at Hogwarts. He wants me to be his eyes and ears. To report on Potter and Dumbledore. Will you? Hermione asked, her voice carefully neutral. I don't know what choice I have, Draco admitted. He's my father. My family. If I refuse. I understand, Hermione said, and remarkably, she seemed to. Family loyalty is powerful. I don't blame you for feeling torn. Her compassion made everything both better and worse, better because she didn't condemn him, worse because it highlighted the impossible position they were in. This changes everything, doesn't it? Draco said, voicing the thought that had been haunting him. Whatever was happening between us. It was already complicated, Hermione pointed out. This just makes it more so. More so. Draco laughed bitterly. Hermione, the Dark Lord has returned. His entire ideology is based on eliminating people like you from wizarding society. And my family is aligned with him. It's not just complicated, it's impossible. Is that what you believe? Hermione challenged, turning to face him fully. That I should be eliminated? That Muggleborns are somehow less deserving of magic? No. Draco exclaimed. You know I don't believe that. Not anymore. Then it's not impossible, Hermione said firmly. Difficult, dangerous, complicated, yes. But not impossible. You don't understand what he's capable of, Draco insisted. What my father and the others would do if they discovered us. I have some idea, Hermione replied grimly. Harry told us what happened in that graveyard. But fear can't be the only thing that guides our choices, Draco. They fell silent, the enormity of the situation settling over them. The peaceful Hogwarts ground stretched out below, deceptively tranquil considering the darkness that was gathering in the wizarding world. I don't know what to do, Draco finally admitted. I feel like I'm being pulled in two directions, and whichever way I choose, I lose something important. Hermione reached out hesitantly and took his hand. Maybe you don't have to choose yet. Maybe for now, it's enough to know what you believe in your heart. And what do I believe? Draco asked, genuinely curious about her perception of him. That people should be judged by their actions and character, not their bloodlines, Hermione said without hesitation. That intelligence and ability matter more than heritage. That cruelty for its own sake is wrong. She squeezed his hand. That's the Draco I've come to know this past year. Her faith in him was humbling and terrifying. Draco wasn't sure he deserved it, wasn't sure he could live up to the person she believed him to be. I'm not as good as you think I am, he warned. And I'm not as perfect as you seem to believe, Hermione countered with a small smile. We're both just trying to figure things out in increasingly complicated times. The understanding in her eyes was almost too much to bear. Draco pulled her closer, needing the comfort of her presence, the reassurance that despite everything, they still had this moment. What happens now? He asked. When we leave tomorrow? We go home to our separate worlds, Hermione said. We process what's happened. We prepare for whatever comes next. And us? This? Draco gestured between them. We remember, Hermione said simply. We hold on to what we've learned about each other, about ourselves. And we find our way forward, even if it's not always together. I'll write, Draco promised. More carefully than ever, but I'll find a way. So will I, Hermione agreed. Though I think we both need to be prepared for the possibility that direct communication might become too risky. The thought of losing even their secret correspondence was painful, but Draco knew she was right. With the Dark Lord's return, the risk of discovery would increase exponentially. If it does, Draco said, know that I'm thinking of you. That I'm trying to find a path through this that doesn't betray everything we've shared. Hermione nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Same. Whatever happens, Draco, remember who you really are, not who others expect you to be. The advice hit home, touching on his deepest struggle. Who was he, really? The loyal Malfoy's son, following in his father's footsteps? Or the boy who had helped save a hippogriff, who had danced with a Muggleborn witch in a deserted corridor, who had begun to question everything he'd been raised to believe? Maybe he was both, and neither. Maybe he was still becoming whoever he would eventually be. On impulse, Draco leaned down and kissed Hermione, trying to convey everything he couldn't say, his fear, his confusion, his growing feelings for her that defied all logic and expectation. She responded instantly, her arms wrapping around his neck as she kissed him back with equal intensity. When they finally broke apart, Draco rested his forehead against hers. "For good luck," he murmured. "We're both going to need it." "For remembrance," Hermione corrected gently. "Of what matters, even when everything else is falling apart." They stayed in the tower until curfew approached, talking quietly about safer topics, summer plans, books they intended to read, memories of their unexpected connection throughout the year. Neither mentioned Voldemort again, or Death Eaters, or the coming conflict that would inevitably place them on opposite sides. As they reluctantly prepared to leave, Hermione reached into her robes and pulled out a small, carefully wrapped package. "I was going to give this to you on the train tomorrow," she explained, "but since we probably won't get a private moment there." She handed it to him. "Don't open it until you're home." Draco took the package, surprised by the gesture. "I don't have anything for you." "You've given me plenty," Hermione assured him. "New perspectives, challenging conversations, a dance I'll never forget. And a few headaches, I imagine," Draco added with a small smile. "Those too," Hermione laughed, the sound momentarily lightening the somber mood. "Take care of yourself, Draco. Be safe." "You too," he replied, suddenly serious. "Especially you, Hermione. The world is about to become very dangerous for Muggleborns," she finished when he hesitated. "I know. Harry, Ron, and I have already discussed it. We'll be careful." They parted at the tower door, heading in separate directions with the unspoken understanding that tomorrow on the train, they would once again be Malfoy and Granger, Slytherin and Gryffindor, seeming adversaries rather than secret friends. The journey back to London was subdued, with Cedric's death and the uncertain future hanging over the students like a cloud. Draco maintained his expected role among the Slytherins, making the occasional cutting remark about Potter or the Weasleys when required, but his heart wasn't in it. Once, when passing Hermione in the corridor on his way back from the bathroom, he whispered, "Remember what I said. Be careful." She gave him the slightest nod in acknowledgement before continuing on her way. It wasn't until Draco was in his bedroom at Malfoy Manor, unpacking his trunk, that he remembered Hermione's gift. He unwrapped it carefully to find a small, leather-bound book. Opening it, he discovered it was a journal, its pages blank except for a handwritten inscription on the first page, "For thoughts that can't be spoken aloud. Tap with your wand and say Revelio to read past entries, Obscuro to hide them again. Only you can see what's written here." Beneath this was a quote, "In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends." Martin Luther King Jr. Draco ran his fingers over the words, touched by the thoughtfulness of the gift. A safe place for his most private thoughts, protected from discovery, something he would desperately need in the coming months. Taking out his wand, he tapped the page and whispered, "Revelio." To his surprise, a message appeared below the inscription, "Draco, by the time you read this, we'll be in our separate worlds again. I don't know what the coming months will bring, but I wanted you to know that this year has meant more to me than I can properly express. You've challenged me, surprised me, and shown me that people can change when they open their minds to new perspectives. Whatever happens next, know that I believe in you, in your intelligence, your hidden kindness, and your capacity to choose your own path, regardless of expectations. You are more than your name, more than your family history, more than the house colors you wear. Be brave, Draco. Not in the reckless Gryffindor way, but in the way that matters most, having the courage to think for yourself and stand for what you know is right, even when it's difficult. Until we meet again, Hermione." Draco read the message several times, his chest tight with emotion. Finally, he tapped the journal and whispered, "Obscuro," watching as the words faded from view, hidden but not forgotten. Placing the journal in his desk drawer, Draco walked to his window and looked out at the manicured grounds of Malfoy Manor. Somewhere in the house, his father was already making preparations for the Dark Lord's return to power. Soon, Draco would be expected to participate, to take his place in the pure-blood hierarchy that Voldemort promised to restore. But thanks to Hermione, he now knew there was another way to see the world. And though he didn't yet know how to reconcile these conflicting perspectives, the journal gave him hope that he might eventually find a path that honored both his family and his conscience. For now, that would have to be enough. Chapter 3, Impossible Choices. Draco stared out the window of his bedroom at Malfoy Manor, watching summer rain streak down the glass. The prophet lay discarded on his bed, its headlines screaming about Potter's attention-seeking lies regarding the Dark Lord's return. Pure propaganda. He knew better. His home had become a different place this summer. His father held hushed meetings behind closed doors, discussions that fell silent when Draco entered a room. Unfamiliar wizards came and went at strange hours. His mother's face grew more pinched with worry each day. And though no one spoke of it directly to him, Draco knew the Dark Lord had returned. He'd seen the certainty in his father's eyes that night at Hogwarts, felt the tension thrumming through the manor like a living thing. Turning from the window, Draco crossed to his desk and unlocked the bottom drawer with a tap of his wand. He withdrew Hermione's journal, running his fingers over the leather binding before opening it to read her hidden message for what must have been the 100th time. Be brave, Draco. Brave. Such a Gryffindor concept. Yet he couldn't deny how those words steadied him when everything else seemed to be spiraling out of control. They hadn't written directly to each other this summer. Too risky, they'd agreed. But he'd filled pages of the journal with thoughts he couldn't share with anyone else, fears about what was coming, memories of their time together, questions about where his true loyalties should lie. A sharp knock on his bedroom door made him hastily return the journal to its hiding place. Draco? His mother's voice. Your Hogwarts letter has arrived. He crossed the room and opened the door. Narcissa Malfoy stood there, looking elegant as always, though her eyes carried shadows that hadn't been there before. There's something else as well, she said, handing him not just the usual Hogwarts envelope but a smaller package. Draco took both, recognizing the green and silver prefect badge that fell into his palm. I've been made prefect. His mother smiled, genuine pride lighting her features. Your father will be pleased. This is just the first step, Draco. This year will present important opportunities for you to demonstrate your loyalty to our values. The way she emphasized the word values left no doubt about what she meant. Of course, Mother, Draco replied automatically. After she left, Draco sat heavily on his bed, turning the prefect badge over in his hand. Once, this would have filled him with uncomplicated pride. Now, he found himself wondering who the Gryffindor prefects would be. Hermione, almost certainly. She was the obvious choice, brilliant, responsible, rule-abiding, usually. But the male prefect? Potter, as Dumbledore's clear favorite? Or perhaps Weasley, though that seemed unlikely. Prefect duties would mean working together occasionally, legitimate reasons to interact without raising suspicion. The thought brought a small smile to his face, the first genuine one in weeks. Maybe fifth year wouldn't be entirely terrible after all. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with the usual start-of-term chaos, though Draco noticed an undercurrent of tension that hadn't existed before. Parents hugged children more tightly, whispered more urgent warnings. Eyes darted suspiciously. People traveled in tight groups rather than mingling freely. Lucius Malfoy placed a firm hand on Draco's shoulder as they stood beside the Hogwarts Express. Remember what we discussed, he said quietly. Dolores Umbridge will be watching. Show her that the Malfoy family supports the Ministry's position. Yes, Father. And keep an eye on Potter and his friends. Their activities could prove relevant to our interests. Our interests. The Dark Lord's interests, he meant. Draco nodded, fighting to keep his expression neutral. I won't disappoint you. His father squeezed his shoulder once, a rare gesture of approval. I know you won't. This is your time to prove yourself, Draco. As Draco boarded the train, he caught sight of a familiar figure further down the platform, Hermione, hugging her Muggle parents goodbye. She wore her school robes already, a shiny prefect badge gleaming on her chest. Something in his chest loosened at the sight of her. She turned, perhaps sensing his gaze, and their eyes met briefly across the crowded platform. Her expression revealed nothing, but she touched her prefect badge in a subtle acknowledgement of his matching one, visible on his robes. Draco found Crabbe and Goyle holding a compartment with Pansy and Blaze. He settled in beside them, responding to their summer stories with appropriate comments while his mind remained elsewhere. After a while, he stood. "Prefect meeting in the front carriage," he announced. "I'll be back later." Pansy looked disappointed. "I hoped we'd have the whole journey together." "Duty calls," Draco shrugged, secretly relieved to escape. The prefect's carriage was already half full when he arrived. The head boy and girl, a Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff he barely knew, stood at the front. Draco slid into a seat near the back, watching as others filtered in. Hermione arrived with Weasley in tow, a prefect badge gleaming on his chest. So Dumbledore had chosen the Weasel over Potter. Interesting. Malfoy, Weasley greeted him with obvious distaste. "Weasley," Draco returned coolly. "Quite a shock seeing that badge on you. Did they run out of qualified candidates?" "Stuff it, Malfoy," Weasley growled. "Boys," Hermione interjected firmly. "We're prefects now. Let's try to act like it." Draco caught her eye and gave the slightest nod, acknowledging the truth behind her words. This year would require an even more careful balancing act between his public persona and private thoughts. The meeting covered basic responsibilities: patrolling corridors, enforcing curfew, reporting rule breakers, and overseeing first years. At the end, the head boy assigned patrol partners and schedules. "Granger and Malfoy, you'll take Wednesday evenings, third-floor corridors." Draco kept his expression neutral despite the jolt of surprise and pleasure that ran through him. Wednesday evenings with Hermione. Alone. Legitimate time together, sanctioned by school authorities. From Hermione's carefully controlled expression, he knew she was thinking the same thing. After the meeting, they found themselves briefly alone in the train corridor. "Congratulations on making prefect," Hermione said formally, loud enough to be heard if anyone was nearby. "Though I'm not looking forward to patrolling with you." Draco smirked. "Mutual, Granger." Then, as a group of second years pushed past them, he murmured, "Wednesday evenings, third floor. Almost like someone's helping us." Her lips twitched. "Almost. It'll be purely professional, of course." "Of course," he agreed, then added more softly, "I missed you." The simple admission hung between them for a heartbeat before they moved apart, returning to their separate worlds, she to Potter and Weasley, he to his Slytherin companions. But those 3 words had bridged the summer's silence, re-establishing the connection that had grown between them the previous year. The welcome feast brought unwelcome news in the form of Dolores Umbridge, the new defense against the dark arts professor. Her simpering voice and ministry-approved speech confirmed what Draco's father had hinted: the ministry was interfering at Hogwarts, determined to silence Dumbledore and Potter about the Dark Lord's return. "She's going to be a nightmare," Blaze commented as they headed to the Slytherin dormitories after the feast. "Did you see that cardigan? Criminal. Don't underestimate her," Draco warned. "My father says she has Fudge's complete trust. She's here to take control, not just teach." "Good," Pansy declared. "It's about time someone shut Dumbledore and Potter up about you-know-who. Causing panic with their ridiculous stories." Draco said nothing, remembering his father's face that night at Hogwarts. The stories weren't ridiculous at all, which made Umbridge's presence all the more concerning. The next morning at breakfast, Draco watched Hermione from across the hall. She sat with Potter and Weasley as usual, but something about her posture seemed tense. As she examined her timetable, he saw her frown deeply. Later, in their first defense against the dark arts class, he understood why. "Wands away, books out," Umbridge trilled. "We'll be following a carefully structured, ministry-approved theoretical curriculum this year." "Theoretical?" No practical magic. Just reading Wilbert Slinkard's insipid text about negotiating peacefully with dark wizards. As if the Dark Lord could be reasoned with over tea. Even Draco, who knew he should be publicly supporting anything the ministry proposed, found it difficult to hide his dismay. How were they supposed to pass their OWLS without practicing spells? The Gryffindors were less reserved in their criticism. Hermione's hand shot up immediately, challenging Umbridge's curriculum directly. Surely the whole point of defense against the dark arts is to practice defensive spells, she asked. Are you a ministry educational expert, Miss Granger? Umbridge countered, her voice dangerously sweet. From there, the confrontation escalated, with Potter eventually shouting about the Dark Lord's return and earning himself detention. Draco watched the exchange with growing unease. Umbridge was clearly more dangerous than her pink cardigans and girlish voice suggested. After class, Draco lingered, pretending to organize his bag until he found himself walking near Hermione in the corridor. That was stupid, he murmured. Challenging her directly. Hermione glanced at him. What would you suggest? Sitting quietly while she sabotages our education? I'm saying be more Slytherin about it, Draco replied quietly. She's looking for confrontation. Don't give it to her in public. Before Hermione could respond, Weasley called her name from up ahead, and she hurried to catch up with him and Potter. But Draco saw her thoughtful expression and knew she'd understood his warning. Their first prefect patrol together came the following Wednesday. Draco arrived at the third-floor corridor early, nervous despite himself. He'd barely spoken to Hermione since the train, their interactions limited to classroom glances and brief passes in the library. She appeared precisely on time, her prefect badge gleaming against her robes. Malfoy. Granger. They began walking the corridor in silence, maintaining a professional distance while checking empty classrooms and occasionally reminding students that curfew was approaching. Only when the corridor emptied did Hermione speak freely. Umbridge is worse than we thought. Harry's detentions, she's making him write lines with a blood quill. What? Draco stopped walking. That's illegal. Those are restricted magical objects. I know. But who would stop her? She has the ministry's full backing. Does Dumbledore know? Hermione shook her head. Harry refuses to tell him. Doesn't want to give Umbridge the satisfaction. Typical Potter heroics, Draco muttered, but without his usual venom. This is serious, Hermione. The ministry sent her here for a reason, and it's not just about silencing Potter. I know, Hermione said grimly. She's laying groundwork for something bigger. But what? Complete control of Hogwarts, Draco said. My father hinted as much. Fudge is paranoid that Dumbledore is building an army to overthrow him. That's ridiculous. Is it? Dumbledore has his supporters. And with the tournament last year, he established international connections with Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Hermione looked troubled. So the ministry is deliberately preventing us from learning defensive magic because they're afraid we'll use it against them? Precisely. But that's, Hermione broke off, clearly frustrated. With Voldemort back, we need defense training more than ever. Draco flinched at the name but didn't correct her. I know. They continued patrolling, discussing Umbridge's restrictions and the rising tension in the school. Gradually, their conversation shifted to more personal matters. How was your summer? Hermione asked. I wanted to write, but it was better not to risk it, Draco agreed. My summer was strange. Things at home are changing. He didn't elaborate, but from her expression, Hermione understood what he wasn't saying, that the Dark Lord's return had already affected Malfoy Manor. I used the journal, Draco admitted. Almost every day. It helped. Hermione smiled, looking genuinely pleased. I'm glad. I found myself writing to you too, in my head, at least. Saying what? Draco asked, curious. Mostly updates about Harry's hearing at the ministry, my prefect nomination. Worrying about what Umbridge's appointment might mean. She paused. Wondering if you were okay. I'm fine, Draco said automatically. Are you? Really? The genuine concern in her voice broke through his practiced facade. No, he admitted quietly. Nothing's fine. My father's expectations, the Dark Lord's return, this farce at the ministry. It's all spinning out of control. Hermione touched his arm briefly, the contact sending warmth through him even as she withdrew her hand quickly, ever mindful of being observed. We'll figure it out, she said. All of it. Together. The simple declaration shouldn't have meant so much. They were just two students against forces far larger than themselves. But somehow, her confidence steadied him. Together, he agreed. Though how exactly that works with you constantly at Potter's side and me playing the perfect Slytherin prefect, I'm not sure. We'll have these patrols, Hermione pointed out. And we're both clever. We'll find ways. As they completed their rounds and prepared to part ways at the staircase, she up to Gryffindor Tower, he down to the dungeons, Draco hesitated, then said, be careful with whatever you're planning. Hermione's eyes widened slightly. What makes you think I'm planning something? I know you, Hermione. You won't just sit back while Umbridge sabotages your education. Just, be careful. She's dangerous. Hermione studied him for a moment, then nodded. You too, Draco. Especially with her watching for student allegiances. They parted ways, each returning to their separate worlds, yet Draco felt the connection between them had strengthened during their patrol. Despite everything pulling them apart, they'd found a way to maintain their unlikely friendship, or whatever this was becoming. Educational Decree No. 24 arrived a few weeks later, banning all student organizations without Umbridge's approval. Draco immediately understood the implications, though he wasn't sure what specific group had triggered this response. His answer came during breakfast, when his father's owl delivered a sealed note, the High Inquisitor will be forming an inquisitorial squad of trusted students. Ensure you are selected. This is an opportunity to demonstrate your loyalty and gather valuable information. LM. Draco folded the note carefully, his appetite gone. Across the Great Hall, he saw Hermione in intense conversation with Potter and Weasley, all three looking worried. Whatever they'd been organizing, Umbridge was already moving to shut it down. That evening, Umbridge summoned him to her office. The sickly pink decor and mewling kitten plates made his skin crawl, though he maintained a respectful expression as she explained the inquisitorial squad's purpose. Selected students, primarily from Slytherin House, will have the authority to dock points and report directly to me about suspicious activities, she simpered. Your father speaks highly of your dedication to proper magical values, Mr. Malfoy. I believe you would be an excellent addition to the squad. I'd be honored, Professor, Draco replied smoothly. Maintaining order at Hogwarts is important to me. Excellent. Umbridge beamed, handing him a silver badge. Wear this at all times. You'll report directly to me about any unusual activities, particularly those involving Harry Potter and his friends. And there it was, the real purpose of his appointment. To spy on Potter. And by extension, Hermione. Of course, Professor, Draco said. Potter has been acting strangely lately. Meeting with students from other houses, speaking in whispers. Has he indeed? Umbridge leaned forward eagerly. Any specific students? Draco thought quickly. He needed to appear helpful without providing anything truly damaging. Mostly Gryffindors, he said vaguely. Though I've seen him talking to some Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs as well. Nothing concrete yet, but I'll keep watching. Do that, Umbridge nodded. And remember, Mr. Malfoy, loyalty to the Ministry will be remembered and rewarded. As Draco left her office, pinning the inquisitorial squad badge beside his prefect one, he felt a weight settle onto his shoulders. He was now officially working for both sides of a coming war, reporting to his father about Potter while trying to protect Hermione, supporting Umbridge publicly while privately despising everything she stood for. The balancing act had just become infinitely more precarious. An inquisitorial squad. Are you serious? Hermione's voice was tight with anger as they met for their weekly patrol. Do you know what Umbridge is using you for? Of course I know, Draco snapped back. You think I had a choice? My father practically ordered me to join. There's always a choice, Draco. Easy for you to say. Your parents don't expect you to uphold centuries of family tradition or support a dark wizard who could kill them with a flick of his wand. They glared at each other, tension crackling between them. Finally, Hermione's expression softened. I'm sorry, she said. That wasn't fair. I know your situation is complicated. Draco sighed, running a hand through his hair. It's a mess. Umbridge expects me to report on Potter and your activities. My father expects information he can pass to the Dark Lord. And meanwhile, I'm trying to warn you without getting us all killed. You're warning me? Hermione asked, her anger fading to curiosity. What do you think this is? Draco gestured between them. Umbridge knows something's happening, some organization Potter is involved with. She's watching you all closely. Hermione bit her lip, clearly debating how much to reveal. We needed to learn proper defense, she finally said. Since Umbridge refuses to teach it. So you formed a secret defense group, Draco concluded. With Potter teaching? Harry has practical experience, Hermione said defensively. He's faced more dark magic than anyone else our age. I'm not criticizing the choice, Draco clarified. Just confirming what Umbridge suspects. Where are you meeting? Again, Hermione hesitated. I'm not asking so I can report it, Draco assured her. I need to know what to avoid revealing if she questions me directly. We found a hidden room, Hermione admitted. On the 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. It's called the Room of Requirement. It appears when you need it, configured exactly as you require. Clever, Draco acknowledged. Though you'll need to be extremely careful about patterns, always arriving and leaving at the same times would be obvious. We've thought of that. We're using enchanted coins to communicate meeting times, and we never all arrive or leave together. Draco couldn't help but admire her thoroughness. Whose idea was the coins? Mine, Hermione admitted, a hint of pride in her voice. Of course it was, Draco said with a small smile. Brilliant as always. The compliment brought color to her cheeks. It's simple magic, really. Just a protean charm. Simple, Draco repeated incredulously. That's an EWT-level magic, Hermione. She shrugged, clearly pleased despite her attempt at modesty. The point is, we're being careful. But having you on the inquisitorial squad could actually help us. You could misdirect Umbridge, feed her false information. I'm already doing that, Draco assured her. But it's risky. If she catches me lying. I know, Hermione said soberly. That's why I'm worried about you. The genuine concern in her voice warmed him. I'll be fine. I've had plenty of practice playing roles. They continued their patrol, discussing Umbridge's latest restrictions and the increasing tension throughout the school. As they walked, Draco found himself watching Hermione, the determined set of her jaw, the confidence in her stride, the spark of intelligence in her eyes as she analyzed Umbridge's strategy. Something had changed in her this year. She'd always been brilliant, of course, but now there was a fierceness to her, a readiness to fight for what she believed in that both impressed and terrified him. What? Hermione asked, catching his gaze. Nothing, Draco said quickly. Just thinking that Umbridge has no idea who she's up against. Hermione smiled, a flash of fierceness crossing her face. Good. Let's keep it that way. The weeks before Christmas holidays passed in a blur of classes, exams, inquisitorial squad duties, and increasingly risky conversations during prefect patrols. Draco walked a dangerous line, feeding Umbridge just enough information to maintain his position while ensuring she never got close to discovering the DA's actual meeting place or times. Meanwhile, tensions between houses grew, with the Slytherins, particularly those on the inquisitorial squad, becoming increasingly isolated from the rest of the school. Draco found himself playing his public role with greater exaggeration than ever, compensating for his private doubts with louder proclamations of Slytherin superiority and pureblood values. Only with Hermione, during their Wednesday patrols, could he let the mask slip and speak honestly about his conflicted feelings. "Sometimes I don't even know who I am anymore," he confessed during their last patrol before holidays. "Which version is real, the one I show everyone else, or the one I'm only brave enough to be with you?" "Maybe they're both real," Hermione suggested. "Different aspects of the same person." "Or maybe I'm just a coward," Draco said bitterly. "Talking about doing the right thing with you, then walking away to help Umbridge persecute other students." "You're not a coward," Hermione insisted. "You're in an impossible position, Draco. You're doing what you can to survive while helping others when possible. That takes a different kind of courage." Her defense of him, despite everything, made his chest ache with emotions he still couldn't fully name. "Will you be staying at Hogwarts for Christmas?" he asked, changing the subject. Hermione shook her head. "I'm spending it with..." She hesitated. "With friends. Not at home." The careful avoidance of specifics told Draco she wasn't referring to her parents. "Potter and the Weasleys?" "I can't say more," she said apologetically. "It's not my secret to share." "Order of the Phoenix business, I'm guessing," Draco said quietly. Hermione's eyes widened. "How do you? My father mentions it sometimes," Draco explained. "Dumbledore's resistance organization from the First War. It makes sense he'd revive it." "I shouldn't confirm or deny that," Hermione said carefully. "But yes, I'll be with friends, not at home." "What about you?" "Malfoy Manor," Draco replied grimly. "Where my father will undoubtedly have pointed questions about Potter's activities and whether I'm fulfilling my duties on the inquisitorial squad." "Will you be safe?" Hermione asked, genuine concern in her voice. The question caught him off guard. "Safe? It's my home, Hermione." "I know, but with everything happening." She looked troubled. "Your father's expectations, Voldemort's return." "I'll be fine," Draco assured her, though he wasn't entirely sure himself. "My father may be demanding, but he wouldn't harm me. I'm his only heir, after all." The attempt at humor fell flat. Hermione still looked worried. "Just be careful," she said. "And use the journal if you need to, process things." "I will," he promised. "Though I doubt I'll have much privacy at home these days." They completed their patrol in thoughtful silence, both aware of the growing dangers beyond Hogwarts walls. At the point where they would separate, she toward Gryffindor Tower, he toward the dungeons, they paused. "Happy Christmas, Draco," Hermione said softly. "Happy Christmas, Hermione." On impulse, he reached out and squeezed her hand briefly. She returned the pressure, a moment of connection that conveyed more than words could have. Then they parted, each returning to their separate lives, carrying the weight of secrets and divided loyalties with them. Christmas at Malfoy Manor was a tense affair. Though decorated lavishly as always, with enchanted snow falling in the grand entrance hall and fairy lights twinkling on massive evergreens, the atmosphere was heavy with unspoken tension. Lucius Malfoy questioned Draco extensively about Potter's activities, Dumbledore's movements, and Umbridge's progress in bringing Hogwarts under Ministry control. Draco provided carefully curated information, enough truth to seem cooperative, enough omissions to protect what mattered. "The Potter boy is definitely organizing something," Draco told his father over brandy in the study on Christmas Eve. "But he's being cautious. The Granger girl is likely involved, she's always in the library researching obscure magic these days. What kind of magic? Lucius asked sharply. Draco shrugged. Defensive spells, mostly. Nothing particularly dark or powerful. It was a calculated lie. Hermione had actually been researching advanced jinxes and counter curses for the DA, spells that could genuinely protect them if needed. But Draco couldn't reveal that without endangering her directly. And Dumbledore? Rarely seen outside meals, Draco reported truthfully. Umbridge complains that he obstructs her at every turn while remaining technically within ministry guidelines. Lucius nodded thoughtfully. Typical Dumbledore, always finding the loopholes. No matter. The minister is preparing additional educational decrees that will further restrict his authority. Will that be enough? Draco asked, careful to keep his tone neutral. To remove him entirely? In time, Lucius said with quiet confidence. The school is only one battlefield, Draco. There are other developments occurring. The way his father's eyes gleamed with anticipation sent a chill down Draco's spine. On Christmas morning, Draco received the usual abundance of expensive gifts, new Quidditch gear, rare books, finely tailored robes. Nothing from Hermione, of course, that would have been impossible to explain. But as he dressed for the formal luncheon his mother had arranged, he found himself wondering what she was doing, whether she was safe, whether she ever thought of him when they were apart. That evening, alone in his room, Draco finally had a chance to use the journal. He tapped it with his wand, murmuring, Revelio, and began to write about his conversations with his father, the hints of developments beyond Hogwarts, his growing fear that events were accelerating towards some dangerous culmination. Writing helped, as it always did. Putting his thoughts into words made them more manageable somehow, less overwhelming. And though Hermione would never read these specific entries, he wrote as if speaking directly to her, the only person who knew both versions of himself and accepted them both. When he finished, he whispered, obscuro, and watched the words fade from view. Then he turned to the window, looking out at the winter stars and wondering if Hermione might be seeing the same sky, thinking of him as he thought of her. Returning to Hogwarts after the holidays brought a new reality, the escape of 10 Death Eaters from Azkaban, including his father's sister-in-law, Bellatrix Lestrange. The Daily Prophet blamed Sirius Black, but Draco knew better. This was the development his father had hinted at, the Dark Lord gathering his forces. The atmosphere at school grew more polarized than ever. The Slytherins, particularly those with Death Eater family connections, moved with a new air of superiority and barely suppressed excitement. Meanwhile, Potter and his friends seemed grimmer, more determined in their secret defense preparations. Draco found Hermione waiting for him when he arrived for their first patrol after the holidays. Her face was tight with worry. The breakout, she said without preamble. It was him, wasn't it? Not Sirius. Draco nodded, checking that the corridor was empty before speaking. The Dark Lord's gathering his most loyal followers. My father hinted at something big happening over Christmas, though he didn't give specifics. Your aunt was among them, Hermione observed cautiously. Bellatrix Lestrange. She's my mother's sister, not mine, Draco corrected automatically. I've never met her. She was imprisoned when I was a baby. She tortured Neville's parents into insanity, Hermione said quietly. Did you know that? Draco hadn't. The revelation hit him harder than expected, making the abstractions of Death Eater activities suddenly, horrifically concrete. I didn't, he admitted. My family doesn't discuss Azkaban inmates at dinner. The attempt at lightness fell flat. Hermione continued to watch him with those perceptive brown eyes, as though trying to read his true feelings about having such darkness in his family lineage. It doesn't define you, Draco, she finally said. What your relatives did. You're not responsible for their choices. The absolution she offered loosened something tight in his chest. No, but I'm responsible for mine. And lately, those choices feel increasingly impossible. They began their patrol, discussing the implications of the breakout. Hermione was forthcoming about the DA's accelerated training schedule, trusting Draco with information that could destroy her and her friends if revealed to Umbridge. "Harry's teaching the Patronus charm now," she said. "After what happened to him last summer with the Dementors, he thinks we should all be prepared." "Can you produce one?" Draco asked, genuinely curious. "Not consistently yet," Hermione admitted. "It's difficult magic." "What form does it take?" "When you manage it?" Hermione smiled slightly. "An otter. Small but clever and resourceful." "Fitting," Draco observed. "I wonder what mine would be." "You could find out," Hermione suggested cautiously. "If you wanted to learn." The implied invitation hung between them. "Join the DA. Choose a side openly." "You know I can't," Draco said quietly. "Even if I wanted to, the others would never accept me. Especially Potter." "Harry might surprise you," Hermione countered. "If he understood, what? That I'm secretly questioning everything I've been raised to believe? That I'm helping you behind everyone's back while wearing this?" He tapped the inquisitorial squad badge bitterly. "Potter would hex me before I got 2 words out." Hermione sighed, acknowledging the truth of this. "Maybe you're right. But the offer stands, if things ever change." They continued patrolling, shifting to safer topics until they reached a deserted 7th-floor corridor. With a start, Draco realized they were near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, the entrance to the Room of Requirement. "Show me," he said suddenly. "The room where you meet." Hermione hesitated. "Draco, I don't know if I'm not asking to attend a meeting," he clarified. "I just want to see the room. To understand what you're protecting." After a moment's consideration, Hermione nodded. "All right. But I'm trusting you with this, Draco. More than I should." "I know," he said solemnly. "I won't betray that trust." She led him to the blank wall opposite the tapestry. "You need to walk past it 3 times, concentrating on what you need. For the DA, we think about needing a place to practice defense, a place that Umbridge can't find." "What should I think about?" Draco asked. "Let's try something neutral," Hermione suggested. "How about a place where we can talk privately? Somewhere comfortable where no one will disturb us?" Draco nodded, and they paced back and forth 3 times, focusing on that need. On the 3rd pass, a polished door materialized in the previously blank wall. "It worked," Draco breathed, impressed despite himself. "Of course it worked," Hermione said with a small smile. "The castle wants to help students who genuinely need something." She pushed open the door, and they entered a cozy room that reminded Draco of a private study crossed with a comfortable sitting room. A fire crackled in a small hearth, 2 armchairs faced each other across a low table, and bookshelves lined the walls. The space was neither distinctly Slytherin nor Gryffindor in decoration, neutral territory. "This is amazing," Draco said, turning slowly to take it all in. "I've never seen anything like it." "The room becomes exactly what you need," Hermione explained, running her fingers along the spines of books on a nearby shelf. "For the DA, it provides practice dummies, cushions for stunning practice, detector devices for dark magic, everything we could want for defense training. And Umbridge has no idea it exists. None. The castle itself is helping us resist her." Draco smiled at the thought of Hogwarts actively aiding students in defying the High Inquisitor. There was something profoundly satisfying about it. They settled into the armchairs, the privacy of the room allowing them to speak freely for the first time in months without constantly checking for observers or keeping their voices low. "This changes everything," Draco said thoughtfully. "Having a space like this, completely private, unplottable, adaptive to our needs." "It does," Hermione agreed. "We could meet here, instead of just during patrols. Actually talk without constantly looking over our shoulders." The possibility was tantalizing, regular private conversations with Hermione, away from prying eyes and listening ears. A space where he could be himself completely, without fear of discovery. "We'd need to be careful about timing," Draco cautioned. "If we're both missing at the same time too often, people might notice." "We could use the prefect patrols as cover sometimes," Hermione suggested. "And perhaps create other reasons, study sessions in the library that mysteriously relocate, that sort of thing." They spent the next hour planning how they might use the room safely, then discussing everything they hadn't been able to during their rushed patrol conversations, their holidays, concerns about the Death Eater breakout, the increasing restrictions Umbridge was placing on students. Eventually, Hermione checked her watch and sighed. "We should go. It's almost curfew, and we need to get back to our dormitories." Neither moved immediately, reluctant to leave this brief sanctuary they'd discovered. "We'll come back," Draco promised, seeing her hesitation. "Now that we know it's here, we can use it." Hermione nodded, then stood. Before heading to the door, she turned back to him. "Thank you, Draco." "For what?" "For walking this impossible line. For helping us while protecting yourself. I know it's not easy." The simple acknowledgement of his difficult position meant more than she could know. Most days, Draco felt like he was failing at everything, not loyal enough to his family, not brave enough to openly defy Umbridge, not honest enough with himself about what he truly believed. "It's getting harder," he admitted. "Every day, the choices become more stark, the middle ground shrinking." "I know," Hermione said softly. "But you're not alone in this, Draco. Remember that." As they left the room of requirement and parted ways in the corridor, Draco carried those words with him like a talisman against the growing darkness. Not alone. Despite everything dividing them, despite the impossibility of their situation, they had found each other, an unlikely connection across battle lines that were being drawn more clearly every day. It wasn't much, perhaps. But for now, it was enough. The discovery of the room of requirement transformed Draco and Hermione's relationship. While they maintained their careful public distance, they began meeting regularly in the hidden room, sometimes briefly between classes, sometimes for longer periods in the evenings, always with plausible cover stories to explain their absences. The room became their sanctuary, a space where they could speak honestly, shed the personas they maintained for others, and simply be themselves together. Sometimes they studied side by side, comparing notes and debating magical theory. Other times they talked for hours about their fears for the future, their frustration with Umbridge's restrictions, their conflicted feelings about the growing divide in the wizarding world. "My father sent another letter," Draco said one evening in late January, staring into the fire the room had provided. "More questions about Potter, more hints about developments beyond Hogwarts. He's planning something, Hermione. Something big." "The Order suspects the same," Hermione replied, her expression troubled. "There's been increased Death Eater activity since the Azkaban breakout. They're gathering, preparing." "For what, though? An attack? A coup at the Ministry?" Hermione shook her head. "We're not sure. But Harry's been having dreams. Visions, almost. About corridors and doors. Dumbledore seems concerned." "Visions?" Draco frowned. "That's not normal, even for Potter." "I know. It has something to do with his connection to Voldemort, but," she stopped abruptly. "I shouldn't say more. It's not my secret to share." Draco nodded, understanding her loyalty to Potter even as he felt a flicker of jealousy at the bond they shared, the open, acknowledged friendship that he and Hermione could never have. "How's the DA progressing?" he asked instead. Hermione brightened. "Really well, actually. Nearly everyone can produce a Patronus now, at least partially. Neville's made remarkable progress with disarming and stunning. Luna, she's a Ravenclaw in the year below us, has a knack for the most unusual defensive spells." "And you?" Draco asked with a small smile. "Still conjuring otters." "Consistently now," Hermione confirmed, looking pleased. It's a beautiful feeling, casting a Patronus. Like all your happiest memories concentrated into a single moment. What memory do you use? Draco asked, genuinely curious. Hermione blushed slightly. Different ones, depending on the day. Sometimes it's receiving my Hogwarts letter. Sometimes it's solving a particularly difficult problem or mastering a complex spell. She hesitated. And sometimes, it's memories of our conversations. Moments when I've felt truly seen and understood. The admission hung between them, significant and tender. Draco reached across the space separating their chairs and took her hand. I wish I could see your Patronus, he said quietly. It sounds like you. Bright, logical, and a bit bossy. Hermione teased. Brilliant, Draco corrected. Protective. Adaptable to challenging circumstances. Hermione squeezed his hand, clearly touched by his perception of her. Maybe someday you'll see it. Or better yet, cast your own. The idea was appealing, learning to create something so purely good, so fundamentally opposed to dark magic. But Draco wondered if he even could. Did he have enough genuinely happy memories untainted by his family's expectations or his own conflicted feelings? Maybe someday, he echoed, though he wasn't convinced that day would ever come. February brought Educational Decree No. 26, forbidding teachers from giving students any information not strictly related to their subjects. It was another attempt to isolate Potter and prevent anyone from confirming his claims about the Dark Lord's return. It also brought a new development that threatened to expose everything, Umbridge's growing suspicion about specific locations in the castle. She's been patrolling the 7th floor herself, Draco warned Hermione during one of their Room of Requirement meetings. I overheard her telling Filch she senses illicit gatherings nearby. How could she know? Hermione asked, alarmed. We've been so careful. Someone must have talked, Draco said grimly. Or she's using detection spells. We've established counter-detection measures, Hermione insisted. And everyone in the DA signed a jinxed parchment. If anyone betrays us, we'll know immediately. Don't underestimate her, Hermione. She's cruel and power-hungry, but she's not stupid. Draco paced the room, thinking. You need to change your meeting patterns. Use the room at irregular times, maybe even switch locations occasionally. That would disrupt everyone's schedules, Hermione objected. We have a system that works. A system that's about to be discovered, Draco countered. Better disrupted than exposed. Before Hermione could respond, a change in the room caught their attention. A small, ornate mirror appeared on the wall, showing not their reflections but the corridor outside, where Umbridge was walking slowly, examining the walls with suspicious concentration. The room is warning us, Hermione whispered, eyes wide. She's out there right now. We need to leave separately, Draco said immediately. I'll go first. If she catches me, I can claim inquisitorial squad duties. You wait at least 10 minutes before following. Be careful, Hermione urged, genuine worry in her eyes. Draco nodded, then on impulse leaned down and kissed her briefly. For luck, he murmured, echoing words they'd exchanged on the astronomy tower the previous year. Then he slipped out the door, carefully checking that Umbridge had moved past before heading in the opposite direction. He'd made it halfway down the corridor when her sickly sweet voice stopped him. Mr. Malfoy. What a pleasant surprise. Draco turned, his face composed into a mask of respectful attention. Professor Umbridge. I was just completing an extra patrol of this floor, as you suggested. How commendable, she simpered, though her eyes remained sharp and assessing. Have you noticed anything unusual? Students gathering where they shouldn't be, perhaps. Nothing specific, Draco replied. Though I did see Granger heading toward the library earlier. She seemed in a hurry. The deliberate misdirection worked. Umbridge's eyes gleamed with interest. Did she indeed? Alone? Yes, Professor. carrying quite a stack of books, as usual. Miss Granger does seem to be at the center of many activities, Umbridge observed. Keep a close eye on her, Mr. Malfoy. Her friendship with Potter makes her particularly worthy of our attention. Of course, Professor, Draco agreed smoothly, while his stomach twisted at the implied threat to Hermione. If you'll excuse me, I should complete my rounds before curfew. Umbridge nodded, dismissing him, and Draco walked away at a measured pace, fighting the urge to look back toward the room of requirement where Hermione was still waiting. Later that night, after he'd returned to his dormitory, an enchanted paper bird fluttered through the gap beneath his bed curtains. Draco recognized it as Hermione's handiwork, a charm they'd established for emergency communications. The note was brief, made it back safely. You suspect something. DA changing schedule. Be careful, she's watching you too. Draco burned the note after reading it, watching the ashes disappear. Umbridge was closing in, her net tightening around all of them. The question was no longer if discovery would come, but when, and who would pay the price. The answer came in early March, when Educational Decree No. 27 appeared on the wall outside the Great Hall, announcing Umbridge's promotion to headmistress following Dumbledore's removal. The story spread rapidly through the school, how the DA had been betrayed by a member named Marietta Edgecombe, how Dumbledore had claimed sole responsibility for the Dumbledore's Army group to protect Potter, how he had escaped arrest in a spectacular display of magic that left several Aurors unconscious. Draco found Hermione in the library that evening, sitting alone in a far corner, her expression a mixture of fury and determination. Are you all right? He asked quietly, pretending to browse nearby shelves. Fine, she replied tersely. Though Marietta Edgecombe won't be when the boils on her face spelling sneak finally fade. Draco raised an eyebrow, impressed despite the serious situation. You're Jinx. I warned everyone what would happen if they betrayed us, Hermione said, a hint of vindictive satisfaction in her voice that Draco had rarely heard from her. She deserved worse. What about the others? Potter? Harry's devastated about Dumbledore leaving. Blames himself, naturally. Hermione sighed. The DA is finished, obviously. Umbridge has the list of members, though Dumbledore's actions protected us from the worst consequences. She's just getting started, Draco warned. With Dumbledore gone, there's nothing to check her power. The educational decrees will keep coming. I know, Hermione said grimly. We're discussing alternatives. Ways to resist within the new restrictions. Draco hesitated, then murmured, room of requirement. Tonight, 9 o'clock. We need to talk properly. Hermione gave a barely perceptible nod, then returned to her book as Madame Pants walked past. That night, Draco made his way cautiously to the 7th floor, using his inquisitorial squad status as cover for being out after hours. The castle felt different with Umbridge as headmistress, tense, watchful, as though the very stones disagreed with the change in leadership. Hermione was already inside when he arrived, pacing anxiously. The room had configured itself as their usual comfortable study, but tonight it felt more like a war council chamber. This changes everything, she said without preamble. With Dumbledore gone, Umbridge has complete control. The teachers are resisting where they can, but there's only so much they can do without risking their positions. My father's thrilled, Draco said bitterly. His letter this morning practically gloated about Dumbledore's removal. Called it, the first step toward necessary change at Hogwarts. The first step toward what the Death Eaters want, he means, Hermione corrected. Control of magical education, elimination of Muggle-born influence, preparation for Voldemort's public return. Draco didn't contradict her. She was right, after all, though hearing it stated so plainly made his stomach churn with guilt and fear. What's Potter planning now? He asked. I know he won't just accept this. Harry's focused on his occlumency lessons with Snape, Hermione replied, then bit her lip as though she'd said too much. Occlumency? Draco repeated, surprised. Why would Potter need to learn mind protection? Hermione sighed. It's complicated. Those dreams I mentioned, they're related to a connection between Harry and Voldemort. Dumbledore believes Voldemort might use that connection to manipulate Harry somehow. The revelation was disturbing. A direct mental link between Potter and the Dark Lord. No wonder Dumbledore was concerned. Is it working? The occlumency? Not really, Hermione admitted. Harry and Professor Snape, well, they don't exactly bring out the best in each other. Draco could imagine. Potter's defiance meeting Snape's cold disdain would hardly create an effective learning environment for something as difficult as occlumency. I might be able to help, he offered tentatively. My father insisted I learn the basics of occlumency last summer. Said it was an important skill for a Malfoy to have. Hermione looked at him with surprise. You know occlumency? That's incredibly advanced magic, Draco. Just the fundamentals, he clarified. Enough to recognize intrusion and establish basic shields. But I understand the principles. Would you be willing to explain them to me? Hermione asked eagerly. I've read about occlumency, of course, but practical insight would be invaluable. I can do better than explain, Draco said, making a sudden decision. I can demonstrate. If you'll trust me. Hermione didn't hesitate. I trust you. The simple declaration affected Draco more than he expected. After everything, his family connections, his position on the inquisitorial squad, the public persona he still maintained, she trusted him. All right, he said, moving his chair to face hers directly. I won't actually enter your mind, that requires legilimency, which I haven't learned. But I can talk you through the process of clearing your mind and establishing basic defenses. For the next hour, Draco guided Hermione through occlumency exercises, teaching her the techniques his father had drilled into him the previous summer. She proved an apt pupil, quickly grasping the concept of emptying her mind of emotion and organizing her thoughts in protective layers. The key is detachment, Draco explained. You need to separate yourself from your emotions without suppressing them completely. Acknowledge them, then set them aside. That's the opposite of what Harry described, Hermione observed. He said Snape just tells him to empty his mind, then attacks immediately. That's not teaching, that's bullying, Draco said flatly. No wonder Potter's making no progress. Occlumency requires trust and gradual building of skills, not repeated mental assaults. By the time they finished, Hermione had mastered the basic clearing technique and was able to maintain it for several minutes at a time, impressive progress for a first lesson. You're a good teacher, she said as they prepared to leave. Patient, clear. You explain the why behind the methods, not just the how. The compliment warmed him. You're a good student. Quick to understand, willing to practice without shortcuts. They stood by the door, both reluctant to return to the reality waiting outside. Things are going to get worse before they get better, Hermione said softly. With Umbridge in control, with Voldemort gathering strength. I know, Draco agreed grimly. We'll need to be even more careful about meeting. She'll be watching all of you former DA members closely. And you? Hermione asked. Will your position on the inquisitorial squad protect you? For now, Draco said. As long as I appear to be supporting her agenda. But if she ever suspects I'm helping you. He didn't need to finish the thought. They both knew the consequences would be severe, not just detention or points lost, but potential expulsion, maybe worse given his family's precarious position between the Ministry and the Dark Lord. Be careful, Draco, Hermione urged, touching his arm gently. I couldn't bear it if something happened to you because of me. Nothing will happen, he promised, though he wasn't at all certain he could keep that promise. We'll figure this out. Together. The word hung between them, a commitment and a challenge. Together, despite everything pulling them apart. Together, across battle lines being drawn more clearly every day. Together, in a world that would never understand or accept what they'd become to each other. Before leaving, Draco pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her close as though he could somehow protect her from what was coming. She returned the hug just as fiercely, her face pressed against his shoulder. "We'll get through this," he murmured into her hair. Somehow. It was a promise he desperately wanted to keep, though the path to doing so seemed increasingly unclear. April brought escalating tensions as Umbridge's reign intensified. Fred and George Weasley's spectacular departure, leaving behind a portable swamp and chaos in their wake, briefly lifted school spirits, but the general atmosphere remained oppressive. Draco found himself pulled ever deeper into inquisitorial squad duties, forced to patrol with Pansy or other Slytherins rather than alone, given less freedom to accidentally overlook rule violations by Potter or his friends. His prefect patrols with Hermione became their only reliable contact, and even those were increasingly watched. They developed a system of coded remarks hidden within their public conversations, allowing them to share essential information while appearing to bicker as expected. "You're taking far too many books from the library, Granger," Draco would say loudly while passing her table. "Planning another illegal study group?" To casual observers, it was typical Malfoy mockery. But Hermione understood the real message: be careful. Umbridge is watching the library. Move your research elsewhere. Mind your own business, Malfoy, she'd reply with convincing annoyance. "Some of us actually care about our OWLS. Translation, message received. We're being careful." It wasn't ideal, but it was the best they could manage as scrutiny increased. Their room of requirement meetings became rarer, scheduled only when absolutely necessary and with elaborate precautions to ensure they weren't followed. During one such meeting in late April, Hermione arrived looking particularly stressed, her hair wild and her eyes shadowed with fatigue. "What's wrong?" Draco asked immediately. "Has something happened?" Harry had another vision, she explained, pacing anxiously. "A bad one. He saw Voldemort torturing Sirius in the Department of Mysteries." "Black? Potter's godfather?" Draco clarified. "Are you sure it was real?" "That's just it, we're not sure," Hermione said, distress evident in her voice. "Harry's convinced it's happening right now, that Sirius is being held captive. But I have doubts. It seems too convenient. Why would Voldemort be personally torturing Sirius in the Ministry of all places?" "It could be a trap," Draco suggested. "If the Dark Lord knows about their connection, he might be sending false visions." "Exactly what I thought," Hermione agreed. "But Harry's determined to rescue Sirius. He's trying to find a way to contact Grimmauld Place first, to confirm whether Sirius is actually missing." "How would he do that?" "The Floo network is being watched. He's planning to break into Umbridge's office. Use her fireplace." Hermione shook her head. "It's incredibly risky, but he won't be talked out of it." Draco swore under his breath. "When?" "Today. Soon. Ron's creating a diversion near the Transfiguration corridor while Harry and I keep watch outside Umbridge's office." "It won't work," Draco said bluntly. "Umbridge has detection charms on her office door. She'll know immediately if anyone enters." Hermione's eyes widened. "Are you sure?" "Positive. She boasted about it during the last Inquisitorial Squad meeting." Draco ran a hand through his hair, thinking rapidly. "Listen, you need to warn Potter. Tell him to abort this plan immediately." "He won't listen," Hermione said, frustrated. "He's convinced Sirius is in immediate danger." "Then I'll have to intercept him," Draco decided. "Make it look like I caught him attempting to break in." "You do that?" Hermione asked, surprised. "Deliberately confront Harry?" "Better me than Umbridge catching him in the act," Draco pointed out. "I can make it look convincing without actually letting him reach the fireplace. At least that way, he avoids the worst consequences." Hermione bit her lip, clearly torn between gratitude for his willingness to help and concern about what might happen. "What if she orders you to bring him to her office anyway?" "I'll think of something," Draco assured her, though he wasn't entirely confident himself. "The important thing is preventing Potter from walking into whatever trap the Dark Lord is setting." Hermione nodded reluctantly. "You're right. I'll try once more to convince him, but if he insists, then I'll intercept him," Draco finished. "Just make sure you're not caught in the middle. I can't protect both of you without raising suspicions." "I'll be careful," she promised. Then, impulsively, she leaned forward and kissed him briefly. "Thank you, Draco, for risking yourself like this." The kiss, though quick, sent warmth through him. "Just doing my part in our together promise," he said, trying to lighten the moment. They left the room of requirement separately, Hermione heading directly toward Gryffindor Tower to find Potter, Draco making his way toward Umbridge's office through a more circuitous route. As he walked, Draco considered his options. He needed to make his interception of Potter look convincing without actually turning him over to Umbridge if possible. It would be a delicate balance, maintaining his cover while still protecting Potter's true objective. He positioned himself in an alcove near Umbridge's office, waiting. Minutes stretched into a half hour, then longer. Had Hermione convinced Potter to abandon his plan? Or had something gone wrong? His answer came in the form of sudden commotion from the direction of the Transfiguration corridor. Shouts and what sounded like fireworks echoed through the castle, the Weasley diversion, no doubt. Moments later, Potter appeared, moving stealthily toward Umbridge's office with Hermione following closely behind, looking extremely reluctant. Draco stepped out just as they reached the door. Well, he drawled, falling into his inquisitorial squad persona. Potter and Granger, lurking outside the headmistress's office. How suspicious. Potter's hand moved toward his wand, but Hermione stopped him with a warning touch. "We were just passing by, Malfoy," she said coldly, her acting convincing even to Draco who knew better. "On our way to the library." "The library's in the opposite direction, Granger," Draco pointed out. "And with all these unauthorized fireworks going off, I think the headmistress would be very interested to know what you're really doing here." "Shove off, Malfoy," Potter snapped. "This doesn't concern you." "Everything that happens in this school concerns the inquisitorial squad," Draco replied smoothly. "Especially when it involves known troublemakers outside a restricted area." He was preparing to suggest escorting them back to their common room, a compromise that would appear like punishment while actually helping them avoid Umbridge, when disaster struck. "Mr. Malfoy." Umbridge's sickly sweet voice came from behind him. "Excellent work capturing these delinquents." Draco turned to see Umbridge hurrying toward them, followed by several other members of the inquisitorial squad including Pansy, Crabbe, and Goyle. They must have been drawn by the commotion from the diversion. "Professor," Draco acknowledged, his mind racing for a way out of this situation. "I caught Potter and Granger approaching your office." "Did you indeed?" Umbridge's eyes gleamed with malicious delight. "And what might you have been looking for in my office, Mr. Potter?" "Nothing," Potter said unconvincingly. "We were just walking." "Lies." Umbridge hissed, her facade of sweetness cracking. "Bring them inside. All of them. We'll get to the truth one way or another." Draco's stomach sank as Crabbe and Goyle seized Potter while Pansy grabbed Hermione's arm roughly. He had failed to protect them, and now they were in Umbridge's clutches with no easy way out. Inside her office, the situation deteriorated rapidly. Umbridge ordered the inquisitorial squad to round up anyone else potentially involved in Potter's scheme. Soon, the office was crowded with captured students, not just Potter and Hermione, but Weasley, Longbottom, Lovegood, and Ginny Weasley. "Now then," Umbridge said, facing Potter with barely contained glee. "You were going to use my fireplace to communicate with someone, weren't you?" "Who?" "No one," Potter insisted, though his eyes darted to the fireplace betrayingly. "Lies." Umbridge shrieked, her composure slipping further. "Mr. Malfoy, fetch Professor Snape. Tell him I require Veritaserum immediately." Draco hesitated, looking at Hermione, whose expression showed clear alarm at the mention of truth serum. If Umbridge forced it on Potter, everything could be exposed, not just his attempt to contact Black, but potentially the Order of the Phoenix, their remaining defense activities, maybe even Draco's own betrayal. Now, Mr. Malfoy. Umbridge snapped when he didn't move immediately. With no choice, Draco left to find Snape, his mind working furiously. Perhaps Snape would refuse to provide the serum. Or perhaps he could warn him somehow about what was happening, though how he could do that without exposing himself was unclear. He found Snape in his office, working on what appeared to be end-of-term evaluations. "Professor," Draco said, slightly breathless from running. "Headmistress Umbridge requires Veritaserum immediately. She's caught Potter trying to break into her office." Snape's black eyes assessed Draco coolly. "Indeed? And what was Potter seeking in the headmistress's office?" "Her Floo connection, I believe," Draco said carefully. "He seems convinced someone is in danger." Something flickered in Snape's expression, recognition, perhaps. "I see. Unfortunately, I must inform the headmistress that my supplies of Veritaserum are exhausted. Her previous interrogations of students have used my entire stock." Relief flooded through Draco. "I'll tell her immediately." "One moment, Mr. Malfoy," Snape said, rising from his desk. "I believe I should deliver this message personally. The headmistress may have questions about alternatives." They returned to Umbridge's office together, where the situation had escalated. Umbridge now held Potter by the hair, her wand pointed at his face, while the other students were restrained by the inquisitorial squad. Hermione's cheek bore a red mark, as though she'd been struck. Draco's hands curled into fists at his sides, rage surging through him at the sight of Hermione being physically harmed. It took every ounce of self-control to maintain his impassive expression. "You brought him?" Umbridge demanded, looking at Snape. "Good. I need more Veritaserum, Professor. Immediately. I regret to inform you that you used my last bottle interrogating students," Snape replied coolly. "Unless you wish me to poison Potter, and I assure you, I would have the greatest sympathy if you did, I cannot help you." Draco watched the exchange, noting the subtle communication happening between Snape and Potter, something unspoken passing between them that he couldn't quite interpret. After Snape departed, Umbridge became increasingly unhinged, eventually threatening to use the Cruciatus curse on Potter. Draco stiffened in shock. Even his father would hesitate to use an unforgivable curse on a student. "That's illegal." Hermione protested, voicing what Draco couldn't. "What Cornelius doesn't know won't hurt him," Umbridge replied, raising her wand toward Potter. Draco shifted slightly, his own hand moving toward his wand. He couldn't allow this, not just for Potter's sake, but because it crossed a line he wasn't prepared to step over, even for his cover. Before he could act, however, Hermione intervened. "Wait," she cried. "I'll tell you everything. Harry was trying to contact Dumbledore, not Sirius Black. We were trying to warn him that the weapon is ready." "Weapon?" Umbridge's attention snapped to Hermione, her eyes gleaming with triumph. "What weapon? Where is it?" "I'll show you," Hermione offered, her voice trembling but her eyes determined. "It's in the Forbidden Forest. But I won't lead anyone else there. They might set it off accidentally." Draco recognized what she was doing, creating a diversion, leading Umbridge away from the others. It was clever but incredibly dangerous. The Forbidden Forest was no place for two unarmed students with a deranged professor. "Very well," Umbridge agreed after a moment's consideration. "You will take me to this weapon immediately. Potter comes too." She turned to the inquisitorial squad. "Keep these others secure until I return. If they attempt to escape, you have my permission to use whatever means necessary to subdue them." As Umbridge marched Potter and Hermione out at one point, Hermione cast one brief, meaningful glance back at Draco. The message was clear: find a way to help the others. After they left, Draco found himself in charge of the remaining captives, with Pansy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Millicent Bulstrode looking to him for direction. "Spread out," he ordered, taking control. Weasley and Longbottom look ready to try something. Pansy, watch the door. Crabbe, Goyle, keep your wands on them at all times. The captives stood against the wall, wandless but defiant. Weasley in particular looked murderous, his eyes fixed on Draco with pure loathing. "Enjoying yourself, Malfoy," he spat. "Helping that toad torture students?" "Shut it, Weasley," Draco snapped back, maintaining his role while his mind raced for a solution. How could he help them escape without completely blowing his cover? The answer came in an unexpected form. As the minutes ticked by with everyone in tense silence, a small silver object rolled into the room from the partially open door. Before anyone could react, it exploded into thick darkness, filling the office completely. "Peruvian instant darkness powder," someone shouted. It sounded like Ginny Weasley. "Run!" In the ensuing chaos, Draco felt himself shoved aside as the captives made their escape. He heard Pansy shrieking, Crabbe and Goyle bumping into furniture, and feet pounding toward the door. "Stop them," he called, for appearance's sake, while making no real effort to intercept anyone in the darkness. When the powder finally dissipated minutes later, the office was empty except for the Inquisitorial Squad members, all looking disoriented and furious. "They got away," Pansy wailed. "Umbridge will be livid." "Not our fault," Draco said firmly. "That was advanced magic, probably something they learned in their illegal defense group. We need to report this immediately." "To whom?" Millicent asked. "Umbridge is still in the forest with Potter and Granger." "Snape, then," Draco decided. "He's the most senior staff member available." As they left Umbridge's office, Draco felt torn between relief that Weasley and the others had escaped and growing concern for Hermione and Potter, still in the forest with an increasingly unstable Umbridge. What exactly had Hermione planned? And would it work, or had she just placed herself in even greater danger? The events that followed became a confused blur, reports that Umbridge had been carried off by centaurs, Potter and his friends flying to London on Thestrals, and most shockingly, confirmation that they had indeed gone to the Department of Mysteries where a battle with Death Eaters had ensued. Draco heard these developments in fragments, piecing them together from overheard conversations and rumors circulating through the school. His father had been involved, he learned. Lucius Malfoy, along with other Death Eaters, had confronted Potter and his friends in the Department of Mysteries, attempting to retrieve some kind of prophecy for the Dark Lord. They had failed. The prophecy was destroyed, the Death Eaters captured, and most significantly, the Dark Lord himself had appeared at the Ministry, finally confirming to the wizarding world what Potter had been claiming all along: Voldemort had returned. When the Daily Prophet arrived the next morning with the headline, "HEWHO must not be named returns," the school erupted into chaos. Students crowded around copies of the paper, reading about the battle, the damage to the Ministry, and most relevantly to Draco, the arrest of several Death Eaters including Lucius Malfoy. His father, in Azkaban. The reality of it struck Draco like a physical blow. "Draco," Pansy said hesitantly, touching his arm as he stared at the paper. "I'm so sorry about your father. It's outrageous. Potter must have tricked him somehow." Draco said nothing, his mind reeling with implications. His father imprisoned. The Dark Lord exposed. And Hermione, had she survived the battle? The article mentioned injuries to the students involved but provided no specific names beyond Potter's. He didn't have to wonder long. That afternoon, as students milled around the entrance hall discussing the shocking news, the main doors opened to admit Professor McGonagall, looking tired but determined as she escorted several students from carriages: Potter, Weasley, Longbottom, Lovegood, and Ginny Weasley, all showing signs of recent healing. And there, supporting Weasley, who appeared to be having trouble walking unassisted, was Hermione. Her face was pale but resolute, a thin line of healing scratches visible across one cheek. Relief flooded through Draco at the sight of her, so intense that he had to lean against a pillar to steady himself. She was alive. Injured, clearly, but alive and walking. Their eyes met briefly across the crowded entrance hall. In that moment, the noise and chaos seemed to fade away, leaving just the two of them connected by an invisible thread of understanding. She gave him the slightest nod, acknowledgement, reassurance, perhaps even forgiveness for his inability to prevent what had happened. Then the connection broke as Weasley stumbled, requiring her full attention to keep him upright. They continued toward the hospital wing, surrounded by curious and admiring students, leaving Draco standing alone, watched suspiciously by his fellow Slytherins. Traitors, all of them, Theodore not muttered beside him. Getting our fathers arrested. They'll pay for this. Draco said nothing, his thoughts in turmoil. The clear battle lines that had been drawn made his position more precarious than ever. His father was a confirmed Death Eater, now imprisoned. The Dark Lord was publicly acknowledged. And Draco himself was caught between the legacy he'd been raised to uphold and the values he'd begun to develop through his connection with Hermione. He needed to see her, to talk with her properly, to understand what had happened and what it meant for both of them. But with the hospital wing likely guarded and the school in chaos, finding a private moment seemed impossible. That evening, as Draco sat alone in the Slytherin common room, avoiding the whispers and sidelong glances of his housemates, a school owl delivered a small folded note. Room of requirement. Midnight. I'll be there if I can escape the hospital wing. H. Draco clutched the note tightly, then destroyed it with a whispered incendio. Midnight. Hours away still, but at least a chance to see her, to confirm with his own eyes and ears that she was truly all right. The hours dragged by with excruciating slowness. Draco kept to himself, claiming fatigue and concern about his father as reasons for his isolation. It wasn't entirely untrue, he was deeply worried about what his father's imprisonment would mean for his mother, for their family's standing with the Dark Lord, for his own future. Finally, as the common room emptied and his dorm mates fell asleep, Draco slipped out under the pretext of prefect duties. The castle was eerily quiet, the usual patrols seemingly suspended in the aftermath of the day's revelations. Even Filch was nowhere to be seen as Draco made his way cautiously to the 7th floor. The room of requirement materialized at his need, and Draco entered to find it configured differently than usual, more like a comfortable hospital room than their typical study. A soft couch, extra cushions, a table with healing potions and bandages. The room knew Hermione was injured, he realized. It had prepared itself to continue her recovery. He paced anxiously, wondering if she'd managed to escape the hospital wing's supervision. Had Madame Pomfrey released her already? Or would she need to sneak out, risking further injury and discovery? Just as he was convincing himself she wouldn't come, the door opened, and Hermione slipped inside. She looked pale and moved carefully, but her eyes brightened at the sight of him. "You came," she said softly. "Of course I came," Draco replied, moving toward her but stopping short of embracing her, unsure of her injuries. "Are you all right? Should you even be out of the hospital wing?" "Madame Pomfrey released me this evening," Hermione assured him, sinking gratefully onto the couch. "Though she wanted me to go straight to Gryffindor Tower to rest. The others are still under observation." "What happened, Hermione?" Draco asked, sitting beside her. "The rumors are wild, centaurs, thestrals, a battle in the Department of Mysteries." "It's all true," Hermione said wearily. "After Umbridge took us into the forest, I led her to the centaurs, hoping they might delay her while we escaped. It worked, though not exactly as planned, they carried her off. Then Harry convinced us we needed to get to London immediately, to rescue Sirius." "Using thestrals?" Draco asked incredulously. "Creatures most of you couldn't even see." "Luna helped," Hermione explained. "And Neville could see them too. It was terrifying, Draco. Flying invisible creatures to London, breaking into the Ministry, searching for someone who wasn't even there. It was a trap," Draco concluded grimly. Hermione nodded. Voldemort sent Harry false visions. He wanted Harry to retrieve a prophecy about them from the Department of Mysteries. Death Eaters were waiting for us. My father among them, Draco said quietly. Yes, Hermione confirmed, watching him carefully. I'm sorry, Draco. I know this puts you in an impossible position. Draco laughed bitterly. My position was already impossible. This just makes it more obvious. He hesitated, then asked, did my father hurt any of you directly? He threatened us, Hermione admitted. Demanded the prophecy from Harry. But he didn't cast any curses at me personally, if that's what you're asking. Small comfort, but Draco was grateful nonetheless. The thought of his father directly harming Hermione was more painful than he wanted to acknowledge. What happens now? He asked, the question encompassing everything, his father's imprisonment, the Dark Lord's public return, the future of their secret relationship. The order arrived just in time, Hermione continued. They fought the Death Eaters. Sirius, her voice caught. Sirius was killed by Bellatrix Lestrange. And then Voldemort himself came, and Dumbledore, and they dueled in the Ministry atrium. That's when everyone finally saw him, finally had to admit Harry had been telling the truth all along. And Fudge? Disgraced. He'll likely be removed as minister soon. Hermione sighed. It's all changing so quickly, Draco. The Ministry's in chaos, Dumbledore's been reinstated at Hogwarts, and the war has officially begun. With my family on the wrong side, Draco said grimly. Hermione reached out and took his hand, her touch gentle but firm. Your father made his choice, Draco. You still have the opportunity to make yours. The implication hung between them, that Draco could choose differently, could reject the path his father had taken. But was it really that simple? My mother is alone now, he said quietly. Vulnerable. With my father imprisoned, the Dark Lord will expect me to take his place, to prove my family's continued loyalty. Is that what you want? Hermione asked softly. To take your father's place? Of course not. Draco snapped, then immediately regretted his tone. Sorry. I don't know how to protect her, Hermione. If I openly defy the Dark Lord, my mother pays the price. Understanding softened Hermione's expression. I hadn't considered that aspect. Your mother's safety. She's never taken the dark mark, Draco explained. Never participated directly in Death Eater activities. But she's married to my father, lives in our home. She has no protection if I refuse what's expected of me. There must be options, Hermione insisted. Dumbledore could help, the Order could offer protection, would they? Draco interrupted skeptically. Would they protect the wife of Lucius Malfoy, the mother of a Slytherin they all considered destined to follow his father's path? Hermione didn't answer immediately, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. I don't know, she finally admitted. But I do know that people can surprise you when given the chance. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of their respective positions, and the widening gulf between them, hanging heavy in the air. I'm scared, Draco, Hermione eventually confessed, her voice small in the quiet room. For all of us. This is really happening, the war everyone's been dreading. And we're right in the middle of it. I know, Draco replied, squeezing her hand gently. I'm scared too. For you, for my mother, for myself. What will you do? When you go home this summer? It was the question Draco had been asking himself since seeing the headlines announcing his father's arrest. What would await him at Malfoy Manor? A grieving, frightened mother. Death Eaters using their home as headquarters. The Dark Lord himself, ready to mark Draco as his father's replacement. Survive, he said simply. Keep my head down, protect my mother if I can, avoid any irrevocable commitments. Like taking the mark? Hermione asked, voicing his unspoken fear. Yes. The thought of the dark mark on his skin, the permanent brand of allegiance to a cause he increasingly questioned, made him physically ill. Though I don't know if I'll have a choice. There's always a choice, Hermione repeated, echoing her words from months earlier. Even when none of the options seem good. Draco wished he shared her certainty. From where he stood, the path ahead seemed to narrow with each passing day, his options diminishing as events forced him toward a destiny determined by his name and his father's choices. "What about you?" he asked. "This summer, I mean. Will you be safe?" "As safe as any of us," Hermione replied. "My parents don't fully understand what's happening in the wizarding world. I've told them some, but not everything. They'd worry too much." "They should worry," Draco said seriously. "The Dark Lord views Muggles and Muggleborns as his primary enemies. You should consider taking your parents somewhere safe, somewhere unplottable." "I've thought about it," Hermione admitted. "But where? How do I explain to them that they need to abandon their dental practice, their home, their entire lives because of a wizard they've never seen or heard of?" It was a problem Draco had no answer for. The gap between the Muggle and magical worlds had never seemed wider or more dangerous than at this moment. "Just be careful," he urged. "Don't take unnecessary risks. And stay in touch if you can, though I understand if it's not possible." "I'll try," Hermione promised. "The journal method worked before. Perhaps we can continue that way." "Perhaps," Draco agreed, though he doubted his privacy at home would allow for much writing. "But don't risk yourself to contact me. Your safety is more important." Hermione studied him, her expression a mixture of concern and affection. "Yours too, Draco. Promise me you'll be careful. That you'll think before you act, especially if they pressure you about certain commitments." "I promise," he said, meaning it despite the uncertainty of what awaited him. "I'm not eager to pledge my life to the Dark Lord, Hermione. Recent events have made that clearer than ever." She nodded, seemingly satisfied with his assurance. Then, wincing slightly, she shifted position on the couch, reminding Draco of her injuries. "You should be resting," he said, suddenly concerned. "What exactly happened to you in the Department of Mysteries?" The prophet mentioned injuries but gave no details. "A Death Eater, Dolohov, hit me with a curse," Hermione explained, touching her ribs gingerly. "I managed to silence him first, so it wasn't as powerful as it could have been, but it did some internal damage. Madame Pomfrey says I'll need to take potions for a few weeks, but I'll recover completely." Draco felt a surge of rage at the thought of Dolohov attacking Hermione, cursing her, hurting her. "If I ever see Dolohov," he began darkly. "Don't," Hermione interrupted. "Don't even think about revenge, Draco. That path leads nowhere good." She was right, of course. But the protective instinct, the desire to somehow balance the scales for what had been done to her, remained. "We should go," Hermione said after a moment. "It's getting late, and I promised Madame Pomfrey I'd rest tonight." "Of course," Draco agreed, standing and offering his hand to help her up. As she rose, Hermione swayed slightly, and Draco steadied her with a hand at her waist. They stood close together, the reality of their situation, its dangers and impossibilities, hanging between them. "Will I see you again before term ends?" Draco asked quietly. "I don't know," Hermione admitted. "With everything that's happened, with your father's arrest, it might be best if we're not seen together at all." She was right, but the thought of parting now, not knowing when or if they might speak privately again, was unbearable. Draco pulled her gently closer, mindful of her injuries. "Then let me say goodbye properly," he murmured. Hermione lifted her face to his, and Draco kissed her with all the complicated emotions swirling inside him, fear for the future, gratitude that she had survived, anger at what had happened, and something deeper that he still wasn't ready to name fully. She returned the kiss with equal intensity, her hands gripping the front of his robes as though anchoring herself against the current of events pulling them in opposite directions. When they finally broke apart, Draco rested his forehead against hers. "Whatever happens," he whispered, "remember that this was real. That despite everything, we found something true between us." "I'll remember," Hermione promised, her voice thick with emotion. "And you remember too, Draco. When things get difficult, when you're facing impossible choices, remember that you're more than your family name. You've proven that to me, over and over." They left the room of requirement separately, as they had so many times before, Hermione first, to return to the hospital wing, Draco waiting several minutes before following. But this parting felt different, weighted with the knowledge that when they next saw each other, everything would have changed. The war had begun in earnest. The lines were drawn. And they stood on opposite sides of a divide that seemed to widen with each passing day. The final week of term passed in a blur of exams, rumors, and tension. With Umbridge gone and Dumbledore reinstated, the school atmosphere had improved somewhat, but the reality of the Dark Lord's return and the coming conflict cast a shadow over everything. Draco kept his distance from Potter and his friends, though he watched Hermione from afar when he could, reassuring himself that she was recovering, that she was safe for now. They exchanged occasional glances across classrooms or the Great Hall, brief acknowledgments of their shared secret, but no words, no notes, no private meetings. It was better this way, safer for both of them, but Draco felt her absence like a physical ache. He had grown used to their conversations, their debates, the way she challenged and understood him in equal measure. Without that connection, he felt adrift, uncertain. His fellow Slytherins had divided into factions. Those whose families supported the Dark Lord openly gloated about the coming changes to the wizarding world, while others maintained careful neutrality, unwilling to commit to either side yet. Draco walked a precarious line between them, his father's imprisonment making his position complicated. "Your father was loyal," Nott told him one evening in the common room, his voice low but fervent. "He'll be rewarded when the Dark Lord takes control. All those who suffered for the cause will be honored above others." Of course, Draco agreed automatically, the expected response coming easily even as his mind rejected the sentiment. "My father understood the importance of blood purity long before others did." The words felt hollow, rehearsed, but they satisfied Nott, who nodded approvingly before continuing his rant about muggleborns and blood traders. Draco let the words wash over him, no longer absorbing their meaning. Once, he had believed it all, the superiority of pure blood, the natural hierarchy of magical society, the need to preserve traditions by excluding those deemed unworthy. Now, those beliefs had been undermined by his own experiences, by the evidence before his eyes, and most significantly, by his connection with Hermione Granger, whose brilliance and courage defied everything he'd been taught about muggleborns. On the final evening before departure, Draco received 2 letters, one from his mother, brief and carefully worded, instructing him to return directly home without discussing family matters with anyone, and one delivered by a school owl, unmarked except for his initials. He opened the second in the privacy of his bed curtains, recognizing Hermione's handwriting immediately. I couldn't let you leave without saying a proper goodbye. Use the journal this summer if you can. If not, know that I'll be thinking of you, hoping you're safe, believing in your ability to make the right choices even when they're difficult. Whatever happens, I won't forget what we've shared. The conversations, the debates, the moments of understanding across seemingly impossible divides. You've shown me that people can change, that they can grow beyond the limitations others place on them. I hope I've shown you something valuable too. Be brave, Draco. Not recklessly, but wisely. Find the path that allows you to live with yourself, whatever that may be. Until we meet again, H. Draco read the letter several times, memorizing its contents before destroying it as security demanded. Her words steadied him, providing a counterweight to the pressure he knew awaited him at home. The next morning, as students boarded the Hogwarts Express for the journey back to London, Draco caught a final glimpse of Hermione on the platform. She stood between Potter and Weasley as always, her recovered strength evident in her upright posture and animated gestures as she spoke to them. For a moment, just before boarding, she looked in his direction. Their eyes met across the crowded platform, a lifetime of unspoken words passing between them in that brief connection. Then Potter said something that recaptured her attention, and the moment broke. Draco boarded the train, making his way to a compartment where Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy were already settled. As the train pulled away from Hogsmeade Station, Draco watched the castle recede into the distance, its towers standing proud against the summer sky. Hogwarts had always represented certainty to him, the place where his name commanded respect, where his path seemed clear. Now it symbolized something entirely different, the beginning of questions, of doubts, of a journey toward understanding that had led him to unexpected connections and impossible choices. What awaited him at home, he couldn't know for certain. But he carried with him something he hadn't possessed before, a perspective beyond his father's teachings, beyond pure-blood ideology, beyond the narrow worldview he'd been raised to accept without question. He carried with him Hermione's belief in his capacity to choose, to grow, to become something more than what was expected of him. Whether that belief was warranted, whether he would find the courage to make the right choices in the coming darkness, remained to be seen. But as the train sped south toward London, toward home, toward whatever fate awaited him there, Draco held on to that belief like a talisman against fear. And in his mind, he made a silent promise, not just to Hermione, but to himself. He would find a way forward that honored both his responsibilities and his emerging conscience. He would protect those he loved without surrendering his soul to darkness. And somehow, someday, he would find a path back to the connection that had changed him irrevocably, the unlikely friendship, or perhaps something more, that had shown him a different way of seeing the world. It was an impossible promise, perhaps. But as Hermione had reminded him again and again, the impossible was sometimes simply waiting for someone brave enough to attempt it. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.